starting as a worker from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Sarutobi, how does his water jutsu compare to our teachers? The master of the hidden mist village is old. It is understandable that the old man said pessimistic words. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and shook his head, and took the initiative to put his arm around him. Master, your body is still very strong. On the contrary, my old bones are almost useless. The master of the hidden mist village just shook his head slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the fourth Kazekage Raza and took the initiative to say, I have always wanted to meet with Lord Raza, and today I finally have the chance. I have wanted to come to Konoha for a long time. The fourth Kazekage Raza of the Sands village responded very enthusiastically, and even spread out his palms, very politely. I hope my arrival will not bring any trouble to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and retorted, you two are willing to come to Konoha, which makes me, an old man in my twilight years, honored. How could there be any trouble? Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in front and extended his hand to invite. Let's go in first, and take a good look at the performance of these little guys later. The leaders of the three major ninja villages entered one by one and sat on the highest platform of the third examination room of the Chunin exam, overlooking the densely packed heads in the entire examination room. This Chunin exam is obviously the biggest event in Konoha village in recent years. Many people in the village came to the scene, sitting in the audience seats on the high platform, looking at the examination room below. The host of the third exam was still Shiranujima. The examiner looked at the group of candidates entering the exam room, wondering if there would be any troublesome problems. To be honest, it was very likely. Because Garo is the Jinchuriki of the Sand village, once Garo released the one-tail Shukaku, it might destroy the exam room and even harm innocent spectators. Obviously. This problem was also quickly fed back to Akihara Kagura. Kagura-sama. Bianzuli Tang glanced at Akihara Kagura, who was in the lead, and took the initiative to suggest, you can prepare 4 Jonin to set up the 4 purple flame formation, so that if the child from the Sands village really releases the one tail, there will be any trouble when he is caught off guard. Don't worry. Akihara Kagura shook her head and suddenly raised her fingers. The chakra in her body surged, wood release, multiple wood clone technique. 4 wood clones came out from behind Akihara Kagura, and the 4 wood clones jumped off the high platform and stood directly in the 4 corners of the exam room. Akihara Kagura glanced at the people in the examination room and whispered, before the exam begins, my wooden clone will set up the barrier to prevent any accidents. Is the chakra of the wooden clone enough? Bing Zulitong looked at the wooden clone in the corner of the examination room thoughtfully, and suddenly asked, wait, what if there is an accident in the exam? In the third exam, once the winner is decided between the candidates, if the other party continues to attack the opponent, I can use Flying Thunder God to enter the barrier. Akihara Kagura seemed to have calculated everything. Bing Zulitong's forehead jumped, feeling that Akihara Kagura's method was right, but the result might be different. He felt that Akihara Kagura would only want to see a river of blood. At the critical moment, I will take action. Akihara Kagura emphasized again. While they were chatting here, Shiranujima ordered the players of the first game to stay in the examination room according to the established order of drawing lots, and the others returned to the lounge. The opponent of the first game. Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Niji. While the 2 contestants were still communicating in the examination room, the wooden clone that Akihara Kagura had arranged in advance suddenly closed his palms and released a red barrier. Ninjutsu, 4 red yang formation. 4 red barriers suddenly appeared in the examination room. All the senior ninjas present were shocked by this red barrier. They had heard about the horror of the 4 red yang formation and the strong defense of the red yang formation. But it was the first time they saw it. 4 red yang formation looked at the red barrier that appeared in the examination room, and did not hide their shock. The legendary 4 red yang formation has a much stronger defense than the 4 purple flame formation, and it requires 4 cage-level chakra ninjas to set it up. Of course. What was more shocking was not the 4 red yang formation itself, but the person who could set up the 4 red yang formation with just 4 wooden clones. Many senior ninjas present were stunned by Akihara Kagura's move, and had to cite the horror of this guy. This kind of abundant chakra is something that many people can only dream of. What a lively young man. The fourth Kazakajiraza, who was sitting at the highest point, looked at Akihara Kagura's operation with a smile on his face and a glimmer of greed in his eyes. There's no need for such a big show. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled with his pipe in his mouth. He was very satisfied with the shock that Akihara Kagura brought to Konoha, but he was a little proud and said, having such a barrier has prevented us from watching the performances of those little guys. Humph, the elder master of the Hidden Mist village snorted and said softly, this Chunin exam is already exciting enough to see the appearance of the four red yang formation. I hope the performance of the group of little guys below can live up to this barrier that can defend against any force. At present, the upper limit of the defense of the four red yang formation is unknown. Because the four red yang formation has rarely appeared in the history of the entire ninja world, and every record of its appearance has played a huge role, everyone believes that the four red yang formation barrier is enough to defend against any attack. Bing Zulitong's shock slowly subsided. He looked at Akihara Kagura, and his mouth twitched. This scene was too big. Is there anything else? Akihara Kagura looked at Bing Zulitong. Well, there's indeed something else. Bing Zulitong looked at Akihara Kagura and continued, Uchiha Sasuke and Toss from the Hidden Sound Village have not arrived at the examination room yet. Zuanjian hopes that I will eliminate them. Akihara Kagura waved her hand. Although Akihara Kagura knew what Uchiha Sasuke was doing, and what the absent Hatake Kakashi was doing, today's time was too precious to waste here. But Yamashiro Aoba stood beside Bing Zulitong and reported carefully, everyone is looking forward to their first game. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Just as they were still reporting the situation, the winner of the first game soon appeared. Uzumaki Naruto actually defeated the genius Hyuga Niji. It was quite fast. Akihara Kagura deliberately took a look at the situation in the venue. With the end of this match, the wood clone lifted the four red yang formation, and the second contestant also took the stage. Chijiro of the Hidden Mist Village fought against Abiram Shino of Konoha. This match was much more exciting. Although Chijiro was quite strong and his water escape technique was very sophisticated, he still lost to Abiram Shino. The third match. Shirinu Genma looked at the list in his hand and continued loudly, the Hidden Sand Village, Temari, vs. Konoha, Narashikamaru. Trouble Narashikamaru walked into the examination room unmotivated. Although this little guy looked very unmotivated, he played a more exciting performance in this match than the previous one. The moment he used the shadow imitation technique to defeat Temari, he suddenly raised his hand to indicate that he gave up. One game is enough, right? After Narashikamaru raised his hand to admit defeat, he didn't care about the outcome of the game. Anyway, the third round of the Chunin exam is also based on the performance of the Chunin in the examination room instead of the outcome. I feel that the performance of this game is enough for me to be promoted to Chunin. After Narashikamaru finished speaking, he deliberately glanced at Temari and casually said, and I also left you a chance. I hope you can perform well enough to be promoted to Chunin in the next game. Temari stared at Narashikamaru in amazement, as if she had never seen such a boy who was not so competitive. Her forehead jumped suddenly. She won this game, but she also lost. Because everyone in the venue is discussing Narashikamaru who lost the game, all the Jonins thought that Narashikamaru's performance was quite good, and he used all factors to win. He must be the one with the most hope of becoming a Chunin. The winner is Temari. After Shirinu Genma announced the winner, he glanced at Akihara Kagura standing in the audience stand and continued, since Uchiha Sasuke did not arrive in time, Uchiha Sasuke automatically lost, and Gaara advanced. Same. Shirinu Genma continued to announce loudly, since Toss did not arrive in time, Toss automatically lost, and Karin advanced. The second round of the competition begins. Shirinu Genma announced the examination of the second round in a deep voice, saying, the first game of the second round will be Gaara vs. Karin. Because Gaara and Karin have not participated in any competitions yet, they happen to be in the same half zone, so they were simply allowed to take the exam first. Karin and Gaara looked at each other, and the red-haired girl and the red-haired boy jumped down from the lounge at the same time and landed on the stage of the examination room. You were lucky last time. Gaara clenched his fists, not caring about his defeat in the Forest of Death. I will definitely not be so lucky this time. Last time, the idiot Shukaku was restrained by Karin. This time, Gaara believed that he would never lose no matter what, because he would not let Shukaku out this time, and would only use Shukaku's chakra to fight. My luck is very bad, and it has always been very bad. Karin pushed her glasses and whispered, I have only had good luck once in my life, and that good luck is still blessing me until now. That good luck will always be with me, and you can't be my opponent. What a joke. Gaara waved his palm violently. A stream of yellow sand flew out of the sandboard behind him, sweeping towards Karin, trying to wrap up Karin's body directly. Karin waved her fist to break up the yellow sand with one punch, and rushed directly towards Gaara. Gaara hurriedly released a yellow sand shield wall in front of him, but it was broken by Karin's punch, and the yellow sand scattered all over the sky. When Karin's fist was about to hit Gaara, the yellow sand instantly turned into a thick sand ball beside Gaara, wrapping up Gaara. What a difficult woman. Gaara hid in the defense of the sand ball, gritting his teeth and cursing secretly. He could feel the sand ball shaking constantly under Karin's fist. Little devil, let me do it. Shukaku kept yelling in Gaara's body. You lost last time. Gaara firmly opposed Shukaku's appearance, and asked coldly, didn't you say last time that the golden chains released by this woman restrained you very well? That was because I was not prepared. Shukaku still hoped that he could get back at the scene. This time I will seal her up first, and see what she can do. I can kill her myself. Gaara sneered, and quickly raised his palm. A huge sand claw emerged from the sand ball and grabbed Karin fiercely. Vajra blockade. Diamond chains emerged from behind Karin and directly tied the sand claw, but another sand claw suddenly emerged and grabbed Karin's body. It's too late. Karin saw another huge sand claw coming towards her, and immediately realized that this was a trap set by Gaara. When Gaara used one sand claw to attract Karin and bound her claw with a diamond seal so that she couldn't move it at will, he unscrupulously used the other sand claw to grab Karin. In the audience stands, Akihiro Kagura watched the fierce battle in the examination room. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke arrived late, but they came too late, and the news that Uchiha Sasuke was eliminated had already been announced. Can't Sasuke be given another chance? Hatake Kakashi looked at Akihiro Kagura, wanting this old friend to help, although he also thought it was unlikely. It's too late. Akihiro Kagura shook her head, her eyes still fixed on the field, and asked casually, who do you think will win this battle? Hatake Kakashi shook his head helplessly and looked at the battle in the field. If Karin has no other means, then her chances of winning are slim. The little guy from the sand village is already much stronger than Manijin, even better than Jonin. His yellow sand is very strange. Then let's see. Akihiro Kagura leaned on the railing and continued to watch the battle with interest. Is the yellow sand left by Gaara's mother more defensive, or is her own curse seal stronger? The next moment, the situation in the field suddenly reversed. Karin raised her arm, and a black curse seal appeared on her arm like flowing water, and her fist smashed the attacking sand claw with one punch. Wait? Kakashi Hatake suddenly noticed the curse seal on Karin and looked at Kagura. Akihiro, why is the curse seal on Karin's arm different from the one on Sasuke? They are different. Kagura. Akihiro interrupted Kakashi Hatake, glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, and continued, the curse seal on Sasuke may also be natural energy. I can sense that natural energy, but it has not been tamed by anyone. The curse seal on Karin was left by me. Because I can use the Sage mode, those curse seals are the natural energy that I have tamed. Can you help remove the curse seal on Sasuke? Kakashi Hatake looked at Kagura. Akihiro, hoping that his friend could help him. Are you sure? Akihiro Kagura made a very interesting analogy. The curse seal may have disadvantages, but it can provide him with the power of revenge, just like your Sharingan will drain your chakra, but it can provide you with very useful help. But how can it provide me with the power of revenge? Uchiha Sasuke interrupted Hatake Kakashi directly and said in a deep voice, if I can exert the power of the curse seal, can I take revenge on Uchiha Itachi? Very hopeful. Akihiro Kagura neither agreed nor denied, but looked at the situation in the field by herself. Maybe you can take a look at the power of the curse seal before making a decision. The battle in the field escalated again. The battle between Karin and Gaara became more intense. Yellow sand was flying in the field, and from time to time a sand claw would drill out of the sand, and even the entire field was turned into yellow sand by Gaara. The ground was no longer safe enough. Karin raised her arm again, and the curse seal on her arm began to flow again, gathering around her body like a stream of water, and behind her spread a pair of jet black yet crystal clear butterfly wings, which was her second form of the curse seal. Interesting power. The fourth Kazuka Draza, who was sitting in the stands, couldn't help but praise. He looked at Karin's form and judged that the curse seal she used was very good. At least it was enough to easily rival the Heaven's Curse seal. Your Excellency Raza's son is also very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled and praised Gaara. Among the rulers of the 3 great ninja villages on the high platform, perhaps only the master was a little embarrassed, because only the Shin'an of Sand Village and Konoha were left in the examination room. However, the elder master of the Mist Village didn't seem to care about the performance of the ninjas in his own village. His fingers quietly tapped the back of his hand, as if waiting for some signal. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that the elder of the Kurigakure was unhappy with the Kurigakure's performance, and was too embarrassed to continue showing off, so he planned to give the Kurigakure a consolation prize. Master Yuanshi, in fact, your village's Chijuro performed quite well. His water escape technique is enough to be promoted to Chunin. Is his water escape technique excellent? The Yuanshi raised his eyes slightly, as if he was unaware of everything. His gaze slowly turned back to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. How does his water escape technique compare to our teacher's water escape technique? The 3rd update. Start tomorrow. Start tomorrow. Think carefully today about how to make the climax come in waves. Chapter 202, Shimura Danzo's mouth-to-mouth skills are too bad. Our teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. Although his teacher, the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, was indeed very good at water escape, it seemed that it should not be said from the mouth of the master of the Hidden Mist Village. Master Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the master in front of him, wondering if this elder of the Hidden Mist Village was too old and confused to tell who his teacher was. The master of the Hidden Mist Village raised his palm and gently made a hand seal with his fingers. With his action, many Hidden Mist ninjas suddenly rioted and rushed towards the platform. This was a premeditated sneak attack. Many Konoha ninjas didn't even have time to react. Only the Anbu members who had been guarding near Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted and instantly fought with a group of Hidden Mist ninjas to prevent them from rushing to the platform. Master, what does this mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen's palms clenched slightly, but his attention was not all on the old master, but he also quietly observed the 4th Kazakage Raza next to him. However, the 4th Kazakage Raza still sat there calmly, seemingly not wanting to get involved in the conflict between Kurigakure and Konoha, and even watched the show with interest. The ninjas of Sand Village also stayed where they were. Some of the Sand Village ninjas who couldn't hold back gathered around Kazakage's assistant Maki, and asked hurriedly, Master Maki, aren't we going to start? When will we start? Why doesn't Kazakage let us start? Don't be anxious. Maki looked at the 4th Kazakage Raza who was sitting on the podium, and dissuaded him in a deep voice. Everything is waiting for the order of Kazakage. No one is allowed to move without permission. On the podium, the 4th Kazakage Raza's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the chair. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly relaxed. As long as the Sand Village did not launch a surprise attack at the same time, it was just that the Kurigakure had the intention to break the covenant. It was not a big problem for Konoha, and it could be easily suppressed at any time. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't want to fall out. Your Excellency Master. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the old man sitting not far from him and asked in a deep voice, since Konoha and your village signed the alliance, I have never done anything wrong to your village, and our alliance is fair. You have done a good job. The elder master of the Hidden Mist Village slowly shook his head and continued calmly, we are even willing to sacrifice the interests of Konoha to maintain the alliance. It's good that your Excellency Master understands my intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers were hidden under the Hokage's divine robe. Even though he was ready to make hand seals and take action, he still wanted to try to negotiate to solve the problem. If you have any other ideas, we can talk slowly. There is no need to. The Master of the Hidden Mist Village has no opinion on you. The Master of the Hidden Mist Village slowly stretched out his palm, reached for his ears, took off the mask on his face, and spoke slowly. However, I do have a lot of opinions about you. At the end, the Master of the Hidden Mist Village had already taken off his mask, and even his voice became a voice familiar to Sarutobi Hiruzen the moment the mask was taken off. Shimura Danzo. Konoha's S-rank defector. Konoha's former Hokage assistant and former root leader. Monkey Shimura Danzo's expression was calm, even his eyes were half closed. I didn't expect you to be so confused that you can't even recognize your old friend of many years. Danzo Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was trembling, and his fingers became stiff. Since Shimura Danzo defected from Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been a little depressed, And from time to time he would worry that Shimura Danzo would collude with other ninja villages to sell Konoha's information. Sarutobi Hirozen has never figured out how to treat the defected old friend. He once thought about killing Danzo to solve the potential crisis, but he was more thinking about bringing Shimura Danzo back to Konoha, because they have been bound together for nearly 70 years. Now, this old friend who defected from the village appeared in front of him openly, and even colluded with a hidden mist village. It's been a long time, Danzo. Sarutobi Hirozen's expression flashed a trace of disappointment, but he instantly restored the majesty of the Hokage. I didn't expect you to return to Konoha in this way. Shimura Danzo showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and asked in a cold voice, if it weren't for this method, maybe I would have been executed by you before I arrived in Konoha. In order to cover up the fact that you were secretly conducting human experiments, all the charges were pushed onto me. It was you who conducted human experiments privately. Sarutobi Hirozen's face suddenly became ugly. He remembered the torment he had experienced after learning that the double bloodline ninja incident had broken out. If Shimura Danzo had informed him privately, if this matter was beneficial to Konoha, everything could have been easily resolved privately, instead of being exposed by the people in the village, which almost led to a crisis of trust within Konoha. Sarutobi Hirozen stared at Danzo Shimura coldly. If you had only conducted human experiments illegally, I would only punish you. But at that time you also wanted to kill the consultant Murokado, and with the intention of framing the Kirigakure village and provoking a war between Kirigakure and Konoha. You framed me. A flash of rage flashed in Danzo Shimura's eyes. Interesting. The fourth Kazakage Raza, who was sitting next to him, was still sitting quietly, but the smile on his lips became more and more intense, as if he had seen the two quarreling for the first time. Many people saw it with their own eyes. Sarutobi Hirozen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Raza. He knew that he could not lose face in front of this Kazakage, and wanted to suppress everything first. Since you are back in Konoha, let the riots here subside first. We can talk about everything after it's over. No matter what happens, unnecessary sacrifices should be avoided as much as possible. This is Sarutobi Hirozen's code of conduct. At this time, there are people from the Sand Village by his side. It is not the time to fall out with Shimura Danzo. He still hopes to talk about everything with Shimura Danzo in private. There is still room for maneuver. Moreover, if the conflict between Konoha and Kirigakure continues to expand, and the Sand Village thinks it can get involved, it will inevitably lead to more bloodshed. Sarutobi Hirozen coldly order Akihara Kagura to take action immediately and arrest all Kirigakure ninjas who are causing riots. Try not to hurt their lives as much as possible. In the audience, a group of Konoha ninjas could no longer hold back and took action. Akihara Kagura, surrounded by a group of Jonin, rushed quickly towards the platform. His purpose was naturally to protect the third Hokage and prevent the situation from getting out of control. Wood release, tree world advent. Countless tree roots and vines immediately emerged from the entire examination room. Each tree root vine accurately grabbed the Kirigakure ninja and tied them all to the tree. Soon, almost all the Kirigakure ninjas present were captured by the tree world. Kirigakure's leading ninja, Mainjetsu Hazuki, swung his ninja sword and cut off a vine. The power he used made him cough up blood. What's going on with Orochimaru? Did they say someone would come to stop Akihara Kagura? Mainjetsu, look at the platform. A Kirigakure ninja looked at the platform in panic and couldn't help but ask, where's the master? Why is it Danzo Shimura? What's going on? Mainjetsu Hazuki looked at the two figures arguing on the platform and frowned. Why doesn't Orochimaru act according to the plan? The key now is not the whereabouts of the master, but that Orochimaru must take action immediately to stop Akihara Kagura, otherwise they are no match for Akihara Kagura, and even the Konoha ninjas can't solve it. Water style, great explosion water wave. Menzuki Hazuki could only seal in a hurry, and forced his sick body to spit out a huge wave of water. This wave of water almost submerged half of the examination room in an instant, and even approached the Red Sun Formation barrier. The Red Sun Formation barrier quickly burned the incoming waves, and steam instantly filled the air. The next moment, Menzuki Hazuki controlled the waves under him and turned into a huge water man, controlling the water man to grab Akihara Kagura, who was leading people over with one hand. However, a tree root suddenly grew up and quickly grew into a wooden man. The wooden man stretched out his palm and grabbed the water man's head. He crushed the water man's head with one hand and held Menzuki Hazuki, who was controlling the water man, in his hand. The rites set off by the mist-hidden ninjas did not even last more than 1 or 2 minutes, and were suppressed by Akihara Kagura in an instant. This swift and resolute solution immediately shocked many people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Akihara Kagura stood on top of the wooden man, looked around at the shocked people, and then looked at Gaara and Karin, who stopped in the red sun formation barrier. The exam continues. Everyone present was speechless. Who would still be in the mood to pay attention to the exam at this time? The Kurigakure ninjas set off a riot in Konoha and directly provoked a war between the two ninja villages. Who would pay attention to the battle between the two Jinan? Even if the two Jinan are strong, they can't be compared with a war between the two villages. The most important question now is whether we should ask clearly whether a new round of Ninja World War is about to break out. But Karin is very obedient. The black butterfly wings behind Karin flutter gently and rush directly towards Gaara. This Chunin exam actually has to continue. Gaara was not a person who was willing to admit defeat. The gourd behind him had already completely turned into yellow sand. Under his control, he frantically blocked the rushing Karin. The Chunin exam battle that should have ended is still continuing. The battle on the high platform that was supposed to start has not started yet. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen still hopes that Shimura Danzo can solve all the problems in private, and not argue in public, so as to make the fourth Kazakage of Sands Village laugh at him. But Shimura Danzo is unwilling to do so. In the past, when Shimura Danzo served as the Hokage's assistant, he did many dirty things. Sarutobi Hiruzen would take the initiative to help Danzo suppress them, and the two discussed and solved them in private. This time, Shimura Danzo insisted on exposing all the darkness of Konoha in public, letting the sun shine down to see the ugliness of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his old friend. Don't forget, monkey. Shimura Danzo looked at Akihara Kagura and a group of ninjas surrounding him, and he didn't care about his own danger. He asked coldly, "It was you who decided to use the first-generation cells for human transplantation experiments, in order to allow Wood Release to have the power to seal and control the Nine Tails and prevent the village's Jinchuriki from losing control." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. This kind of thing is a secret of the Konoha high-level officials. Can it be discussed at this time? Although it was he who made the decision to use Hashirame's cells for human transplantation experiments, wasn't it Danzo who took the initiative to propose it? Moreover, he saw that the experiment had huge losses and immediately stopped the experiment. Instead, Danzo Shimura was still conducting experiments in violation of regulations and even colluded with Orochimaru. "I stopped the experiment a long time ago." Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded Danzo Shimura coldly, and bluntly exposed Danzo Shimura's thoughts. "However, you secretly disobeyed my orders and even colluded with Orochimaru to continue to conduct human experiments privately, kidnapping orphans from surrounding villages and kidnapping companions in the village. I did this for Konoha? Is it for Konoha or for your own selfish desires?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Danzo Shimura coldly and produced more powerful evidence. "All ninja information registrations in the village should be submitted to the Hokage building. How many subordinates have you hidden privately over the years? Do you need me to explain them one by one?" Danzo Shimura's momentum stagnated. This old man forgot that he had made more mistakes than Sarutobi Hiruzen, and insisted that he was doing it for Konoha rather than for himself. As a result, he was exposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen as soon as he asked a question, and he couldn't even refute it. That's because Shimura Danzo hesitated for a moment, and found an unreliable reason. "You always want to monopolize power and control everything, and I am also trying to prevent you from making mistakes." Shimura Danzo remembered that a group of people deceived the first and second generations of Hokage, and simply used these things as evidence. In order to be able to hold power in the village, you chose Minato Namikaze, who was easier to manipulate, as the fourth generation, instead of Orochimaru, who was more suitable to become Hokage at the time. At that time, Orochimaru was obviously more qualified to become Hokage, right? Just because Orochimaru would disobey your orders if he became Hokage, you deprive him of the qualification to become Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost laughed at by Shimura Danzo. Is this old friend not very smart? He gave such a reason at this time. Doesn't he know that he can easily fight back? The fourth Kazakage Raza, who was sitting next to him, seemed to be very interested in the succession of Konoha's Hokage. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously, wanting to hear the answer from the old man. "There is too much darkness in Orochimaru." Sarutobi Hiruzen's reason was very appropriate, and he could even find evidence. "Facts have proved that my choice was not wrong." Orochimaru was afraid of death, violated the rules of human experiments and defected from Konoha, but Minato chose to sacrifice his life to protect the village. If we use facts to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not wrong at all. The Namikaze Minato he chose was indeed a suitable candidate. The point of view put forward by Shimura Danzo was completely untenable, which could only prove that Sarutobi Hiruzen was right. There is no way. Who made Orochimaru defect? However, Shimura Danzo's mouth-to-mouth combat ability is too poor. Fortunately, the fourth Kazekage was right next to him and took the initiative to beat the drum. I am a little curious about a question. Was the third Hokage worried that Orochimaru would lose power after becoming Hokage? The first update. A little late. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Sarutobi Hiruzen, I will deal with Shimura Danzo myself. What do you mean by not electing Orochimaru for power? The fourth Kazekage was simply watching the fun and not minding the trouble. He was still fanning the flames at this time, which made him sound like he was speaking for Shimura Danzo and even wanted to speak up for Konoha's traitor Orochimaru. However, Shimura Danzo seemed to have caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's loophole and immediately followed Raza's words and said, no matter what you say, it can't change the fact that you have always been the only one in power in Konoha. Even after the fourth Hokage died, you took the power of Hokage. Is there any former Hokage in this world who can regain power? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little unhappy. It was indeed difficult to explain why he was reappointed as Hokage. At that time, Konoha did not have a more suitable candidate. It was impossible to let people like Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi and Nara Shikaku be elected, right? What's more, Orochimaru was still in Konoha at that time. This is the fact. But Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't say it. This is the order of the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only attribute this matter to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who also happened to mention that he should be the Hokage again. However, no one present would believe this statement. The fourth Kazekage, who was sitting next to him, even sneered directly. Because the Kage or leader of a ninja village has always been decided by the village itself, and then it will be discussed by the daimyo and the nobles. For power, it is understandable. The fourth Kazekage nodded with a smile, and even said something to explain for the third Hokage. If Orochimaru takes the position, maybe because of the disagreement between the two people's ideas, he will not allow the third Hokage to continue to hold power. The fourth Kazekage sat next to him and said something sarcastic. This can't be helped. If it were me, I would also hope that the next generation of Kazekage would respect me. His ideas are the same as mine. It would be best if I still have the authority of the Kazekage, and even control him as a puppet so that I can continue to hold power in the Sand Village. As soon as these words were spoken, the people present couldn't help but change color. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's face couldn't help but look ugly. By the way, when the fourth Kazekage said this, he also looked at Akihara Kagura. The ninja world has always believed that Konoha's Akihara Kagura will become the future fifth Hokage Mr. Kazekage. Akihara Kagura had to stand up and interrupted him, saying his own thoughts. Don't speak when you shouldn't. Konoha's Hokage election is Konoha's business, and I have never thought about becoming a Hokage. The fourth Kazekage chuckled. This kid is really hypocritical. He still wants to avoid suspicion at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Akihara Kagura and continued, Kagura is a little younger now. Maybe he may become Hokage in the future, but Konoha now has a more suitable candidate. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it many times, especially after experiencing the incident with Hyuga Hayashi. He still believed that Jiraiya should succeed to become Hokage first. He hoped that after Jiraiya became Hokage, he would slowly consider whether Akihara Kagura could become Hokage. The expressions of the senior ninjas present were slightly strange. Everyone's eyes turned to Akihara Kagura involuntarily. Many people believed that Akihara Kagura would become the next Hokage. At this time, the third Hokage personally denied it. What does this mean? How he Shimura Danzo laughed coldly, because this little guy Akihara Kagura will not be willing to obey your orders, so you refuse to let him become Hokage? Monkey, do you want to reselect an obedient person to be your puppet? Shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only scold Shimura Danzo in a deep voice to shut up. I haven't finished what I said yet. Shimura Danzo glanced coldly at everyone present, and continued, if this old man has any crime, then make it clear in front of everyone Akihara Kagura actually wanted to take Shimura Danzo away. This old boss's mouth is too weak. If it weren't for the Kazakage next to him who was drumming from time to time, there would be no threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. Do you think that Uchiha Itachi and I killed the Uchiha clan together? Danzo Shimura stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi coldly. Have you forgotten what you sent me to do? It was you who asked me to monitor the Uchiha clan. It was you who was worried that the Uchiha clan would stage a coup, but you couldn't find a way to solve it. Shut up. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't dare to let Danzo Shimura continue. The eyes of the senior ninjas present were a little strange. Although everyone knew that the Uchiha clan was arrogant, it was still unsettling that the Uchiha clan was exterminated by the Konoha high-level officials. Danzo Shimura hesitated for a while, and actually listened to Hiruzen Sarutobi's idea, thinking that this matter was indeed difficult to say because it involved Uchiha Itachi. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo and was completely disappointed with his old friend. I didn't expect you to become so disregarding the overall situation. I also want to consider the overall situation. Shimura Danzo's face also turned ugly, and he said in a cold voice, but I have been helping you bear the darkness. Not everything I did was from your instructions. Don't think that all the crimes I committed are crimes. You are the source of the darkness in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead bulged with some anger. Because he knew this was the truth. He acquiesced to Shimura Danzo in many things, and those things were beneficial to Konoha. But Shimura Danzo actually said it openly. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice becoming more and more gloomy. You are Konoha bathing in the sun. I am the root bearer deep underground. You are enjoying the bright and beautiful Hokage above. I am bearing all the dirtiness of the decaying leaves below. I can endure all this. Shimura Danzo raised his palm and said coldly, but if you want to cut off the roots, do you think the big tree of Konoha will not perish together? Shimura Danzo suddenly tore open his sleeves, raised his palms, and spit out a powerful wind escape ninjutsu. Wind escape vacuum wave. This wind escape technique, like the sickle weasel, cut off the wall behind the entire platform in an instant, and directly forced back all the ninjas present. According to the Konoha collapse plan, Shimura Danzo first fought with Sarutobi Hiruzen to consume Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra, so that the next plan would be smoother. Monkey. Shimura Danzo pulled out the ninja sword hidden in his sleeve, and pointed the blade at his old friend. Let's come here to settle the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly took off his Hokage hat, intending to face the challenge from his old friend himself, and even waved his hand to dismiss the people of the Hokage guard. Shimura Danzo is my friend from the past. Let me send him off for the last time. How shameless, monkey. Shimura Danzo's eyes half narrowed. A group of Konoha Jonin looked at each other in bewilderment. Don't interfere in their fight. Akihara Kagura shook his head, sighed, and said, everyone, lock up the rioting mist ninja. After a while, I will help Hokage-sama and Danzo-sama create a fighting environment. Yes. The group of Jonin had no choice but to agree. Since it is not convenient for Hokage-sama to issue orders, they can only obey the orders of the Hokage's assistant. There will be no problem in doing what Akihara Kagura said. When the fourth Kazakage Raza saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo trying to fight on the platform, he chuckled and moved to a more comfortable audience seat. On the other side, inside the Chunin examination room, Gaara and Karin's fight was over. As Gaara was unable to defeat Karin, Shukaku finally couldn't hold back and took over the fight. As a result, he was tied up and beaten by Karin with diamond chains, and even directly caused Gaara's defeat, which was a disgrace to the tailed beasts. The sealed space inside Gaara's body. Shukaku and Gaara were still staring at each other in the sealed space. It's all your fault for having to come out. Gaara looked at Shukaku with dissatisfaction, his face gloomy. You made me lose to that stinky woman with glasses again. If I had fought by myself, I wouldn't have lost so quickly. Why did I lose again? Shukaku ignored Gaara's affairs, still thinking about his defeat, thinking about what the diamond chain that Karin used was. What kind of technique is that diamond chain-like thing? Should I ask those guys again? Because Karin's diamond chain restrained Shukaku too much, Shukaku felt a little confused for a while. Why is it so difficult to use chakra when tied up by the diamond chain? Or should I ask the group of tailed beasts? Shukaku had this idea, but immediately gave up. Because the lesson last time was too profound, it planned to think about it again and pay attention to it. When it meets Karin in the future, it will try to get rid of Karin. However, this scene was seen by Uzumaki Naruto. In the sealed space inside Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine Tails could see Gaara and Shukaku being chased and beaten by Karin through Naruto Uzumaki's eyes, and sneered in contempt. Shukaku, that idiot. He actually fought against the Uzumaki clan. Even though he had suffered enough from the Uzumaki clan's diamond chains, did Shukaku, that idiot, really think that he could change the fact that he was the weakest of the nine-tailed beasts by developing some useless abilities? The Nine Tails decided to write down everything that happened today, so that when Shukaku, that idiot, quarreled with him again in the future, he could use it as material to laugh at Shukaku. Karin wins. After Shiranu Genma announced the winner, he looked in the direction of Akihara Kagura with a wondering gaze, as if asking if the exam should continue. Continue. Akihara Kagura glanced at Shiranu Genma calmly, but then disbanded all his wood clones and performed the multiple wood clone technique again. Wood release, multiple wood clone technique. 8 wood clones emerged from behind Akihara Kagura. Ninjutsu, 4 red sun formation. 4 wood clones stayed in the Chunin examination hall to prevent the situation in the examination hall from threatening the safety of the audience. 4 wood clones jumped onto the high platform and surrounded the battlefield between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to prevent the aftermath of their battle from affecting others. 2 red sun formation barriers appeared here at the same time. All the audience present felt that their brains and eyes were not enough. They didn't know whether to watch the duel between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, or continue to watch the battle of the Chunin examination. Do we still have to continue the exam at this time? Hatake Kakashi stood beside Akihara Kagura, feeling a little speechless. Isn't the most important thing now to solve the problem of Shimura Danzo and Kirigakure? And will the people of Sans Village have any ideas? This won't delay it. Akihara Kagura glanced at Hatake Kakashi and continued nonchalantly, don't worry, there won't be any problems. Didn't everyone say it at the beginning? Some allies will not betray us. Hatake Kakashi sighed helplessly. To be honest, everyone's words are not very credible. Hatake Kakashi is still more willing to believe in Akihara Kagura's judgment. Although there has been no unusual movement in Sans Village and other small ninja villages, Hatake Kakashi is a little suspicious whether there will be a new crisis in a while. Because Shimura Danzo and Kirigakure suddenly rose up, it seems that Akihara Kagura never thought that Akihara Kagura would suppress their problems, which seems a bit brainless. These people dare to do this unless there is a supplementary plan. Did Shimura Danzo sacrifice himself and the Hidden Mist village just to let himself and Sarutobi Hiruzen fight fairly at this time? Shimura Danzo is not Sarutobi Hiruzen's opponent. This former assistant of the Hokage is not a bold person. In addition, the news that he and Orochimaru are colluding with each other often comes from the ninja world. If there is no greater crisis coming, Hatake Kakashi really doesn't believe it. On the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo have been fighting in a group. The 2 old men are already too old. They are a little out of breath after just a few moves. They even use their own skills to fight in the red sun formation barrier. Wind-style shuriken. Shimura Danzo's hands appeared with shuriken, and he opened his mouth to spit out wind-style chakra attached to each shuriken. The outer edges of these shuriken appeared with sharp wind-style outlines, turning into high-speed rotating wind-style blades, shooting towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen was fearless. He threw out a shuriken, quickly closed his palms and made a seal. Dozens of shurikens instantly collided with a wind-style shuriken, changing the direction of the wind-style shuriken. These wind-style shuriken directly pierced into the barrier of the red sun formation and dissipated. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was serious, staring at his old friend. This time, in order to protect the village, I must kill you here. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend to hand this matter over to others. He wanted to deal with Shimura Danzo here personally, just like the first Hokage once killed Uchiha Madara. Second update. It feels like it has just begun. Chapter 204 Seal of Reconciliation. Monkey. I've always hated this face of yours. Shimura Danzo raised his eyes slightly. His eyes were as sharp as a sword that wanted to pierce the other party. I am the one who protects the village at all costs, and you are the one who always compromises with the enemy country at the expense of the interests of the village, but you still say such words in a high-sounding manner. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about Shimura Danzo's slander against him, and retorted coldly, you have never protected the village at all costs, But you have been at all costs for your own selfish desires and power, and even harmed your companions in the village. I am for Konoha. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly with anger on his face, opened his mouth and spit out bullets like breath towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, wind style, vacuum ball. As an old friend of Shimura Danzo for many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Shimura Danzo very well. As soon as Shimura Danzo pouted, Sarutobi Hiruzen judged what technique he was going to use and had already dodged in advance. Danzo. Ask yourself. Are you really doing this for Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to tear off the mask of Shimura Danzo completely. All along, you have been secretly accumulating strength, forcing the major ninja clans to provide you with manpower under the banner of Konoha, but you wantonly assassinate those who oppose you in the village. Monkey, what's different about you? Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly, and simply exposed Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocrisy. For the so-called peace, we are willing to sacrifice the price of ninjas from the same village, and force ninjas from the same village to commit suicide to ask for peace from the enemy country. What is the difference between us? Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and sneered. At that time, everyone knew that the Hidden Cloud Village was for Konoha's bloodline limit, but they had to weakly force the head of the Hyuga clan to commit suicide as the so-called price for peace. That was for peace in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Shimura Danzo had forgotten the original situation. At that time, Konoha village was facing internal and external troubles. Minato Namikaze had just died, and the Uchiha clan was eyeing them covetously. What else could they do except sacrifice the Hyuga clan? It's for peace again. Danzo Shimura spread out his palms and cursed coldly. For the peace you talk about, for the so-called reduction of unnecessary sacrifices, how many people did Konoha sacrifice when it was flattering the enemy country? If it weren't for me, how many people would Konoha sacrifice? Danzo Shimura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and cursed very happily. You obviously want to grasp the power, but you still stubbornly and hypocritically maintain the face of the Hokage. Once a new force appears in Konoha, put it in your own hands and let them sacrifice for the cowardly peace you talk about. Now you see the price of peace. Danzo Shimura pointed to the Kurigakure ninja who was taken away outside the Red Sun formation barrier, and said coldly, at the beginning, I asked you to hand over the 4th Mizuka Jagura Kuridochi to me for disposal and to completely suppress the Kurigakure village, but you insisted on choosing to negotiate with the Kurigakure village. Now do you see the price of peace? This is your collusion with the Kurigakure village. Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted to put the blame on Danzo Shimura. However, Danzo Shimura no longer took the blame, and directly exposed the facts without paying attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words of coercion. Do you think that this old man is in collusion with the Hidden Mist Village? Everyone in the Hidden Mist Village has long thought about going to war with Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. If possible, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to explain that it was because Akihara Kagura had forced the Hidden Mist Village to capture the 4th Mizukage, but this was not the right time. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Danzo Shimura also knew his old friend very well. Are you trying to say that it was because that kid Akihara Kagura captured the 4th Mizukage, Kuridochi Yagura, and almost broke through the Hidden Mist Village that brought about the crisis of war? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. Shimura Danzo seemed to be somewhat helpless and shook his head. You always self-righteously impose your will on them, slowly turning some murderous wolves into a group of sheep to be slaughtered, and you think this is the inheritance of the first-generation Hokage. Have you forgotten? Our teacher is the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Shimura Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and reminded him coldly, Teacher Tobirama has never thought of betraying the interests of Konoha and negotiating peace with people from other ninja villages. You will only use the name of the first-generation Hokage's pursuit of peace to cover up your cowardice. Shimura Danzo has long been dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's ruling policy. Shimura Danzo has always been a hawk with a tough attitude. Whether it is external or internal, Shimura Danzo hopes to face it toughly, instead of choosing the so-called peace like Sarutobi Hiruzen, which will affect the atmosphere of the entire Konoha. Under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third-generation Hokage, the ninjas of Konoha actually thought that sacrificing the interests of the village, or even sacrificing the ninjas in the village in exchange for the enemy's willingness to negotiate peace, is also a matter of course. The villagers of Konoha actually thought that peace could be negotiated. Since ancient times, there has never been any peace that could be negotiated. Peace can only be fought for. Peace is gained through the bloodshed and sacrifice of Konoha ninjas on the front lines. However, many people naively believe that peace can be negotiated. They do not even think that peace gained through humiliation is a shame. This is the result of Sarutobi Hiruzen's nearly 40 years of ruling Konoha. Outside the barrier of the Red Sun Formation, Akihara Kagura stood outside, watching the two people arguing inside. It's a fierce argument. Hatake Kakashi stood next to Akihara Kagura, feeling the fight and argument between the two old men Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo inside, and subconsciously complained. Let them quarrel. Akihara Kagura shook her head, not caring about the fierce quarrel and fight inside. Both of them are old, how long can they quarrel? Hatake Kakashi didn't know what to say. He was more curious about another question. He frowned and asked, Kagura, don't you want to become Hokage? Do you think I can still become Hokage? Akihara Kagura smiled self-deprecatingly at the corner of her mouth and continued, the third Hokage thought that I was not suitable to become Hokage in front of everyone. To be honest, Akihara Kagura thought that there was not much benefit in becoming Hokage. What if she became Hokage? Not only would she lose a boss with a fixed position but not a fixed person, but other precious bosses who came back from the dead like the first Hokage and the second Hokage were also fired. In fact, you are the one who should become Hokage the most. Hatake Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura. He agreed that Akihara Kagura became Hokage, because only Hatake Kakashi knew that Akihara Kagura was very kind to the weak and her own people. Once Akihara Kagura becomes Hokage, she will definitely protect the villagers who respect and admire the Hokage, even though those villagers only admire the person who sits in the position of Hokage. No one will recognize me. Akihara Kagura is very self-aware of this. That's because they don't understand you. Hatake Kakashi feels that Akihara Kagura is very ignorant of herself. However, Hatake Kakashi can't say anything more. Because if Akihara Kagura can't become Hokage, it's the same if Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas of Konoha, becomes Hokage. Jiraiya is Akihara Kagura's teacher, and he must know Akihara Kagura very well. He will definitely hand over the position of Hokage to Akihara Kagura in the future. The old ones are fighting up there. The young ones are fighting down there. Hatake Kakashi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo who were fighting and cursing fiercely on the high platform above, and then looked at Temari and Aburimshino who were fighting in the examination room below and looked a bit like children playing. Today's Chunin exam is really lively. Akihara Kagura didn't say anything. Because Akihara Kagura knew that today's excitement had just begun. The fourth Kazakage Raza in the audience was very happy to watch the excitement. He became happier and happier as he watched the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Not only him. The ninjas of the Sand Village were all very happy. They didn't even care that Temari lost to Aburimshino. Originally, Temari could have won. Her wind escape technique was actually quite effective against Aburimshino's bugs. As long as she was careful, she wouldn't be hurt by Aburimshino. However, Temari was a little absent-minded. Perhaps she was attracted by the battle on the high platform, or perhaps because she was still affected by the battle with Narashikamaru, she didn't react for a while, and revealed a flaw when performing wind escape ninjutsu, which was solved by Aburimshino using bugs. Aburimshino wins. Shirinu Genma announced Aburimshino's victory, and continued to announce the start of the next exam. Next, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Karin. This will be a battle between the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect that he would fight with Karin, although he was still ambitious and even thought that he could fight with a Nine-Tails chakra in his body. But when Uzumaki Naruto tried his best to fight, he could only use the chakra of one tail, and he couldn't fight against Karin who just restrained the Jinchuuriki. Besides, Uzumaki Naruto didn't have a strong desire to fight with Karin. Uzumaki Naruto simply used his special move and summoned hundreds of shadow clones to besiege Karin, but was easily solved by Karin. The battle on the high platform continued. Shimura Danzo brandished the ninja sword and pressed forward step by step. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped back, put his hands together and formed a seal, summoning his own summoning beast, ninjutsu, summoning technique. A strong monkey appeared on the battlefield, looking at the fighting enemy, and was a little dazed for a moment. Fighting with Danzo again? You haven't fought for almost 40 years, right? You are almost 70 years old and you are doing childish tricks in ninja competition again. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast, the king of the monkey clan, and also a powerful helper in Sarutobi Hiruzen's battle, and also a good friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his palm and said in a deep voice, Danzo is a traitor in the village. I need you to help me kill him. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little dazed. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted quickly, jumped into Sarutobi Hiruzen's palm, turned into Golden Hoop, blocked Shimura Danzo's ninja sword, and even smashed the sharp ninja sword directly. Wind style, vacuum blade. Shimura Danzo opened his mouth and spit out a wind style ninjutsu, adding a layer of wind style blades to the broken ninja sword, and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen again. But this time, Shimura Danzo could no longer take advantage of the ninja sword. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the golden hoop stick and directly knocked Shimura Danzo out, leaped high, and swung the golden hoop stick to hit Shimura Danzo's forehead. Wind style, vacuum wave. Shimura Danzo spit out a blade-like wind style, forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen in the sky to retreat, and then joined his hands again to form a seal to summon his own summoning technique. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A huge dream taper was summoned by him. The moment this dream taper appeared, it directly used wind style to devour Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen used force to stab the golden hoop stick straight into the ground, and his arms tightly held the golden hoop stick to support his body from being swallowed by the dream taper's wind style. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately put his hands together and formed a seal, and spit out an endless stream of flames. No one in this world is better at dealing with Shimura Danzo than Sarutobi Hiruzen. They played together almost before they entered school, grew up together, became adults together, and grew old together. The number of times they fought each other was countless. However, Shimura Danzo was always the loser. In order to win the battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen, except for the power that was inconvenient to expose, Shimura Danzo would use almost any trump card he got in the battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the summoned beast like the Dream Taper was naturally no exception. This time Sarutobi Hiruzen won again. The flames burned in the direction that the Dream Taper absorbed and devoured, and even the fire used the wind to ignite the Dream Taper's body. The severely injured summoned beast instantly turned into smoke and dissipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen panted and pulled out the golden hoop of the ape demon incarnation. Sarutobi Hiruzen is already very old. Although he knows that he will definitely win the battle against Shimura Danzo, he still feels a little tired in this battle. Danzo, you lose. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked towards Shimura Danzo with a golden hoop in his hand. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a heavy breath, because this battle was very exhausting for him. His body was already old, and because he did not have the cells of Hashirama transplanted, it was not easy for him to support a battle. But Shimura Danzo still has a killer move. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was coming, and he didn't know whether he should use his killer move. At this moment, he even had the urge to die with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo remembered their plan again, and looked at Akihara Kagura across the Red Sun formation barrier, hoping that Akihara Kagura would quickly think of a way to save him. Akihara Kagura quietly made a gesture. Shimura Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. This bastard. He was actually allowed to save himself. However, Danzo Shimura knew that this gesture could indeed save him. For Konoha, I must kill you. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the golden hoop in his hand, and wanted to smash it down, killing Danzo Shimura, his friend of nearly 70 years, on the spot. Monkey. Danzo Shimura closed his palms and quickly made a hand seal, which was the seal of reconciliation that Konoha ninjas would use when they finished sparring with each other. All Konoha ninjas will learn this hand seal when they enter the ninja school. After the sparring between the two sides is over, they will make a seal of reconciliation to indicate that their hatred in the battle will disappear. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the very familiar seal of reconciliation, and recalled in his mind the life he grew up with Danzo Shimura, and the movement of his hands slowly stopped. The third update. The first wave is over. The second wave will start tomorrow, with the story of Lord Orochimaru's appearance and Lord Danzo's return home. Chapter 205 Why are all my roots Uchiha? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat indecisive. Even before the battle began, Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly wanted to kill Shimura Danzo just like the first Hokage Senju Hashirama killed Uchiha Madara, but at the moment when Shimura Danzo made the seal of reconciliation, his body stopped involuntarily. Seal of reconciliation. This hand seal also represents the end of the fight between them. Yugai. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, put away the golden hoop in his hand, and stretched out his arm towards Shimura Danzo, wanting to pull Shimura Danzo directly from the ground, just like when their ninja battle ended many years ago. Shimura Danzo hesitated for a while and grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's palm. Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed Danzo's palm with mixed feelings. After all, his ending and that of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama were different. He did not kill his friend like the first Hokage did. Be more obedient in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled Shimura Danzo to stand up and scolded in a deep voice, "We are already so old, and you still want to toss so many troubles out." Humph! Shimura Danzo's mouth was still a little unconvinced. Although when Shimura Danzo took the initiative to make the seal of reconciliation to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it also meant that he chose to surrender to Sarutobi Hiruzen and admit that he lost to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Shimura Danzo knew it very well. This seal of reconciliation was just to survive temporarily. It was not the end of his defeat to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the beginning of his victory in this battle. Ninjas should use any means. If he wanted to win, he could use his killer move to die together with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Shimura Danzo didn't want to kill Kagura and Orochimaru to enjoy the benefits of dying together with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why would the other two allies benefit if he died here? You are awesome this time. Danzo Shimura had a plan in mind, and was a little polite to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Do you want to do it again? Hiruzen Sarutobi scolded Danzo Shimura again, and continued, after the Chunin exam is over, you will be told about everything you have done in the past few years, as well as what Orochimaru has done. From now on, you must stay in the village and not go out. Humph! Danzo Shimura felt a little dissatisfied again. Their battle was over. The barrier of the Red Sun formation slowly dissipated. Akihara Kagura and Hatake Kakashi walked in. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Kagura Akihara, and took the initiative to hand Danzo Shimura over to his former subordinates for care. Kagura, take Danzo back and take care of him. Yes. Kagura Akihara nodded and agreed. Danzo Shimura squinted and looked at Kagura Akihara. Everything went according to their plan. After consuming Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra, he was taken back to the root base by Akihara Kagura, and the rest was left to Orochimaru to solve. Let's go, Master Danzo. Akihara Kagura took the initiative to walk in front of Shimura Danzo. It happened that at this time, Karin and Aburame Shino's last Chunin exam battle was about to begin, and Karin chose to admit defeat. Akihara Kagura took back her wooden clone and took Karin and Shimura Danzo back to the root base together, because this exam was over. Is the third round of the Chunin exam over as well? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the fourth Kazekage Raza, who was walking towards the podium, waiting for the Kazekage to come on stage, ready to give a closing speech for this joint exam together. Although this Chunin exam had some minor problems caused by Shimura Danzo and the Kurigakure ninja, it ended perfectly after all. Konoha used thundering means to resolve the riot of the Kurigakure ninja, showing all the allies present how powerful it is now, so that no one dared to covet Konoha anymore. In short, this exam also achieved its purpose. The only imperfection is probably that his image as a Hokage has been damaged. Because many people know a little bit of the secrets between him and Shimura Danzo, it is inevitable that his image as a Hokage will be affected a little, but it doesn't matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen has also thought about it. After the end of this Chunin exam, he will retire again and let Jiraiya take the position of Hokage. Root base. When Akihara Kagura and Karin brought Shimura Danzo back, Yamanaka Fuu and Aburame Tone were at the door of the root base to greet them, which made Shimura Danzo feel a little relaxed. Obviously, there should be no problem in the root base. Our mission is over. Danzo Shimura glanced at Kagura Akihara and continued, next we just have to wait for that guy Orochimaru to kill Monkey, and then our plan will be accomplished. When Danzo Shimura said this, he remembered what Hiruzen Sarutobi said on the podium. However, Monkey mentioned that you are not allowed to succeed to the position of Hokage. Don't worry. Kagura Akihara chuckled and looked back at Danzo Shimura. After the third Hokage is killed by Orochimaru, I will avenge the third Hokage and kill Orochimaru. Then, won't it be a natural thing for me to succeed to the position of Hokage? Kagura Akihara looked at Danzo Shimura and continued to deceive him. The reason why I changed the order of appearance in the Konoha collapse plan was to separate Danzo and Orochimaru. Everyone will think that Orochimaru killed the third Hokage, and Danzo is completely unaware of this. I saved you out of kindness. Betray Orochimaru. Shimura Danzo thought for a second and agreed with Akihara Kagura's statement, this is fine. After getting rid of the monkey, that guy is useless anyway. Shimura Danzo certainly had no psychological pressure to betray his allies. Moreover, after the Chunin exam, Shimura Danzo thought that he and Akihara Kagura had taken control of Konoha's power, and there was no point in keeping Orochimaru. The only use of Orochimaru was biological science and technology. Even if Shimura Danzo wanted to have wood release in Sharingan, Konoha village had qualified experimental subjects, and perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen had left complete experimental records. Even though Danzo Shimura already knew the result, he still seemed to be a little depressed. I spent so much time, but in the end, you, a little brat, will become the Hokage of the village, and I will still be the root guarding Konoha in the dark. He had been tossing around in Konoha village for so many years, and became a rebel ninja for so many years, but now he is still the leader of the root, and this little brat is going to become the Hokage. Isn't this what we agreed on? Akihara Kagura extended his hand to invite Danzo Shimura to walk into the corridor of the base, turned his head and ordered Karin, go and call everyone out to welcome Danzo home. Yes. Karin lowered her head and agreed. Humph. Danzo Shimura snorted disdainfully, but he was quite satisfied with Akihara Kagura's arrangement. After several years, he finally returned to Konoha and regained the power of the root. The only change might be that the village's Hokage would change from Sarutobi Hiruzen to Akihara Kagura. As Danzo Shimura walked deeper into the root base, he said slowly, Kagura, the root doesn't seem to have developed very well in recent years. You have been suppressed by the monkey and cannot grasp the power of the root. I have said long ago that you should not make changes to the root that I founded. This kind of change is beneficial. Kagura Akihara shook her head, looked at Danzo Shimura and chuckled, at least in my hands, the number and strength of the root are much stronger than in the past. Are these people reliable? Danzo Shimura glanced at Kagura Akihara, and continued to himself, even if the monkey sends people in, it doesn't matter. The monkey will die today anyway, and I will slowly eliminate those who are not suitable for the root. Don't worry. After today, they will all be reliable. Kagura Akihara chuckled, spread out his palms and said, I also wanted to change the root, but I found that Lord Danzo's method of gathering the root's manpower is correct. The current root are all a group of homeless people in the ninja world. When Akihara Kagura said this, he looked at a group of people who came out from the depths of the root base. There were men, women, old and young, all wearing masks. So many people. Shimura Danzo felt that the number of people in the root was a bit too much, and he was not satisfied. The root is a ninja walking in the dark, and we don't need so many useless people, especially some people's hair was a little gray. Even though these people were wearing masks, Shimura Danzo could tell that they were old. He snorted coldly, the root doesn't need useless waste. Some should be disposed of when they should be disposed of. Sometimes a piece of waste paper can also have its uses. Akihara Kagura said with a smile, and turned to look at everyone present. Everyone present, let Danzo-sama get to know you. Your names have appeared on the list on Danzo-sama's desk, but it seems that you rarely have the opportunity to meet. Take advantage of this opportunity. Akihara Kagura's body slowly retreated to the side, but the smile on the corner of her mouth seemed to be uncontrollable. Let Danzo-sama meet, let's get to know each other. Have I seen their names? Shimura Danzo frowned, squinted his eyes and looked at the group of people with some confusion. The next moment, a group of scarlet eyes lit up. Sharingan Shimura Danzo immediately recognized the eyes. However, before Shimura Danzo had time to figure out what was going on, he saw pairs of scarlet eyes appear in his field of vision. Among the crowd of people, all of them actually have a pair of scarlet Sharingan. The scarlet eyes are somewhat eye-catching in the dark, and they look a bit weird in this dark base, as if these guys in front of them are a group of monsters that will choose people to eat at any time. But this is not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part is that these people are not transplanted eyes, their eyes have been transformed from normal eyes into Sharingan, which means that these people in front of them are all of Uchiha bloodline. These people are all from the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo's heart trembled. What a joke, weren't all the Uchiha clan of Konoha wiped out on the night of the clan extermination? Why are there so many Uchiha still alive? Why are these living Uchiha all at the root? Shimura Danzo's heart twitched a little, and he turned his head to look at Akihara Kagura in disbelief, staring at Akihara Kagura's face with a playful smile. Unhappy. Akihara Kagura looked at the shock on Shimura Danzo's face with a smile, as if asking for credit and reward. Sir Danzo, don't you like the Uchiha clan's Sharingan very much? So I eliminated all the people you left in the root, and replaced them all with the Uchiha clan. You. Shimura Danzo was shocked and angry, even his pupils widened in an instant, his heart beat so fast that he felt the blood rushing to his brain, His nerves were abnormally tense, almost making his head explode, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Logistics class, training class, combat class. Akihara Kagura stretched out his palm and counted his fingers one by one. If you count carefully, the people cleaning the base are all Uchiha. What the hell is going on? What's going on? Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, trying not to let himself fall down because of shock. He insisted on asking the truth. Tell me, what's going on? Did the Uchiha clan die out long ago? The Uchiha clan is dead. Akihara Kagura shrugged. His nonchalant attitude seemed to be talking about something unimportant. These Uchiha who survived the night of the genocide are homeless. I can only arrange them in the route founded by Danzo and find a place for them to live. Shimura Danzo's heart beat faster. He has been dedicated to how to eliminate the Uchiha who endanger the peace and stability of Konoha all his life. No matter what, he could not imagine that the route he founded would be filled with Uchiha one day. Danzo-sama, calm down. Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo and continued with a smile. However, I have been worried that Danzo-sama would not be able to accept it psychologically for a while. Fortunately, on the night of the genocide, I guessed that the third Hokage might deprive Danzo-sama of his power, and immediately took the initiative to take over the route to prevent the route from being disbanded and to leave a home for the surviving Uchiha. In order to make the entire route comprised of Uchiha clan members and to give Danzo-sama a surprise, I had to find ways to eliminate Danzo-sama's men, but Danzo-sama will definitely pay attention to the situation in the route. Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo, her smile appearing very sincere. In order to prevent Danzo-sama from coming to the route frequently and discovering the surprises I have worked so hard to arrange in advance, I can only find a way to get them to help. And we will work together to drive Danzo-sama out of Konoha. First update. Let's start having fun. Chapter 206, Lord Danzo, I just want to take care of you and see you to the end of your life. This bastard. Danzo Shimura felt the anger rising in his heart. The old man always believed that he was forced to defect from Konoha because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's frame-up, but he didn't expect that it was the bastard Akihara Kagura who did it. Itsu Danzo Shimura could no longer regain his calm and rationality. He looked at Akihara Kagura in front of him with a gloomy face. It's all because of you that I became a rebel ninja yet. Akihara Kagura nodded, without denying what she had done, and sighed. It's actually quite troublesome to accomplish this. In order to let Danzo leave Konoha and enjoy a good life outside, I have mobilized a lot of people. Not only do I have to find a way to frame you in front of the Hokage, but I also have to plant the blame on the Hokage in front of you. The most troublesome thing is to avoid arousing other people's attention, bastard. The blood vessels in Danzo Shimura's forehead burst with anger. Don't be angry. Akihara Kagura hurriedly persuaded the nearly 70-year-old man, fearing that the old man would be angry to death on the spot. I am also thinking about Lord Danzo. Shimura Danzo looked at Akihara Kagura with gritted teeth, and hated him so much that he wanted to bite Akihara Kagura to death on the spot. Framed and forced me to defect. Is it also for my own good? But Akihara Kagura pointed at a group of Uchiha and continued, when this group of people were forced into a desperate situation, they didn't even have the chance to defect. Uchiha has always been a destabilizing factor in the village. Shimura Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he did not hide his hatred for Uchiha. They wanted to launch a coup and rebellion in Konoha. They should have been dealt with. They were forced by you high-level people. An old Uchiha stood up. He was very old and had experienced a lot. We betrayed Lord Madara and chose to stay in Konoha. We didn't expect that the Konoha high-level people would try every means to clean up the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan is born evil. Shimura Danzo started with the same old excuse. Are they alright? Akihara Kagura glanced at the group of Uchiha clans, and seemed to be very curious about what Shimura Danzo said. They have been quite obedient in the past few years in the route. They will do anything you ask them to do, and even when you ask them to frame you, no one has any objections. Not only did they have no objections, they were even very enthusiastic. The Uchiha clan had long hated the Konoha high-level officials, especially after they learned from Shisa that Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Itachi killed the entire Uchiha clan. However, it is also true that these Uchiha clans are obedient. Perhaps it is because of Shisa's leadership, perhaps it is because they recognize Akihara Kagura's Sharingan, perhaps they have long been homeless and have nowhere to go, or perhaps there is no hope anywhere else, and only here can they live. These Uchiha clans do not cause trouble. Danzo Shimura ignored the old man from the Uchiha clan and looked at Kagura Akihara with disdain. The Uchiha clan is evil by nature. Sooner or later, a dangerous person like Uchiha Madara will be born. Kagura, sooner or later you will regret it. Now I am the leader of the root. Kagura Akihara spread out his palms, a strange smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes also faintly revealed a conspicuous scarlet. Danzo, is there a possibility that I am the dangerous person like Uchiha Madara? Kagura Akihara. Danzo Shimura looked at Kagura Akihara in disbelief. Kagura Akihara has never shown his Sharingan before. At this moment, the old man realized something more terrible. Kagura Akihara has never shown his Sharingan. This guy also has the genes of Uchiha. This guy hides more things than he imagined. What Shimura Danzo was even more horrified about was that what Akihara Kagura said was true, because he was really the one as dangerous as Uchiha Madara, even more dangerous than Uchiha Madara. Akihara Kagura not only had the bloodline of the Sharingan, but also had the power of the first generation of Hokage. The most terrifying thing was Akihara Kagura's scheming. How on earth could this guy endure not being able to use his Sharingan? It really surprised me. Shimura Danzo's fingers rolled into his palm little by little, staring at Akihara Kagura's scarlet eyes. I actually never realized that you still have the blood of Uchiha. Did it or Orochimaru find out about this? Of course. After Akihara Kagura nodded, he chuckled and shook his head and said, but, Danzo, I actually used the Sharingan in front of you. Shimura Danzo frowned and thought. When did I not notice it? This is impossible. I am very sensitive to the Sharingan, and there is no way I didn't notice it. When? Danzo Shimura frowned, and he couldn't remember it no matter what. Did you cast an illusion on me when you used the Sharingan? Yes. Akihara Kagura nodded, and his eyes gradually turned into a pair of strange Mangekyo Sharingan. He chuckled and asked, if nothing unexpected happens, that should be the most terrifying illusion Danzo has ever encountered in his life, right? I wonder if Danzo still remembers it. It was you at that time. Danzo Shimura looked at Akihara Kagura and suddenly remembered. At that time, he had just ambushed his men and used Izanagi to take away one of Uchiha Shisu's Mangekyo Sharingan, but he ended up being caught in an extremely terrifying illusion and lost the eye in that illusion world. At that time, Danzo Shimura thought it was Uchiha Obito, but he didn't expect that it was Akihara Kagura who did it. Are you living comfortably in that illusion world? Akihara Kagura spread out her palms, asked with a smile, I carefully prepared and built this illusion world for you. Asshole Shimura Danzo thought of his life in the illusion world where he was constantly being cheated, and he wished he could eat Akihara Kagura alive right away. How many things have you hidden from me? I was the one who brought you to Konoha. And the first thing you did was to erase my name. There was a hint of sneer on Akihara Kagura's lips, and she didn't care about Shimura Danzo's anger at all. You just want to use me as a tool. The first day you brought me into Konoha, I had already figured out how to leave the roots. So when you taught me to learn wood release, I immediately released a tree world descent that would alarm the third Hokage and attract the attention of the third Hokage, because I knew that the third Hokage would never allow the power to escape his control. You. Shimura Danzo's angry eyes were bloodshot. Everything is just as I expected. I was transferred to the Anbu by the third Hokage, and thus I am out of your control, but I am still not out of the danger you bring me. Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo's bloodshot eyes and continued, in order to get out of your control, I showed my value in front of the third Hokage, while instigating the conflict between you and the third Hokage. Because you all want to use me as a weapon. However, people are always greedy. It is enough to have a weapon in your own hands and not to give it to others. So of course the third Hokage will try his best to make me get rid of your control over me. Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo and continued, as long as I show a little bit that you still have hope of controlling me, the third Hokage will never let you get close to me, to prevent this weapon that belongs to him alone from being contaminated by you. For example, I like to show myself in front of Hatake Kakashi, and hand over the third Tsuchikage and the fourth Mizukage to you for disposal, but I let Hatake Kakashi go to the Hokage building to report first, but Hatake Kakashi and the third Hokage don't understand it all. I always deliberately avoid the routes that a route may detect me, so that the third Hokage always gets the intelligence first and rushes to meet with the cages of other ninja villages. The third Hokage will never understand. I will never be contaminated and controlled by you. I just need him to think that I will be polluted by you. At this time, Danzo Shimura roughly understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen forbade him to contact Akihara Kagura for a period of time. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't want to control Akihara Kagura anymore, and even assigned himself a task to monitor Uchiha, so that he could let Akihara Kagura go temporarily. The origin of all this was actually caused by that bastard Akihara Kagura. Later, everything went smoothly. Akihara Kagura looked at Danzo with a smile and continued, "In order to make the third Hokage believe that my strength is important to Konoha, I revealed the identity of Uchiha Obito and personally captured the fourth Mizukage and the third Tsuchikage. These made the Hokage understand one thing, that I am very powerful and must not be sacrificed easily. It would be very troublesome to kill me. It just so happens that the threat from the Uchiha clan is growing. In order to have more power to suppress the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage will continue to increase my strength and choose to drink poison to quench thirst. Of course, I didn't act like poison, and I always acted very dangerous but safe. My dangers are all to my enemies. My safety is all to my friends. I made the third Hokage understand that I am the guarantee of Konoha's peace and security. My appearance allows Konoha's top leaders to easily resolve the crisis of the Uchiha coup. But Monkey doesn't know that you are the biggest crisis." Danzo Shimura narrowed his eyes, looked at the group of surviving Uchiha, and said in a deep voice, "I am very curious, how did you save them on the night of the genocide, and make people think they were all dead?" Uchiha Itachi. When Akihara Kagura mentioned this name, all the Uchiha present were obviously angry. They hated that traitor of the same clan more than they hated the Konoha high-level officials. Uchiha Itachi controlled the fourth Mizukage Kuruda Yagura who left Konoha. Akihara Kagura made no secret of her past plans. Uchiha Itachi would not understand that the reason he was able to get the three tails was the information I delivered. I guessed that when Uchiha Itachi wanted to kill his own clan members, he did not have enough time to search, and he would definitely use the tailed beast ball to clean up the Uchiha clan's territory, which would just cover me to rescue these survivors and make people think that they were all buried under the tailed beast ball. Of course, even if Uchiha Itachi did not control the three tails to release the tailed beast ball at that time, it would not matter. Akihara Kagura always had backup plans for her plans, and continued slowly, "I will use the true Thousand Hands to destroy the Uchiha clan's territory and completely cover up the traces of their disappearance. It just so happens. That night, you also lost power." When Akihara Kagura said this, there seemed to be some regret in her eyes when she looked at Shimura Danzo. "It just so happened that the news sent by the Hidden Mist Village gave me an opportunity. I finally had the opportunity to frame you and kick out those ninjas who are loyal to you in the route. So you let me take those people away." Shimura Danzo stared at Akihara Kagura. He was fooled at that time. Although he gained a lot of manpower at that time, he lost the opportunity to completely monitor Akihara Kagura, and let this group of surviving Uchiha complete the replacement of birds and completely occupy the route. Yes, they are too loyal to you. You just happen to be short of manpower, so I'll just give them all to you. Akihara Kagura did not deny it, and continued, "Even if you don't want it, I will find a way to pack it and send it to the Anbu to prevent them from interfering with my plan." In the end, you took the initiative to be fooled. Akihara Kagura smiled, and seemed very satisfied with Shimura Danzo's performance at that time. "You even took away the two spies I planted next to you." Huh? Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed, and he looked at Aburame Tone and Yamanaka Fuu beside him. "Tone, Fuu, you two, they are my personal guards." Akihara Kagura spread out her hands and motioned Aburame Tone and Yamanaka Fuu to come to her side. "What do you mean by personal guards? I have specifically reminded Danzo-sama, and Danzo-sama should understand it better, right? Kagura-sama." Aburame Tone immediately stood behind Akihara Kagura. "Kagura-sama." Yamanaka Fuu followed Aburame Tone. Akihara Kagura looked at the two returning spies, and then looked at Shimura Danzo, who was like a lonely man. "You two have made great contributions to Danzo-sama becoming a rebel ninja. You dare to betray me too. They have never been loyal to you." Akihara Kagura chuckled and continued, "When you were still in the Rain Country, I sent people to pretend to be the subordinates of the third Hokage to clean up your men. I specially left them behind, just hoping that they would influence you." "I see." Shimura Danzo was perhaps desperate to the extreme, and there was a kind of silence in his eyes as if his heart was dead. "For so many years, it's really hard for you to secretly control my life?" "Not long." Akihara Kagura didn't seem to be particularly proud. She counted carefully before speaking. "I am only 17 years old this year, and Danzo-sama is almost 70 years old this year. When I first saw you, I thought about how to take care of you in your old age and see you to the end of your life." Second update. There is one more update. Chapter 207. Wake up, Master Danzo, you are under an illusion. Shimura Danzo's brain was a little black. Perhaps it was because of the sequelae of the limited Tsukuyomi illusion he had been hit by. If Akihara Kagura was not too young, Shimura Danzo would even have an illusion that his entire life seemed to be controlled by Akihara Kagura. HMPH, you say you'll take care of me until the end of my life, but in your heart you've been thinking about killing me, Danzo Shimura said as he slowly untied the bandages on his body. On the first day in front of me, you acted like you would only follow my orders, but secretly you disobeyed my orders. You've even been thinking about this day, right? There's nothing I can do about it. Akihara Kagura shook her head inside. I once fantasized about being loyal to Danzo-sama, but the thought of it is a bit disgusting, not to mention that what Danzo-sama did with Kabuto Yakashi and Inanoi Yakashi is too inhumane because they control too many secrets of Konoha. Danzo Shimura shook his head inside. If we can't be ruthless and use cruel means, we can't achieve the goal of protecting Konoha, Danzo-sama. Akihara Kagura interrupted Danzo Shimura and smiled helplessly. It's okay if we use this kind of words to deceive others. Others will just laugh when they know they have been deceived by you. It's meaningless if you accidentally deceive yourself. Everyone present here is now a member of the root. There is no need to say such words to deceive yourself. Danzo Shimura stared at Kagura Akihara hatefully. This bastard. He is still questioning my determination to protect Konoha. If you really want to protect Konoha. Kagura Akihara saw Danzo Shimura's shocked and angry eyes and asked him a fatal question. Why do you want to carry out the Konoha collapse plan with us? Lord Danzo, you should know the harm of Orochimaru better than anyone else, right? Aren't you still in collusion with him? Danzo Shimura was actually unable to refute. However, the old man quickly found an opportunity to fight back, and said in a deep voice, that's because I have always believed that those dual bloodline ninjas are experimental products made by monkeys. I just want justice, but I didn't expect it was you who framed me in secret. Why can you get justice? Akihara Kagura pointed at the group of surviving Uchiha and asked, who'll help them get justice? Go to the second Hokage to get justice. Step back. You always like to say that ninjas need to sacrifice themselves. Akihara Kagura looked at Danzo Shimura with a mocking look in his eyes. Danzo, why can't you sacrifice your own reputation? If you are willing to bear the infamy of conducting dual bloodline ninja experiments in violation of regulations, how could I have the opportunity to instigate you and the third Hokage to become enemies? The most I can do is kill you and destroy the body. Danzo Shimura didn't know what to say. Even Yamanaka Feng, who was standing behind Akihara Kagura, was speechless after hearing what he said. He couldn't help but secretly glance at Akihara Kagura, but was immediately stopped by a burim tone with a look. Speak frankly. Akihara Kagura stared at Shimura Danzo, who was speechless because of him, and coldly exposed Danzo's thoughts. You have always believed that ninjas need to sacrifice themselves. That's because the sacrifice is for others, as long as the sacrifice is not for yourself. You evil kid. The corners of Shimura Danzo's eyes twitched with anger, as if he was poked in a sore spot, and he cursed coldly. It's just that I brought back the Uchiha remnants hidden in Konoha. What qualifications do you have to say that I won't choose to sacrifice? While Shimura Danzo was speaking, he suddenly pulled open his collar, revealing the black spell on his chest, and he looked a little righteous. Don't think that I will be greedy for life and afraid of death. My sacrifice will only be left at the most critical moment. Akihara Kagura looked at the spell on Shimura Danzo's chest and frowned. Danzo Shimura remembered the teachings left to him by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and a firm look appeared in his eyes. I have indeed made a big mistake. I always hesitate in making decisions at critical moments, but I will never make the same mistake again at this moment. For example, now. For example, use this killer move now to die together with Kagura Akihara and the surviving Uchiha, and eliminate all the existence that may endanger Konoha in the dark. The black spell on Danzo Shimura's chest suddenly started to work, spraying black liquid like a shower, and continuously falling on the corridor floor of the root. This is Danzo Shimura's killer move, the inner four symbol sealing technique. Once this technique is activated, all the blood in Danzo Shimura's body will spray out, and the inner four symbol sealing spell carved on his body in advance will expand rapidly, and it will be able to completely seal everything in the range. This root base will also be completely destroyed by the inner four symbol seal. Whether it is Akihara Kagura or the spies behind Akihara Kagura, Aburame Tone and Yamanaka Fuu, as well as the Uchiha remnants who survived the night of the genocide at the root base, these people are threats to Konoha and will all be destroyed here together. At this moment, Shimura Danzo actually had a sense of mission in his heart. He founded the root, He built this root base, and he brought Akihara Kagura back to Konoha. He was the origin of all this. In this case, let everything be destroyed here. Everything is caused by myself, so let all these troubles be destroyed in my own hands today, and let myself and the mistakes I created be destroyed together. What do you want to do? What is this thing? Akihara Kagura saw the black blood spraying everywhere, a flash of shock and anger crossed his face, and a wooden thorn appeared in his palm, ready to fly towards Shimura Danzo at any time. Kid, it's too late. Looking at the confusion and anger on Akihara Kagura's face, Danzo Shimura actually laughed with some contempt. Even you should not have thought about this technique, right? This is the inner four symbol seal that I prepared for myself. I have been ready to sacrifice for Konoha once I am captured or killed, in order to prevent my body from falling into the hands of others and allowing the enemy to extract secrets from me. I will activate the inner four symbol seal and bury my body in this technique. Once this technique is started, it cannot be stopped. Danzo Shimura stared at Akihara Kagura in front of him, feeling that his image at the moment was extremely tall, and even looking down at Akihara Kagura. Kid, don't think that I will only say things like ninjas need to sacrifice themselves. Don't question my loyalty to Konoha. My sacrifice must be to save Konoha at the critical moment right here. I will use my life to catch all the crises hidden in Konoha. When Shimura Danzo said the last words, there was a hint of madness in his eyes, and deep in this madness, there was actually some calmness in facing death. Humph, I don't know what's going on with Monkey. Will that pedantic fool Monkey still be alive at this time? Will I sacrifice for Konoha first, or will Monkey sacrifice to protect Konoha first? At this moment, Shimura Danzo actually thought of his old friend Sarutobi Hirozen. The bond in the ninja world is always so strange. Shimura Danzo still thought of Sarutobi Hirozen at this critical moment of death. Shimura Danzo clearly knew all the actions of the Konoha collapse plan, and knew that Sarutobi Hirozen should be facing the attack of Orochimaru and the two previous Hokage's impure world reincarnations at this time, and he should be likely to die at any time. Will the two of them sacrifice at the same time? If so, it seems to be a kind of fate. Because they have been together since childhood, spent their lives together, and finally sacrificed to protect Konoha. Is this the bond that Monkey often talks about? Just when Shimura Danzo was still thinking about it, the voice of Akihara Kagura appeared in his ears. This voice was extremely harsh. Wake up. Danzo, you are under an illusion. Shimura Danzo's face changed. Because he seemed to be under an illusion. Shimura Danzo always thought that he had released the four-symbol sealing technique and completely sealed Akihara Kagura and a group of Uchiha remnants for Konoha's sacrifice. Unexpectedly, he was under an illusion. It was even an ordinary Sharingan hypnotic illusion. Sharingan. Shimura Danzo immediately raised his finger to remove the illusion. His clothes were still on his body, as if nothing had happened. This made Shimura Danzo's heart sink. When Shimura Danzo touched his chest in disbelief. When exactly was he under an illusion? However, it was possible at any time, because all the people present were Uchiha, and all of them had Sharingan, and they might have cast an illusion on him at some point. Was it because he didn't have Sharingan, or because he consumed too much chakra in his body, that this illusion was hard to resist? Just when I opened my Sharingan, Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo, and seemed to look at Shimura Danzo innocently. Danzo-sama, you had to look at my Sharingan when you spoke, and even looked at it several times. I thought you couldn't accept the reality, so I cast an illusion on you. I don't understand why did you keep mumbling about sacrificing yourself during the illusion? Danzo-sama, how would you sacrifice yourself? You bastard. Shimura Danzo tore open his collar. This time, Shimura Danzo was sure that he had left the illusion and was not under any illusion. He was going to cast the four-symbol seal here immediately. The next moment, Shimura Danzo's body began to spray black blood. On Shimura Danzo's chest, the spell of the inner four-symbol seal rose faintly. However, Akihara Kagura appeared next to Shimura Danzo in an instant, and quickly formed seals with her fingers, pressing several acupuncture points on Shimura Danzo's chest. Shimura Danzo's blood immediately stopped spraying out. The old man looked at Akihara Kagura in astonishment, his pupils widened, and shouted in a deep voice, once the inner four-symbol seal is activated, it is impossible to stop it. Sword. Akihara Kagura stretched out her palm, and a root ninja immediately rushed over quickly and put a sharp ninja sword in Akihara Kagura's hand. Akihara Kagura pulled out the ninja sword, and the chakra instantly attached to the ninja sword. She swung the ninja sword and quickly slashed twice, leaving a cross on Shimura Danzo's chest, and even cut of flesh and blood on Danzo's chest, but no blood flowed out. Akihiro Kagura released the ninja sword in his hand, quickly formed two hand seals, raised his hand and slapped Shimura Danzo's chest, and he continued to slap again. 4 symbols 8 diagrams seal. As the 2 4-symbol seal spells in Akihiro Kagura's hand fell on Shimura Danzo's body, the 4-symbol seal spell was instantly destroyed. Even the 4-symbol seal spell that Shimura Danzo had carved in advance disappeared without a trace, and the cross wound cut by the ninja sword immediately gushed out red blood. Shimura Danzo's body fell back against the wall, beating his chest frantically, hoping that his killing move would take effect immediately. However, the spells had disappeared without a trace, and Shimura Danzo beat his chest hard, which only made the cross wound on his chest worse, making him almost unable to suppress his pain. Danzo-sama. Akihiro Kagura patted her palms, as if she had done something insignificant. Any technique has its own way of breaking it, even forbidden techniques are no exception. Because she has the characteristics of a master of forbidden techniques, Akihiro Kagura can calmly break the trouble caused by the inner 4-symbol seal and completely destroy Shimura Danzo's hope. Oh, right. Akihiro Kagura looked at the cross-shaped knife wound on Shimura Danzo's chest and took the initiative to say, "Those 2 knives are not a way to break it. I just want to see whether the blood that flows out after breaking the inner 4-symbol seal is red or black." Asshole! The hatred in Shimura Danzo's eyes almost overflowed. "I didn't expect your blood to be red too." Akihiro Kagura waved her hand and casually ordered, "Go and call Kabuto to help Danzo-sama stop the bleeding, so that he won't die from excessive blood loss." Akihiro Kagura, "Kill me quickly." Shimura Danzo stared at Akihiro Kagura, just wanting to be killed immediately. He didn't want to suffer any humiliation and torture again. "You should learn from Lord Orochimaru." Akihiro Kagura glanced at Shimura Danzo, shook his head and continued, "Forget it. After all, you were once my superior, so I will help you one last time. You go and prepare a cell of the first Hokage. Be ready to transplant it to Lord Danzo at any time. Just sprinkle the first Hokage cells on the wound I have cut. I want to use Lord Danzo as a sacrifice to resurrect Lord Hokage of the third Hokage." The third update. Today's daily update is completed. Chapter 208 Monkey, let us get rid of you. Akihiro Kagura's method of handling the situation was good. Except for Shimura Danzo himself, no one else present had any objections. "You want to revive the monkey?" Shimura Danzo's eyes widened with anger, even ignoring the wounds on his body. He remembered the forbidden technique that Orochimaru mastered. "You want me to be the sacrifice for the monkey's resurrection?" Shimura Danzo couldn't accept it in his heart. When this bastard kills him, does he want to squeeze out all his value? Just think of it as a sacrifice for Konoha. Akihiro Kagura glanced at Shimura Danzo, and seemed to feel that the old man was making a fuss. It would be a waste if the soul of the third Hokage stayed in the underworld. Akihiro Kagura chuckled, and followed Shimura Danzo's meaning and responded, "Even after the death of the third Hokage, his power can still protect Konoha. Since all this is for Konoha, it doesn't matter if Danzo sacrifices a little. Anyway, don't you always like to say that?" Akihiro Kagura squatted beside Shimura Danzo, smiled and continued, "I am the second-generation leader of the Root, and it is only natural to follow your will. For Konoha, the Root has never cared about sacrificing others. Now it's the turn of the previous generation of the Root leader to sacrifice you." Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth. "This is not a sacrifice for Konoha. This bastard wants to control Sarutobi Hiruzen and use the power of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. But what happened to Monkey now?" Akihiro Kagura, that bastard, was ready to use the impure world reincarnation technique to revive the monkey. So is the monkey still alive at this time? Of course. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive. Konoha Village. The examination room for the third Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the podium, having just finished his speech on the end of the joint Chunin exam, and invited the fourth Kazakage Rasen next to him to say a few words. "Your Excellency the Kazakage." Sarutobi Hiruzen invited Raza to stand beside him, chuckling and saying, "Can you say a few words to encourage these kids?" "Okay." The fourth Kazakage Raza nodded, walked to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, with a mocking smile on his face, and his voice suddenly became cold. "The foreplay is over, and now I declare that the Konoha collapse plan has officially begun. Action begins. Action begins." The ninjas from the Sand Village present immediately took action, suddenly causing a riot in the examination room, and each of them went after their predetermined opponents. In addition, there were also arrangements in the audience seats. Several Akatsuki ninjas took the opportunity to cast illusions in the crowd, and many people fell into illusions. The Kaguya clan of Kusagakure village immediately tore off their shields and attacked several powerful Konoha Jonins. Obviously, these people were well prepared. Hatake Kakashi looked at the group of Kaguya clan ninjas rushing over with some surprise, waving a kunai to block a bone spur, and his eyes twitched. Why is there another wave? Kakashi. Might Guy kicked an enemy away and landed next to Hatake Kakashi. What should we do now? Get rid of them first. Hatake Kakashi could only rush forward waving a kunai and whispered, "It's better to send someone to notify Akihara Kagura immediately, tell him what happened here, and let him rush over for support. Where is the Hokage? Get rid of these people first." Hatake Kakashi looked at the Takatori clan who were rushing towards them with crazy faces, and sighed. This time the formation is even bigger than the riot just now. Just as Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy were protecting the audience, 4 figures jumped up from the audience and rushed towards the platform. On the platform, the 4 figures landed around the platform, revealing their true faces. These people are the 4 Akatsuki members that Orochimaru has been raising. They are all children with strange looks. They put their palms together to form a seal and erected a purple barrier, encircling Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 4th Kazakage. Ninjutsu, 4 purple flame formation. The strength of these 4 people is obviously not enough. The 4 purple flame formation is far inferior to the 4 red yang formation barrier released by Akihara Kagura, but it is far from being solved by ordinary people. However, the barrier of the 4 purple flame formation can still protect the caster. Your Excellency Kazakage. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 4th Kazakage and felt that this Kazakage had a problem with his brain. What are you doing? What's wrong with the Kazakage of the Sand Village? Did this guy just see the end of the Miss Ninja? Even if Akihara Kagura is not in this examination room, he can rush back quickly once he gets the news. What's the point of the Sand Village starting a riot against Konoha at this time? Even if Akihara Kagura couldn't arrive in time, the group of Konoha ninjas present were not something the Sand ninjas present could handle, right? Of course. The most important thing was, what was this 4th Kazakage doing? He trapped himself and him in the 4 purple flame array barrier, and wanted him to have another duel? Just following the plan. The 4th Kazakage took out a kunai and said with a smile, "No one should disturb our fight now. It's really troublesome." The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen really felt a headache, because his physical strength and chakra were consumed a lot when fighting with Shimura Danzo. That's because you created all the troubles. The 4th Kazakage slowly took off his bamboo hat and tore off the human skin mask on his face, revealing an evil and cold face. It was Orochimaru. Orochimaru was actually right. Whether it was himself or Shimura Danzo, these 2 troubles were created by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, but he didn't solve them. Orochimaru raised his kunai and cut his palm, then said with a smile, "I wanted to ask you a question too. I didn't expect you didn't recognize me either, teacher." Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Orochimaru's face. His voice became a little gloomy and hoarse. "Ever since Danzo came out, I have been wondering where you were hiding. I didn't expect you to use this method to return to Konoha like Danzo did. This kind of thing is really unexpected. Now that I think about it, it seems a little reasonable. Shimura Danzo pretended to be the elder master of the Hidden Mist Village, and Orochimaru pretended to be the 4th Kazakage. They used their identities to sneak into Konoha during the Chunin exams and got close to him, the Hokage. Yet, Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue and chuckled, "Besides this method, how else can I get close to you? It's not easy to kill you. After all, besides the Anbu, you also have the most troublesome Akihara Kagura. There's no other way. I can only use this method. Let Danzo attract your attention first, let the idiots of Kirigakure attract your Anbu, and transfer the shadow guards and Anbu away from you. At this time, the strongest Akihara Kagura in the village will appear by your side as soon as possible to protect you. Danzo will surrender in battle and be captured by you. And you have always been hypocritical and weak. Whether it is to get my information from Danzo or for the so-called bond, you will never kill Danzo. However, this is the Chunin exam with many ninja villages present. You certainly don't want the situation to continue to escalate and be laughed at by the Kazakage next to you. You will want to end the chaos caused by Danzo and the Kirigakure ninjas as soon as possible. Danzo must be detained as soon as possible to quell the riot. But your Anbu and Shadow Guards have been transferred away. With no one around you, the nearest Akihara Kagero must be the fastest candidate to escort Danzo, because he happens to be the leader of the route, and it's perfect for him to guard Danzo. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smug smile on his face. Everything is in my plan. Now that Akihara Kagero has left here, Danzo is confident that he can make Kagero stand on his side and won't show up. I just need to kill you here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood suddenly became heavy. Because everything Orochimaru said was in line with his thoughts, even their every move was within Orochimaru's expectations. Orochimaru, the defected disciple, turned out to be even more scheming. The most troublesome thing is, he gave Danzo and Akihara Kagero the opportunity to contact. All along, Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid that Akihara Kagero would contact Shimura Danzo again and become a tool in Danzo's hands, but he never expected this. In order to calm the situation as soon as possible, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to choose Akihara Kagero to escort Shimura Danzo, so that Shimura Danzo could take this opportunity to seduce Akihara Kagero. This is really troublesome. Their real plan is to use the previous relationship between Shimura Danzo and Akihara Kagero, let Shimura Danzo and Akihara Kagero contact each other privately, and instigate the strongest fighting force of Konoha. Maybe at this time, Shimura Danzo is deceiving Akihara Kagero and making Akihara Kagero his tool. Once this happens, that is when the real danger of Konoha comes. Unless some forbidden techniques of exchanging life for life are used, no one can deal with the crisis of Akihara Kagero, but only he can use those forbidden techniques. You guys are really aiming for something big? Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his palms and stared at Orochimaru coldly. But, didn't you forget that this will also be my chance to make up for my past mistakes? This time, I will definitely kill you first. That's not necessarily true. Orochimaru chuckled and suddenly opened his mouth. A long snake flew out of his mouth and bit directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. The long snake was extremely fast and bit Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck in an instant. However, in a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body turned into a ball of mud. Earth substitute. Orochimaru's eyes condensed slightly, looking at the surrounding environment, trying to find the location of his teacher. This four-purple flame formation barrier was not large, and there was not much hiding at all. Earth escape, earth flow river. A muddy river suddenly swept over. Orochimaru's body was involuntarily washed away by the mudslide. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood beside the muddy river and used the momentum to perform the earth dragon bullet technique. A dark brown earth dragon head floated beside him and continuously shot earth bullets at Orochimaru. The earth dragon bullet technique had an extremely fast firing rate. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his hands together again and formed a seal. A flame instantly wrapped up the fired earth bullets, and the flame bullets instantly hit Orochimaru's body. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's composite ninjutsu, earth dragon flame style. Through the extremely fast casting method and the combination of attribute escape techniques, two techniques of different attributes were combined together, and the advantages of each other made up for the shortcomings of the two techniques of different attributes. When the earth dragon flame flow ended, Orochimaru's body actually slowly drilled down from the ground, smiling and mocking. Fortunately, it was your composite ninjutsu. If it was Kagera's composite ninjutsu, maybe I would have to think about escaping now. Orochimaru had personally witnessed Akihara Kagero using composite ninjutsu, directly releasing the combined technique. The speed and power were terrifying. Teacher, you have already been surpassed by others. Orochimaru spread out his palms, with some disdain on the corners of his mouth. It's about time to stop this kind of childish tricks. It's time to use some real means, so as not to let your teacher think that I am unlearned. I'm really underestimated. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to sigh helplessly, took off his Hokage's divine robe and Hokage's bamboo hat, revealing a smart combat suit. Since learning about Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been preparing for a fight, because he guessed that Orochimaru would definitely come to trouble him, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen had predicted that Akihara Kagero might be transferred away from here or be entangled by someone. Today could be the day of his sacrifice. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew all this in his heart. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Orochimaru quickly closed his fingers and quickly formed a summoning hand seal, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an arrogant face. Teacher, today is the day you die. As Orochimaru raised his palm, two coffins appeared in front of him. He didn't need a third coffin to appear, Because 2 people were enough. Snap. The 2 coffins fell down. The figures of the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama slowly walked out of the coffins and slowly stood in front of Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils couldn't help but dilate. Even though he already knew that Orochimaru had resurrected the 2 previous Hokages, he couldn't help but feel sad and sentimental when he saw them in person. Monkey. Senju Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke first. It seems that what they said is true. You are so old, but you are still serving as Hokage. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly. Is that so? Senju Tobirama also nodded slowly, and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly. I see, then let's get rid of you here. First update. New fun is about to begin. Chapter 209. We wanted him to be our tool, but in the end we all became his tools. Senju Tobirama moved very quickly. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused and surprised. Second Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still a little confused looking at Senju Tobirama, who was rushing over, frowned and asked, "Get rid of me? What's going on? Did Orochimaru control you?" No. Senju Tobirama kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen and responded in a cold voice, "We already know what you did. I can ignore the Uchiha's affairs, Tobirama. Uchiha's affairs cannot be ignored." Senju Hashirama hurriedly interrupted Senju Tobirama, rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly, punched Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm, and knocked Sarutobi Hiruzen back. "Monkey, you have been the Hokage for too long." Senju Tobirama quickly took up the rhythm of the attack, kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder, and kicked him out again. "Have you been blinded by power? We have only one goal." Senju Hashirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said helplessly, "In order to prevent the little guy Akihara Kagura from being forced by you to become a traitor, I have to deal with you here. That little guy may be stronger than me. Once he becomes a traitor, have you thought about the consequences?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened, and he looked at Orochimaru, who was sneering. "Orochimaru, what is going on? What did this bastard say to the 2 previous Hokage? The most troublesome thing is, why did they mention the defection of Akihara Kagura? But I didn't say anything." Orochimaru smiled as he watched his teacher being besieged by the 2 Hokage who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, and he seemed to be very pleased. "It wasn't even my initiative. It was the 2 Hokage who took the initiative to get rid of you, teacher. After all, you've done too many wrong things." Orochimaru grinned and directly stated as strong evidence, "Didn't you just say that you wouldn't hand over the position of Hokage to Akihara Kagura? Kagura is too young." Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted coldly and continued, "If he becomes Hokage, Konoha will definitely fall into chaos, and there may even be a war." Relying on the initiative he had, Orochimaru suddenly laughed. "So, Konoha will only be peaceful when you are in power." Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that he had fallen into a language trap. He couldn't hand over the position of Hokage to Akihara Kagura, and he had been serving as Hokage. In Orochimaru's mouth, he became a person who really loved power. Power and power again. Shimura Danzo used his love of power to attack him, and Orochimaru also used this power to attack him. This matter has become a threshold that cannot be crossed today. The trouble is that Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't even have an excuse to refute. Because he has been the Hokage for too long, and happened to be unwilling to pass the position of Hokage to a suitable candidate, he has become a person with too strong desire for power in words. This kind of thing can't be explained clearly in a few words. And even if it takes a long time, it is difficult for me to explain it clearly. Many Konoha ninjas saw the scene of the 4 purple flame formation, and even many ninjas gathered around, trying to rescue the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. These people also heard the communication between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Compared with Shimura Danzo's eloquence, Orochimaru is very good at interpersonal communication. He quickly grasped Sarutobi Hiruzen's pain point and didn't intend to let Sarutobi Hiruzen change the subject at all. Other things are too easy to have flaws. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen has substantial evidence that he has been holding the power of Hokage and refuses to let go. He can't deny it at all. He even said that the strongest Akihara Kagura was not suitable to be the Hokage, and he set a trap for himself that he couldn't jump out of. It's really like this. Senju Tobirama's face was disappointed. The Hokage is not responsible for power. Senju Hashirama frowned and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly made hand seals and spit out fireballs. However, Senju Hashirama didn't care at all. He shattered the fireballs with his bare hands and rushed straight to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was struggling to hold on under the attack of the two Hokage, and the smile on his face became more intense. Teacher, don't blame the two Hokage for their determination to kill you. Everyone has thought about using that little kid Akihara Kagura as a tool, but your methods are more mature and experienced. You use the power of the Hokage to transfer that kid Akihara Kagura to your side. I'm not like that. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly retorted and was punched in the face by Senju Hashirama, but he still stubbornly fought back. I never used Kagura as a tool. I wanted him to have the inheritance of the will of fire. Isn't this your usual excuse for luring people to become tools? Orochimaru laughed and continued evasively, always under the guise of Konoha. Any ninja who goes against your will or order will be regarded as disloyal to Konoha, until everyone has to act according to your wishes. Ask yourself, isn't this the fact? Orochimaru knew Sarutobi Hiruzen very well and directly broke through his defense. Teacher, what is the difference between what you and Danzo do for Konoha? A hypocritical Hokage who likes to use justice to force others. Anyone who goes against your wishes will be accused of endangering Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brain hurt a little. This battle was already extremely difficult, and Orochimaru, his former disciple, was still forcing and humiliating him with words. Orochimaru's face became more and more proud. You want to change everyone into what you want, but you don't know what is right and wrong at all. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen flew back and stared at his disciple. You are still alive, which is the biggest mistake I have made. I shouldn't have been so soft-hearted and let you live. When you colluded with Danzo to harm your companions in the village, I should have killed you while I still had the strength. The attacks of the two Hokage stopped suddenly. Senju Tobirama suddenly turned his head and looked at Orochimaru, then at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo and Orochimaru murdered their companions. How come I haven't heard of this matter? Isn't Shimura Danzo like a white lotus? How come there seems to be something he doesn't know? Is Shimura Danzo also evil? Did Shimura Danzo say that he has been trying to correct Sarutobi Hiruzen's mistakes? Two Hokages, you have been deceived by him and Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was a little gloomy, and he continued in a deep voice. Danzo and Orochimaru privately conducted illegal human experiments and killed innocent people. After being discovered by this old man, they chose to defect. Danzo even wanted to kill his companion Mitokado, and when he defected, Senju Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. What is going on? Senju Hashirama's brows also frowned, and he said in surprise, Danzo told us that it was you who destroyed the Uchiha clan and privately conducted human experiments, brother. Senju Tobirama hurriedly stopped Senju Hashirama. Some things can be said, and some things cannot be said. Once said, the political environment of Konoha will deteriorate rapidly. Senju Tobirama's original purpose was to get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage who went astray, but he didn't expect that there was an unexpected secret in it. I have stopped all human experiments long ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen was Senju Tobirama's disciple. In addition, he had been in power for so many years, so he quickly understood the behavior that Senju Tobirama, the second-generation Hokage, wanted to cover up, and directly stated the facts. Only Danzo and Orochimaru conducted human experiments in secret. I was soft-hearted and didn't kill them at the time, so what happened today happened. Go and ask someone to bring Danzo back. Senju Tobirama frowned and gave an order in a deep voice. What a trouble. Orochimaru sighed and raised his finger. I knew that this method was unreliable. It would be troublesome if there was a little flaw, and there were too many flaws. How could it be hidden from the smart second-generation Hokage? The next moment, the figures of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama retreated to Orochimaru at the same time. Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama coldly questioned Orochimaru, what's going on between you and Danzo? What on earth did you do? It's better to make you lose your minds. Two spells of annihilation appeared in Orochimaru's hands, and he stuffed them directly into the back of their heads. He chuckled and said, can't you just help me kill my teacher? You. Senju Tobirama realized that he might have been deceived by Danzo. You lied to me again. Senju Hashirama didn't quite understand the situation, but he knew he was deceived. However, their anger was useless, and they could only let Orochimaru take the spell and stuff it into the back of their heads, so that their wills were completely annihilated. Their expressions gradually calmed down and they became completely insane. Orochimaru. What did you do to them? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru angrily. Don't worry, teacher. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes slowly narrowed. I just want to show you the results of my training outside. This is a spell that destroys the will of the impure world reincarnation, which can more conveniently control their bodies. With your broken body, I would have easily killed you long ago. Orochimaru controlled the two Hokage to fight again, chuckled and continued, you spent a lot of chakra to defeat Danzo just now. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. What Orochimaru said was indeed true. Shimura Danzo's old friend was not so easy to deal with. He also consumed a lot of physical strength and chakra in that battle. It would be even more difficult to deal with Orochimaru, not to mention facing two Hokage who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. However, he had to deal with Orochimaru and the two Hokage controlled by him. Because Akihara Kagura didn't deal with the two Hokage and Orochimaru at the beginning, it means that it is not easy for Akihara Kagura to deal with Orochimaru, not to mention that Akihara Kagura might be deceived, cheated and used by Shimura Danzo. But it shouldn't matter. As long as he sacrifices himself here for Konoha, all the so-called crimes of greed for power will be put to an end. After Jiraiya succeeds as Hokage, there is still hope of redemption. It's time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart, remembering how he had thought about how to completely deal with Orochimaru in the impure world reincarnation, and slowly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Two shadow clones appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra is not enough, the main body and two shadow clones are already the maximum limit, but this is enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the two Hokages rushing over again, and also saw Orochimaru standing in the distance. He raised his head and looked at the four purple flame formation, and put his hands together again to form a hand seal. This time, let you die here. As Sarutobi Hiruzen formed a hand seal, his face suddenly became serious. I am a man who inherited the will of the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Don't take your teacher too lightly, Orochimaru. Sealing technique, Shiki Fujin. A ferocious phantom of the god of death suddenly appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his two shadow clones rushed out quickly and grabbed the first Hokage and the second Hokage. The ferocious phantom of the god of death behind him held a short knife in his mouth, and suddenly stretched out his claws, eating the souls of the first Hokage and the second Hokage into his body. The technique that once sealed the Nine Tails Orochimaru immediately remembered this technique and quickly wanted to retreat and avoid it, but the four purple flame formation became a space that blocked his movements. Even if the four purple flame formation was broken in time, this gap was enough for Sarutobi Hiruzen to catch him. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly grabbed Orochimaru's shoulder, not caring about his own death. This technique will make my soul a sacrifice, but it will seal all the dangers to Konoha. A claw of the god of death has already grabbed Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru sensed the loss of his soul, gritted his teeth and looked at the teacher in front of him, trying his best to think of ways to delay. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Teacher, you don't think that killing me will end it? Do you want to guess who is the real leader of this Konoha collapse plan? Danzo and I are just pawns of that person. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately attracted by his words. Is there someone hiding behind Orochimaru? Who is doing all this in secret? Is it that guy named Uchiha Obito? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately thought of a name. However, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could ask, a long snake suddenly stretched out from Orochimaru's arm. The long snake quickly went around Sarutobi Hiruzen's back, opened its mouth and spit out a sharp sword, piercing Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils became somewhat dilated. The old man once again realized that he had been tricked by Orochimaru. Orochimaru was deliberately attracting his attention, just to kill him before the end of the Shiki Fujin. His consciousness quickly dispersed. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that his life was about to end, and he tried his best to seal Orochimaru into the body of the god of death, but he had no strength at all. The only thing he could do was to seal part of the soul. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes drooped slightly, and he held on to his last breath. Then I will deprive you of your hands and make you unable to use ninjutsu again. As soon as the voice fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed a part of Orochimaru's soul and swallowed it into the body of the god of death. You old bastard. Orochimaru immediately felt something strange in his arms, as if they were burned by flames, and even the skin on his arms turned a little purple, without any strength at all. When Orochimaru saw Sarutobi Hiruzen about to fall to the ground, he suddenly leaned against Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder, got close to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and angrily whispered in his ear something that would make Sarutobi Hiruzen die with regret. Teacher, I didn't lie to you just now. There is indeed someone behind the scenes manipulating the Konoha collapse plan. That is someone you would never think of. All of us want to use him as a tool. But now we have all become his tools. Second update. There will be more in the evening. Last time someone asked about the Shikigami Fujin, I remember one chapter mentioned that Akihara Kagura first went to the Uzumaki clan's Namandu and took away a mask, seamlessly connecting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210. I want the third Hokage to watch his funeral. That person, the one who is used as a tool? That person, in turn, used everyone as a tool. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were a little stunned, and he remembered a name they mentioned frequently. Only that person was the one that everyone wanted to make a tool of. How could this be possible? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body could no longer stand up, and even his soul had been taken away by the god of death. There was no sound at all, and his body was struggling and about to fall to the ground. Let's go. Orochimaru ordered sternly. Because Orochimaru knew very well that his mission had been completed, if he stayed in Konoha, he would probably be killed by Akihara Kagura as a merit. Especially at this time, when he was the weakest, with the soles of his hands sealed, he didn't even have the ability to resist Akihara Kagura. A group of Akatsuki or 4 people who set up the 4 purple flame formation immediately lifted the barrier, rushed to Orochimaru's side quickly, dropped a smoke bomb, and hurriedly rescued Orochimaru. In the distance, Akihara Kagura took off her forward protector. Karin stood beside Akihara Kagura with a group of root ninjas. Go and bring Orochimaru back. Akihara Kagura waved her hand, signaling Karin to rush over with a group of root ninjas. He is the weakest now. Don't be shy about his feelings. Tell him that I can help him solve the problem of the Shikigami Fujin. Yes. Karin and a group of root ninjas rushed to the outside of Konoha village. The Akatsuki 4 wanted to take Orochimaru away from Konoha, but Orochimaru had become a burden and could not move forward quickly. Their chakra and physical strength were not as good as the root ninjas who were ready to go. Inside Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body fell on the high platform. The ninjas of the Sand village were still fighting with the Konoha ninjas, and even the Jonin were fighting together. Gaara was slow to break the situation, and he was even more angry and released Shukaku again, capturing all the other Jonin with the Sand Claw. I'll protect you all. Ninja technique, summoning technique. Uzumaki Naruto unceremoniously borrowed the Nine Tails chakra and summoned Gamabunta directly. The huge Gamabunta sat Shukaku on his butt. Perhaps because he was beating Shukaku, the Nine Tails did not hesitate to use a little of his chakra and directly lent it to Uzumaki Naruto for him to perform the summoning technique. I'll kill you. Gaara stood on Shukaku's head, frantically controlling the yellow sand to sweep towards Uzumaki Naruto, but was slapped away by Gamabunta with a knife. But their battle ended there. Vines emerged from the ground one by one, making Gaara and Shukaku immediately realize that something was wrong. This familiar chakra and power retreat quickly. Akihara Kagura is here. Retreat quickly, Akihara Kagura is back. The ninjas of the Sand village shouted to retreat, because they had been ordered long ago and had seen the horror of Akihara Kagura long ago. That was the Kurigakure ninja who could easily suppress the riot by his own strength. Their strength was not much stronger than that of the Kurigakure ninja. As for relying on the power of Gaara and Shukaku, this is simply a joke. Everyone in the Sand village knows that Shukaku was often bullied outside the village for a year, and the person who bullied it was Akihara Kagura. Let's retreat. Even Gaara had to admit this. Now Gaara has even suffered 2 big losses at the hands of Karin, let alone facing an enemy like Akihara Kagura who can ravage him. As for the runaway Shukaku, this tailed beast had suffered enough. When he saw the vines appear on the ground, he quickly retracted his body and hid in Gaara's body again. A group of Sand village ninjas rushed to flee outside the Konoha village, fearing that they would flee too slowly and be left behind by Akihara Kagura. HMPH, the battle is almost over. Gamabunta stared at the vines coming out of the ground, holding a huge pipe and blowing smoke rings. As long as that guy Akihara Kagura comes over, these are no match for him. It's really terrifying. Hatake Kakashi looked at a group of fleeing Sand ninjas and breathed a sigh of relief. Just one person's name can scare away all enemies. The last time someone left such a deterrent was his teacher, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. However, Akihara Kagura is more terrifying than Minato Namikaze. He can deter the enemies of a village from fighting by himself, and he can even solve the battle by himself. Just as Hatake Kakashi thought. Vines gathered to form a tall vine wall, blocking all the sand ninjas' hopes of escaping. Tree roots drilled out from the ground, caught all the sand ninjas present, tied them directly to the wall, and absorbed their chakra. Akihara Kagura slowly walked into the arena, looked at the mess inside, and gave his own orders: send all the injured to the hospital immediately. Yes, Lord Kagura. A group of Konoha Anbu ninjas immediately agreed. Because of the sacrifice of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the entire Konoha was in a state of being leaderless. Akihara Kagura, the assistant Hokage, was the current highest authority in the entire Konoha. Lord Kagura a Konoha Anbu knelt on one knee in front of Akihara Kagura and reported in a low voice, "Third Hokage, I saw it." Akihara Kagura looked calm and said softly, "First collect the remains of the third Hokage, and send people to the memorial to prepare the tomb." I was a step late, and I just interrogated Shimura Danzo about his conspiracy with Orochimaru. Yes. The Anbu immediately agreed. There were too many variables in this Chunin exam. No one expected that Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo would riot at different times, causing the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to die in the examination room. Fortunately, Konoha is not without pillars. The arrival of Akihara Kagura directly calmed people's hearts. Although many people are dissatisfied with Akihara Kagura's style of doing things, they are very clear that Akihara Kagura's power is still there, enough to deter all enemies who have ambitions for Konoha. Whether it is the Sand Village or the Mist Village, or a group of small and medium-sized ninja villages, as long as Akihara Kagura is still in Konoha, it will not cause any trouble to Konoha. Master Jiraiya is back. This news also cheered up the Konoha ninjas. The name of the Konoha Sannin has been circulated in Konoha for a long time and is the idol of many people. Jiraiya, who had left Konoha for a while, happened to return to the village at this time and also solved a group of enemies outside the village who wanted to attack Konoha. A Chunin exam made Konoha in chaos. Fortunately, with the existence of Akihara Kagura, all the Sand Village and Mist Village ninjas who participated in the riots during the Chunin exams were locked up, and the Konoha ninjas escorted these rioters into the Konoha prison cells. Jiraiya stood on the high platform, watching a group of Anbu ninjas collecting the remains of his teacher, and looked at Akihara Kagura next to him. "Where's Orochimaru? I've sent people to hunt him down." Akihara Kagura frowned and continued, "The ninjas in the Sand Village caused chaos and attracted a lot of people's attention. Orochimaru took the opportunity to escape with his people." Jiraiya nodded slowly, looked at the remains of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and sighed. For a ninja, sacrificing to protect the village is also a kind of luck. At least he doesn't have to lie on the sickbed as an old man. But Jiraiya's eyes finally showed a hint of murderous intent. He completely gave up the hope of getting his former best friend back. "I can't let Orochimaru go again." This time Orochimaru went too far. In the past, Jiraiya just thought that Orochimaru was too evil and had gone astray, and wanted to bring Orochimaru back to Konoha. This time, Jiraiya had to give up all his fantasies. Orochimaru was a dangerous person who could harm Konoha. For Konoha, he had to kill the close friend from the past. It was not clear whether Jiraiya could successfully hunt down Orochimaru. At least the Root Ninja had successfully caught up with Orochimaru, and a group of people directly surrounded Orochimaru in the Akatsuki 4. "Akihara Kagura sent you." Orochimaru stared at Karin and a group of Root Ninjas, and cursed coldly, "That bastard, he wants to tear up the Covenant at this time and use my head to pave the way for him to become Hokage. Do you think you can take this opportunity to kill me?" Orochimaru knew that this group of Root Ninjas must have bad intentions, but at this time his arms were burning with pain, and he couldn't use any techniques at all. "If you want to fight, you can't just use the eight-headed technique, right? Lord Orochimaru." Karin led a group of Root Ninjas to surround Orochimaru in the Akatsuki 4, and their attitude was still respectful. "Lord Kagura said that she can help you solve the problem of the Shikigakure Fujin. Is that kid so kind?" Orochimaru frowned, not wanting to believe Karin's words. Karin looked at Orochimaru and continued softly, "If we want to attack Lord Orochimaru, we would have started killing people at this time. Lord Kagura wants to meet Lord Orochimaru. I think there must be something important to discuss with Orochimaru. Lord Danzo is also at the root base." Orochimaru was silent for a while and continued, "There is no rush to meet at this time, so as not to be noticed by the ninjas of Konoha. Then we can only forgive our rudeness." Karin lowered her head, and her respect stopped at this moment. The next moment, a group of root ninjas rushed forward. The Itagakure Four immediately entered the curse seal state, desperately trying to stop the attack of the root ninjas, but what they welcomed was only a fiercer attack. Unfortunately, these root ninjas were also in a cursed state. The masked root ninjas raised their arms one by one. Their arms were all carrying the cursed seals bestowed by Akihara Kagura. These cursed seals turned into black liquids flowing on their bodies. Pairs of black wings like eagle wings spread out behind the root ninjas. The 12 root ninjas easily repelled the immature four Otogakure. The double bloodline composed of Sharingan and wood release, as well as the cursed seals bestowed by Akihara Kagura, made it very easy for them to win against a four Otogakure. Orochimaru watched his men being captured one by one, his eyes gradually solidified, his eyes fixed on Karin, wanting to kill at any time. "Lord Orochimaru, this place is not far from Konoha." Karin seemed a little helpless, and could only slowly raise her arm and continued, "If we make too much noise, others may find your whereabouts, and then Lord Kagura will not be able to help you cover it up." Orochimaru had to admit that this was also a huge trouble. At that time, perhaps Akihara Kagura would really kill him instantly in front of everyone with the force of thunder, so as not to leak any information. "I have Lord Kagura's Flying Thunder God mark on my body." Karin raised the Flying Thunder God mark symbol on her arm and said softly, "Please believe in Lord Kagura's kindness, otherwise he would have come here in person this time, and Lord Danzo is also waiting for you at the root base because there are important things to discuss." "I'll go with you." Orochimaru nodded slowly. A group of root ninjas looked at Karin and looked sideways. When did this little guy learn to tell such a big lie with the glasses? Everyone has seen how miserable Shimura Danzo was in the root. Late at night, Konoha gradually calmed down. The disturbance caused by the Chunin exam was too big, forcing Konoha to increase patrol forces, but everyone knew that this disturbance had just begun, and a more terrible crisis was brewing. The Sand Village and the Mist Village had torn up their covenants with Konoha, and the Ninja World War was about to break out. Some people in Konoha were still panicking. Root Base. Akihara Kagura did not go to the Hokage building for a meeting. Because the two Hokage advisors did not look for him, the Hokage assistant, but called Jiraiya to the meeting, obviously wanting to arrange for Jiraiya to succeed the Hokage. Akihara Kagura, the Hokage assistant, was in his office, reaching out to touch a mask in his hand that looked extremely scary. This mask was taken from a Namen hall built by the Uzumaki clan in Konoha village. "Lord Orochimaru is here." Karin was the first to come and report to Akihara Kagura. A group of root ninjas followed closely behind, leading Orochimaru into the office, with some displeasure and anger on his face. "Kagura-kun." When Orochimaru saw Akihara Kagura sitting on the chair, the anger on his face gradually dissipated, and he put on a smile. "At this time, shouldn't you be thinking about how to sit in the position of Hokage? What do you want me to do here? Help you solve the trouble of Shiki Fuujin?" Akihara Kagura stretched out her hand and put down the mask in her hand, and talked about the principle of Shiki Fuujin. The essence of Shiki Fuujin is to summon the god of death and swallow all souls and sacrifices into its belly. I heard that part of your soul was sealed by the third Hokage before his death, so I specially found a way to lift the Shiki Fuujin. Oh. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Akihara Kagura with some amusement. "Kagura-kun, did you prepare this in advance? You knew that I would be sealed by the Shiki Fuujin? Why didn't you remind me of this? Only when a person feels thirsty can the water soul become valuable." Akihara Kagura sighed, seeming a little helpless. "I was planning to wait until Orochimaru was at his wit's end before telling you how to lift the Shiki Fuujin. But the third Hokage's funeral is about to take place, and I also want him to secretly watch his own funeral. The final conclusion of a person's life is his funeral, and this moment is very important to him. Unfortunately, the third Hokage's soul is in the body of the god of death." Wait a minute. Orochimaru felt as if he had heard something wrong, and frowned tightly. "Kagura-kun, if I heard correctly, you want the teacher to watch his own funeral. Third update. If the boss dies, resurrect the boss. This way you can continue to work for the boss." Chapter 211. This is what you call respecting the covenant. Let the third Hokage visit his own funeral? Orochimaru's eyes froze slightly. The impure world reincarnation technique was invented, and it shouldn't be used like this, right? The inventor of this technique, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, should not have thought that there would be someone in the world who would use the impure world reincarnation technique to do such a thing. But Orochimaru found it quite interesting. Orochimaru thought about what interesting expression the teacher would show when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen when he resurrected him. What interesting expression would the teacher show when he visited his own funeral? Orochimaru looked at his hands that could not move. He could use this method to avenge Sarutobi Hiruzen for sealing his hands with a Shikigami Fuijin. Help me solve the problem with my hands first. Orochimaru thought about it, then nodded and agreed. Wait until I take out the soles of his hands, wait until his soul is cut out of his stomach, then I will help you to reincarnate him. I can do it myself. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and chuckled, Lord Orochimaru, you don't think you are the only one who has learned the impure world reincarnation technique, do you? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. When did Akihara Kagura also learn the impure world reincarnation technique? Is this guy also secretly competing with me for the impure world reincarnation ninja? There are not many powerful ninjas in the history of the ninja world. If there is one more person who can use the impure world reincarnation technique, the power he controls will be less. Let's get ready. Akihara Kagura picked up the death mask on the table and threw it directly to Orochimaru. Remember to be careful. It's best to use your Orochimaru-style substitution technique to escape in time, so as not to be targeted by the death god and take your soul as a sacrifice. There is actually a risk. No wonder this bastard asked him to lift the Shikigami Fuijin. Orochimaru stared at the mask thrown by Akihara Kagura, smiled and said, Kagura-kun, this dangerous solution can be used by other people, right? Kagura-kun. Orochimaru looked at the other people in the office and continued to ask, you should have many people under your command who are willing to sacrifice their lives for you? Shouldn't we let our subordinates do such dangerous things? Akihara Kagura glanced at his subordinates. Whether it is Karin or the surviving Uchiha of the root, they should not mind sacrificing their lives for him. Forget it. Akihara Kagura shrugged, not wanting to accept Orochimaru's opinion. No matter how many people in this world are willing to sacrifice their lives for us, I don't think their number is too many. I even think it's too few. The lives of these subordinates are precious, and I can't let them do this kind of thing. Orochimaru didn't feel good. This bastard, your subordinates are more precious than me? You don't want your subordinates to sacrifice, so you want me to take this risk? You can just capture someone. Orochimaru suppressed the anger in his heart and continued with a smile, I can ask my subordinates to capture someone. You are the most suitable candidate. Akihara Kagura shook her head, not wanting to compromise. If other people use this technique, they will die when summoning the god of death. I am not as evil as you. I don't want to hurt innocent people. Orochimaru's eyes twitched. Aren't you afraid that I will die here, you bastard? People like you still care about who is innocent and that innocent people will die? Let's get started quickly. Akihara Kagura pointed at Orochimaru and continued, as long as you wear this mask, summon the god of death, and then cut your stomach, you can release the soul sealed in the god of death, including your hands. Kagura-kun, this time may not be appropriate. Orochimaru glanced at his hands, his arms were still trembling slightly, my hands can't move yet, as if they are burning in flames. When my arms can move a little, I will lift the seal of the Shiki Fuijin. This is the best chance. Akihara Kagura stared at Orochimaru and explained calmly, Lord Orochimaru, there is only one solution to the Shiki Fuijin. If the souls in your hands cannot return to your body, no matter what you do, you can't get rid of this sequelae, not even if you are reincarnated into someone else. Hurry up. I've been waiting for a long time. Don't make me wait any longer. Akihara Kagura glanced at his subordinates and casually ordered, you guys, Lord Orochimaru's hands are not convenient, help Lord Orochimaru put on this death mask. Wait a minute. Orochimaru wanted to say something more. However, a group of root ninjas didn't care about Orochimaru's feelings. Two of them held down Orochimaru's shoulders, and the other one was about to put a mask on him. Kagura-kun? Akihara Kagura? Orochimaru looked at the actions of these root ninjas, and his eyes suddenly became angry. He struggled desperately not to put on the mask. Don't think about running away. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru, who still wanted to resist, and continued, Lord Orochimaru, I can set up a barrier at any time, so don't resist in vain. This is all for your own good. Orochimaru's body was shaking with anger. Let me do such a dangerous thing, this is for my own good? You must escape in time. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and gave his advice very seriously and sincerely. If you don't escape in time, the god of death will take your soul. Orochimaru wore a mask and his eye sockets narrowed slightly. The next moment, Orochimaru's body twisted sharply. A hideous and huge phantom of the god of death emerged from behind Orochimaru. This is the mask of the god of death left by the Uzumaki clan. Wearing the mask can communicate with the god of death and summon the god of death to appear in the world. Lord Orochimaru's hands are inconvenient. Akihara Kagura looked at the god of death without moving, staring at Orochimaru's unable to move hands, and hurriedly opened his mouth and ordered, "Who of you will help?" Cut open his stomach. The kind of suicide by seppuku. A root ninja quickly pulled out a ninja sword and stabbed it directly into Orochimaru's abdomen. He cut it hard and directly cut open Orochimaru's stomach. This knife made Orochimaru immediately feel a sharp pain, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. However, as Orochimaru's stomach was cut open by the ninja sword, a long wound also appeared on the stomach of the phantom of the god of death, and souls flew out of his stomach one by one. Many souls sealed by the god of death were liberated at this moment, including the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, who had just used the Shikigami Fuijin today, and the fourth-generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, who was sealed with the Shikigami Fuijin many years ago. The moment these souls flew out of the belly of the god of death, they went to the pure land of the underworld. Among them, a group of glowing souls stayed and fell on Orochimaru's hands. These were his hands that were sealed today. The integrity of the soul restored his hands to the ability to move. It's true. My hands finally recovered. Orochimaru's arms trembled, and he finally felt the integrity of his soul. The Shikigami Fuijin made his hands painful, and at this moment they were finally relieved. How could I lie to you? Akihara Kagura chuckled and continued, however, you have to escape from this body as soon as possible, lest the god of death take away your soul, because every time you communicate with the god of death and make the god of death appear in the world, you have to pay the soul of the caster as a sacrifice. I know. Orochimaru nodded and took off the mask of the god of death. However, the ferocious shadow of the god of death behind him had not disappeared, waiting to devour Orochimaru's soul, but it didn't have this opportunity after all. Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide, and a small white snake drilled out of his body, making his body immediately become an empty shell. The ferocious god of death looked down at the empty shell of Orochimaru's body, and did not find Orochimaru's soul inside, so how could it collect this sacrifice? The god of death showed doubt in his eyes, and then disappeared on the other side of the place with an angry face. The moment Orochimaru's small white snake landed, it turned into a white phosphorus snake. The whole body of this white phosphorus snake is covered with densely packed small white snakes, which form the scales of the white phosphorus snake. However, its head is a human face head, which makes people feel numb when they look at it. Don't release poison gas. Akihara Kagura seemed to look at the white phosphorus snake with some warning, and continued, don't try to take away the bodies of my subordinates here, otherwise I may burn you to death directly. Lord Orochimaru, whose body do I want to enter? The white phosphorus snake looked at Akihara Kagura, and suddenly spoke in human language. Akihara Kagura, help me find a body quickly, I need a human body. This is the body of Orochimaru. Orochimaru had transformed himself into a white phosphorus snake long ago, so that he could occupy other people's bodies and even fight in this state. Moreover, as long as the white phosphorus snake is not completely dead, as long as a small snake can survive, Orochimaru will not die, and he can be resurrected by taking a body. Right here. Akihara Kagura shook his head and raised his palm. A white monster in the shape of mud emerged from his palm and turned into a white Zetsu. A black curse seal even appeared on Akihara Kagura's palm, quietly imprinted on the body of the white Zetsu. Lord Orochimaru, how about trying this body? Orochimaru turned into a small snake in an instant without caring about anything, and drilled directly into the mouth of the white Zetsu. The white Zetsu immediately slowly turned into the appearance of Orochimaru. What kind of creature is this? Orochimaru looked at this body in disbelief. He felt that this white Zetsu and his soul were highly compatible. This body is actually compatible with my soul, and there is not even any rejection phenomenon the next moment. Orochimaru realized that something was wrong. Orochimaru felt the power of the curse seal on this body, and immediately looked at Akihara Kagura. Kagura-kun, why this body? Because I tampered with it. Akihara Kagura did not deny her little trick, and continued, Doesn't Lord Orochimaru also like to leave curse seals on other people? A hint of anger appeared on Orochimaru's face. Can this kind of thing be the same? Leaving curse seals on others is to control others. Did Akihara Kagura leave curse seals on himself to control himself? Okay, don't care about this little thing. Akihara Kagura sat up and waved her hand to signal Orochimaru not to be so stingy, a little countermeasure to prevent Lord Orochimaru from betraying our covenant, Kagura-kun. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and looked at Akihara Kagura with some dissatisfaction. Your behavior seems to be destroying our covenant. The curse seal set by Akihara Kagura is even more powerful than his curse seal. This made the always arrogant Orochimaru a little bit unbearable. The most troublesome thing was that Orochimaru was very clear about the effect of the curse seal. The seal contained the caster's chakra, and could cause trouble to the person who is in the curse seal at any time through the curse seal. I respect the covenant between us. Akihara Kagura shook her head, pointed at Orochimaru's body, and continued, didn't I find a body that is very suitable for you? Although it may have a little flaw, is this a little flaw? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling the coolness on his back, which was the curse seal that Akihara Kagura placed on him. It's just a little problem, don't mind it. After Akihara Kagura finished speaking, he looked at the root ninja present. Go and bring the sacrifice I prepared. I want to revive the third generation Hokage. Do you have his resurrection materials? Orochimaru frowned and looked at Akihara Kagura. It will be delivered soon. Akihara Kagura nodded and continued, I guess when the offerings I prepared in advance arrive, the body of the third Hokage will also arrive. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was delivered earlier. The Hokage had just been buried in the coffin, and a group of Anbu were still arranging the funeral arrangements for the third Hokage at a memorial in the back mountain. White Zetsuari, who had been arranged by Akihara Kagura in advance, quietly emerged from the ground and appeared in front of them with Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. When Orochimaru saw the body of his teacher, his eyes were somewhat disappointed. He suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Jiraiya. Killing his teacher might not be as happy as he imagined. He was even a little sad. When Orochimaru gently squatted down and was about to help his teacher tidy up his appearance, a group of root ninjas came in carrying the offerings to revive Sarutobi Hiruzen. You prepared a sacrifice to revive the teacher. Orochimaru heard footsteps and turned around to see their other ally, Shimura Danzo, lying on a stretcher with a cross-shaped scar on his chest. It was obvious. No one else showed up. Shimura Danzo should be the sacrifice to revive Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru felt the absurdity of this world and looked at Akihara Kagura fiercely. Kagura-kun, is this what you mean by respecting the covenant? First update. More to come in the evening. Chapter 212. Senior brother Changmin and I are from the same school, so it's normal for us to visit each other occasionally, right? Lord Danzo volunteered. Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo on the stretcher, glanced at the wound on Shimura Danzo's chest, and nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, Lord Danzo's wound has not healed yet, and Hashirame's cells can be directly transplanted to make his vitality stronger. Orochimaru didn't think that Shimura Danzo would sacrifice himself voluntarily. After all, when Shimura Danzo saw Akihara Kagura, he immediately started cursing, as if he wanted to cut Akihara Kagura into pieces. Asshole! You bastard! I must kill you! Akihara Kagura, you evil kid who harms Konoha! As Shimura Danzo was cursing, he saw Orochimaru standing next to Akihara Kagura, and his face immediately turned ugly. Orochimaru, are you involved too? Orochimaru shook his head with mixed feelings. Because Orochimaru didn't expect that the sacrifice that Akihara Kagura prepared in advance for the impure world reincarnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen would actually be Shimura Danzo. What on earth does this guy regard the covenant as? But if you think about it carefully, this kind of thing actually has a subtle sense of fate. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen are old friends and old rivals for many years. The bond between the two has lasted for nearly 70 years, and there is no way to separate them at the end of their lives. Is this a bond? Too noisy. Akihara Kagura picked her ears and ordered, put Lord Danzo in front of the third Hokage and let these two old friends see each other again. Whether in life or after death, perhaps this is the last time they will see each other. Shimura Danzo suddenly saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's body lying on the ground, and he could no longer swear, and a look of sorrow appeared in his eyes. Monkey, this is my fault. Danzo Shimura looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen's corpse, his eyes still filled with hatred. If I hadn't been greedy and let the wolf in, and brought the evil brat Akihara Kagura into Konoha, This kind of thing wouldn't have happened in Konoha Danzo-sama, please accept my condolences. Akihara Kagura stood beside Danzo Shimura and advised in a friendly voice, it's better not to say something unhappy. The third Hokage certainly doesn't want to hear such words. Let him be happy when he comes. Orochimaru touched his nose. Danzo Shimura looked at Akihara Kagura hatefully. Is this bastard talking like a human? Who would be happy to be resurrected by the impure world reincarnation and become a controlled puppet? And this bastard asked him to accept his condolences. Please mourn for yourself, Danzo-sama. Akihara Kagura even patted Shimura Danzo's shoulder in a friendly manner, and continued, because Danzo-sama will soon become a sacrifice, and replace the third Hokage to die. Huh? Ask me to mourn. Shimura Danzo laughed in anger. The murderer who was about to kill him asked him to mourn. This evil kid who used him as a sacrifice asked him to mourn. Only Danzo-sama can mourn for himself, right? Akihara Kagura glanced at Orochimaru, and then looked around at the root ninjas around him, because except Danzo-sama himself, it seems that no one in Konoha or the ninja world will be sad about the death of Danzo-sama, right? Everyone present was silent. Even Orochimaru looked a little strange. Akihara Kagura was right. Except for Shimura Danzo himself, no one in Konoha or the entire ninja world should be sad about the death of Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo's anger and hatred stagnated. These truths were too hurtful to say out loud. The root ninjas moved quickly and immediately positioned Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen so that Shimura Danzo could see Sarutobi Hiruzen's body before he died. This scene gave people a sense of strange harmony. Orochimaru frowned and looked at the living Shimura Danzo and the dead Sarutobi Hiruzen, then thought of the dying Shimura Danzo and the resurrected Sarutobi Hiruzen, and there was nothing wrong with them, as if this kind of thing happened as it should. Let's get started. Akihara Kagura took over the Hashirama cells, glanced at Shimura Danzo's chest that had not yet healed, and directly injected the Hashirama cells into his wound. Use Hashirama cells to enhance the activity of the sacrifice. Orochimaru stared at Akihara Kagura's movements, with a strange look in his eyes. Have you even researched how to enhance the power of the impure world reincarnation? However, the stronger the impure world reincarnation, the harder it is to control it. As Hashirama cells entered Shimura Danzo's body, Shimura Danzo's body suddenly swelled up, and clumps of white objects continued to spread on his body. Old man Shimura Danzo felt a pain of his body being gradually eroded, and the muscles on his face were constantly trembling. Since his body could not move, he could only watch the corpse of Sarutobi Hiruzen lying in front of him. Monkey Shimura Danzo knew that his body was being eroded by Hashirama cells at an increasingly faster rate, and even clumps of white flesh grew on his face. His body was completely out of control, and he might die here at any time. Ninjutsu Immortal Reincarnation Technique. Akihara Kagura stretched out her palm and slapped it on the ground. A black spell quickly formed on the ground. The area of this black spell was very large. It instantly appeared under Shimura Danzo's body and Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body quietly turned into a ball of ash and confetti, tightly attached to Shimura Danzo's body, wrapping the body of this old friend. Monkey, this time, it's my turn. Did my death bring you a new life? But I didn't become Hokage after all, but Konoha's crisis has not been resolved. I can only watch all this in the pure land of the underworld. Shimura Danzo clearly felt a sense of suffocation. He knew that his life was about to come to an end, and that his death would bring about Sarutobi Hiruzen's resurrection. When all the ash and confetti wrapped around Shimura Danzo's voice finally disappeared completely, and his body slowly turned into another person's appearance. Shimura Danzo died. Another person was resurrected. The third generation Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, there were clear cracks on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, and even his eyes looked a little dull, indicating that he was a reincarnated person. This was different from the impure world reincarnation technique performed by Orochimaru, perhaps because the power of Sarutobi Hiruzen resurrected by the impure world reincarnation this time was a little stronger. This is. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and he knew at the first time that he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. He raised his eyes and looked at everyone present. Orochimaru, Akihara Kagura, and a group of root ninjas. Kagura. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Akihara Kagura, recalling what Orochimaru told him before he died. The person behind the Konoha collapse plan, is it really you? It really surprised him. This little guy Akihara Kagura was actually the controller of the Konoha collapse plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen never thought that Akihara Kagura would have such intentions, because Akihara Kagura always said what he thought and never let people suspect that he would do anything bad behind the scenes. After all, when he wanted to do something bad, he would just say it directly. Don't worry. Akihara Kagura nodded and said softly, Third Hokage, I will not harm the interests of Konoha. In fact, my appearance will make Konoha stronger. Why do you do this? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Akihara Kagura, doubting his purpose of doing this, because I didn't hand over the position of Hokage to you. I don't want to do this. Akihara Kagura shook his head and continued, but Lord Danzo insisted on doing this. He wanted to clear himself of the fact that you framed him using the double bloodline ninja. Frame up, that's not Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, thought for just 1 second, and saw the root ninja present, and found the truth in an instant. Wait, it's you. It's me. Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with great satisfaction and continued, I did everything. I framed Lord Danzo and drove him out of Konoha. It was also me who framed Lord Hokage and made you misunderstood by Lord Danzo. Where's Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked for Danzo. Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and sighed. The third Hokage has also read the records of the Book of Seals. He should know that a sacrifice is needed to revive a person, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead jumped, and he thought of a possibility. You used Danzo as a sacrifice and resurrected me. That's it. Akihara Kagura nodded and continued, tomorrow is the funeral of the third Hokage. I was worried that the third Hokage would not be able to make it to the visit, so I resurrected you specially. Can't make it to visit my funeral? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a strange feeling beyond his imagination. Because he had never heard of such a thing in the nearly 70 years before his death, resurrecting people to visit his own funeral. Go and have a look. Akihara Kagura gently persuaded Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping that the old man would understand the current situation. By the way, this Chunin exam was very successful. Are you satisfied, Hokage? Is this considered a success? Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Did the Chunin exams not get delayed? Akihara Kagura nodded and continued, it gave you a grand exit, gave Lord Danzo and Lord Orochimaru a grand entrance, and gave Konoha an excuse to go to war with the Sand Village and the Mist Village. I can force them to sign a more stringent treaty. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. If what Akihara Kagura said was true, this matter was actually beneficial to Konoha, because the Mist Village and the Sand Village killed Konoha's third Hokage, giving Konoha an excuse to go to war, and Konoha would never give up. Akihara Kagura no longer had her immediate superior. From then on, no one in the entire Konoha could suppress Akihara Kagura. Although Jiraiya was Akihara Kagura's teacher, he might not think like a politician, who could suppress his own disciples, and might even push everything to Akihara Kagura. And if Akihara Kagura was really suppressed, it might not be that he would not clean up Jiraiya. Akihara Kagura got the possibility of controlling Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was suddenly filled with worries. Akihara Kagura was relieved when she saw her boss resurrected. System prompt, guarantee the smooth completion of the joint Chunin exam. The mission has been completed, and the reward is fire style, ash burning. Fire style, ash burning, spit out high temperature smoke to burn the enemy. The smoke will cause a high temperature explosion, and the smoke released by fire style, ash burning will have a wider range under the bonus of the forbidden technique master. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's family ninjutsu. These rewards are dispensable for Akihara Kagura. The only use is to use them to create more terrifying composite ninjutsu, such as using the combination of ash burning and dust style to make people fall into the trap without a sound. However, this time is an extremely embarrassing time. If you make a little more moves in the ninja world and come up with some tricks to sweep the ninja world by relying on your strength, it will easily attract the attention of Black Zetsu. If Akihara Kagura still wants Black Zetsu to be her boss, she must be careful not to reveal too much, because Black Zetsu has 2 bosses behind him that he urgently needs. In this situation, if Akihara Kagura wants to become stronger, she can only help other superiors deal with some small things. She can still continue to strengthen her strength, and there may be a chance to find a big mine. Okay. Akihara Kagura glanced at Orochimaru beside him and continued, let the third Hokage calm down first, and let's take the next step first. Huh? What next step? The expressions of Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen changed at the same time. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru and Akihara Kagura in shock, suspecting that they had some unknown plans and speculating whether they had any other ideas. Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura in shock, because Orochimaru didn't know what other plans they had. Isn't their action just a plan to collapse Konoha? Do you remember your promise? Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and whispered, Lord Orochimaru, you said at the beginning that you would lend me the 10,000 snakes. What are you going to use the 10,000 snakes for? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about the evil summoning beast Manja, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were known as the three ninjas of Konoha, and their summoning beasts also played a significant role. Once Manja rioted in Konoha, the chaos it caused would not be any worse than the Tailed Beast Rebellion. Do we need Mandarin now? Orochimaru chuckled and took the initiative to remind, if you want Mandarin to help, you usually have to prepare sacrifices for it in advance. When Orochimaru said this, he had the same idea as his teacher, Kagura-kun. You don't want Mandarin to create chaos in Konoha, do you? Mandarin and I will stir up the chaos, and then you will stop it? So that you will have a better chance of becoming Hokage. Mandarin should be very large. Let's find a more spacious place. Akihara Kagura glanced at the base of the root and did not respond to Orochimaru's words. He sent White Zetsuway away. Go tell Nagato that I have made Lord Danzo feel the pain. Ask him if he is satisfied with my work. Okay. White Zetsuway popped his head out and immediately sank. You have a connection with Nagato. Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Kagura-kun, you don't have any relationship with Akatsuki, do you? You mentioned that someone from Akatsuki contacted you and asked me to join Akatsuki. It's just a small and insignificant connection. Akihara Kagura didn't intend to talk about topics that would make Orochimaru unhappy at this time. You should also know that Nagato and I are both disciples of Jiraiya. Sometimes we can't help but move around. I occasionally help him with many things that are inconvenient for him to do. Let's go to a spacious place first, let me have a good chat with Manja, and we'll talk about other things later. Tonight's night is still very long. Second update. There's still one chapter left. Chapter 213, for Konoha, resurrecting the four previous Hokage is a matter of course. Outside the Konoha village, there is a spacious open space. A group of root ninjas are scattered around, alert to people who may appear around. Akihara Kagura and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen are standing in the open space. They quietly watch Orochimaru make the hand seal of the summoning technique, preparing to summon the 10,000 snakes. What do you want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen tilted his head to look at Orochimaru, then looked at Akihara Kagura. You should have learned the Sage Mode, right? What else do you need to use the 10,000 snakes for? I want to remind Kagura in advance. Orochimaru also looked back at Akihara Kagura and took the initiative to remind him, no matter what you ask the 10,000 snakes to do, it will ask you for 100 people as sacrifices. I see. Akihara Kagura nodded. That's good. Seeing that Akihara Kagura agreed, Orochimaru bit his finger, raised his hand and made a seal on the ground. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A huge black summoning spell immediately appeared on the ground. In a cloud of smoke, an extremely huge purple giant snake appeared in front of everyone. It lowered its head to look at Orochimaru who summoned it, and said in a gloomy voice, Orochimaru, you want to summon me to do something for you, please prepare 100 people as sacrifices for me first. It's not me this time. Orochimaru smiled and shook his head, pointing to Akihara Kagura behind him, someone needs your help and asked me to summon you out. If you want sacrifices, you can ask him directly, even if you want more sacrifices. Huh? Manch couldn't help but tilt his head slightly and looked in the direction of Akihara Kagura. A little brat, why did you ask me to appear? Little brat, no matter what you ask me to do, you have to prepare 100 people as sacrifices for me. Akihara Kagura slowly walked towards Manch, and a tube of Hashirama cells appeared in his hand. He said softly, I only have one favor to ask you to do. What favor? Manch asked in a muffled voice. I'll ask you to help me become a sacrifice. Akihara Kagura spoke slowly. When he said the last half of the sentence, his expression suddenly became serious, and he quickly completed the hand seals for the spell. Ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation technique. A huge black spell suddenly appeared on the ground. This was an experiment that Akihara Kagura had thought about a long time ago. Even if the snake escaped, it didn't matter. He could also find a way to go to the Raichi cave to capture the snake. What? The snake was still a little confused and didn't quite understand. However, Orochimaru understood what Akihara Kagura was thinking in an instant. He looked at Akihara Kagura in disbelief. Kagura-kun, you want to use mana as a sacrifice. Akihara Kagura quietly watched Hashirama's cells turn into ashes in the spell, and attached them to mana, and continued calmly, this is just an experiment. The stronger the vitality, the stronger the strength of the practitioner of the impure world reincarnation technique. I want to try to sacrifice mana like mana to see how much strength the first Hokage can recover. Interesting. Orochimaru's mouth curled up a smile. For Orochimaru, mana is very useful, but it also has great disadvantages. Once it encounters danger, it will run away. Using it to conduct a useful experiment can also be used. When he uses the impure world reincarnation technique in the future, he can summon other snake creatures with equally strong life force in the Raichi cave, and even find ways to make those snake creatures more powerful, and then use those snake creatures as summoning sacrifices. No. Orochimaru suddenly realized something. The bastard Akihara Kagura actually wanted to revive the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, through the impure world reincarnation. Once the first Hokage, known as the God of Ninja, became a puppet controlled by Akihara Kagura, how could he compete with Akihara Kagura? Kid? What is this? Wanch looked at the flying ashes with horror on his face. The scales all over his body were quickly wrapped in ashes. He quickly felt a loss of his life force. The purple body was constantly turning gray. You little brat. Wanch looked at Akihara Kagura furiously, opened his mouth and bit down on Akihara Kagura. You actually want to use me as a sacrifice for your evil spell. Isn't this good? Akihara Kagura raised his finger, and a thick vine instantly tied Wanch's head, and explained softly, Wanch, you are originally an evil summoning beast, just for me to conduct evil spell experiments. Wait for me, little brat. Wanch stared at Akihara Kagura, with the cold murderous intent in his eyes. Obviously, he was eager to kill the guy who dared to use him as a sacrifice. The next moment, a cloud of smoke rose. Wanch's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. As a summoning beast, Wanch can leave here at any time and return to Longdi Cave to recuperate, but this time it obviously miscalculated Longdi Cave. Wanch looked at his body with some horror. The gray on his body continued to spread, completely submerging his body, and his pupils turned gray in an instant. No. The snake still wanted to struggle. As a creature with huge vitality and huge fairy chakra in its body, the feedback brought by the snake as a sacrifice was particularly huge. Its body slowly gathered and turned into a human form, and a figure wearing red armor walked out of it. The first-generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, stood in the Raichi cave and immediately sensed the huge natural energy hidden in the Raichi cave. He also sensed that the power in his body was almost the same as before his death, which made him feel a little strange. However, Hashirama Senju didn't have time to think about it. A spiritual command instantly summoned him away from the Raichi cave. Outside Konoha village, Orochimaru felt a little regretful and a little fortunate, and chuckled and said, it seems that the experiment failed. If the snake returns to the Raichi cave, this technique. No, it succeeded. Akihara Kagura interrupted Orochimaru. After speaking, Akihara Kagura immediately put his hands together to complete the hand seal of the spiritual summoning technique, and slapped the ground with one palm. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. The next moment, a figure in red armor appeared in front of them. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was successfully resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, and the chakra in his body was also quite terrifying. What the hell is going on? Hashirama Senju saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, and also saw Akihara Kagura, who summoned him. The moment he saw Orochimaru, the chakra in his body suddenly surged. A stream of chakra that looked like a substance appeared on his body. Calm down. Akihara Kagura raised her finger, and instantly calmed the first Hokage down. First Hokage, I resurrected you by the impure world reincarnation. Huh? It was you. Hashirama Senju looked at Akihara Kagura in confusion. Everything will be explained later. Akihara Kagura controlled Hashirama Senju and looked back at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you should have the materials of the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage in your hands, right? Can you lend them to me for a while? Orochimaru's palms suddenly clenched. This bastard knew that he had stored a lot of collections, but did he think he would just hand them over? Wouldn't this simply increase Akihara Kagura's power? There's no point in keeping them. Right. Akihara Kagura gently comforted Orochimaru and continued, Lord Orochimaru, if they are too strong, you won't be able to control them. Anyway, they won't be a threat to me anyway. We can make an agreement. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and took the initiative to say, except for the 4 Hokage, I won't touch the Hokage of other villages, and let you reincarnate them. You should also understand that as the Hokage assistant of Konoha, I can't let you resurrect the Hokage of Konoha to avoid any threat to the stability of the village. Orochimaru immediately clenched his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. It's really lucky for Konoha to have a Hokage like you assist. This is as it should be. It is obvious that Akihara Kagura resurrected the 4 Hokage not just to have more power in his hands. He continued, the 2 advisory elders in the village have always wanted me to succeed the position of Hokage, but if I have the 4 former Hokage in my hands, even if the incumbent Hokage is not me, I can use the other 4 former Hokage to influence the political situation in the village. Kagura-kun, this is too fake. Orochimaru shook his head and did not believe Akihara Kagura's words. The Konoha high-level officials will not accept you playing with the dead, right? But Akihara Kagura looked into Orochimaru's eyes and continued, if I claim that we don't resurrect the 4 former Hokage, Orochimaru will continue to use the 4 former Hokage to harm Konoha. It just so happened that the Hokage's body was stolen at the funeral of the 3rd Hokage. Let's take a step back. I can even not tell them and resurrect the 4 former Hokage privately. Even if they find out, what can they do? Did the previous leader of the route, Danzo, do a lot of things to hide from the high-level officials? Me too. Everything I did was for Konoha. You dare to say that? Orochimaru couldn't believe his ears. This guy, he was serious. This guy linked one thing after another, and he really found a reason. If Akihara Kagura really asked the Konoha high-level officials to revive the successive Hokage with this reason, it might really be approved. The impact of the 4 Hokage being resurrected by a traitor and being resurrected with the assistance of a Hokage is different. If the 4 Hokage are resurrected by a traitor and used to attack Konoha, the morale of the Konoha ninjas will definitely be affected if they fight against them. In this case, in order to prevent risks, it is not unacceptable to be resurrected by Akihara Kagura using the impure world reincarnation technique. However, there is another risk in this matter. Orochimaru's eyes moved slightly and looked at Hashirama Senju and Hirozen Sarutobi. Kagura-kun, I don't think they will obey your orders. If they reveal your true identity to Konoha, how will you face it then? This is the biggest risk. If the 4 Hokage turn against them, then I can only control the 4 Hokage to destroy Konoha. Akihara Kagura's eyes were calm and peaceful, as if what he said was just an ordinary thing. For Konoha, I believe the 4 Hokage will make a rational choice. Sarutobi Hirozen fell silent strangely. As Akihara Kagura said, this is indeed very risky, but the danger to Konoha is even greater. For Konoha, they may have to stand on Akihara Kagura's side. This is the best way. As the Hokage of Konoha, sacrifice is also indispensable. If everything is good for Konoha, their future relationship with Akihara Kagura may become a game. They can be used by Akihara Kagura, but Akihara Kagura is using them to gain benefits for Konoha. Hashirama Senju frowned, still thinking about the communication between Akihara Kagura and Orochimaru. He seemed to suddenly realize the truth. Wait, this little guy named Akihara Kagura, you actually want to destroy Konoha? Are you in the same group with this guy named Orochimaru? No. Akihara Kagura took a deep breath. What I mean is Akihara Kagura slowly raised his fingers again, controlling Hashirama Senju to stand in place, and said in a deep voice, if the previous Hokage do not obey my orders, I will control you to destroy Konoha, destroy the Konoha that the previous Hokage has worked hard to build you. Hashirama Senju tried his best to twist his arm. This kid turned out to be such a dangerous guy. The most terrifying thing is that this kid's strength may have surpassed him. However, no matter what he did, he could not contend with Akihara Kagura's will. He could not believe that his strength was almost the same as in his heyday. How could he not be able to get rid of it? First Hokage. Sarutobi Hirozen glanced at Hashirama Senju and whispered, if it is for Konoha, make a little sacrifice, at least be patient for a while. Sarutobi Hirozen still had a little trick. If Akihara Kagura really dared to let the previous generations of Hokage revive and stay by his side, perhaps they could slowly influence Akihara Kagura, let Akihara Kagura slowly understand the previous generations of Hokage, and let Akihara Kagura's heart give birth to the will of fire. From the current point of view, Akihara Kagura does not seem to want to become a rebellious ninja. Lord Orochimaru, your teacher has agreed. Akihara Kagura stretched out her palm towards Orochimaru. Give me the materials for the resurrection of the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage first. Then our agreement. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked at Akihara Kagura. In addition to the cages of other villages, Orochimaru also thought of one person, Uchiha Madara, who had fought with the first Hokage. Perhaps he would have to take the trouble to find Uchiha Madara's body. Of course it counts. Akihara Kagura nodded, intending to turn back and ask Yakushi Kabuto to dig the grave. There are currently 3 ninjas in this ninja world who have mastered the impure world reincarnation technique. It seems that there are not many people digging graves, but the competition for grave digging and tomb robbing is actually quite fierce. Even Orochimaru has begun to intrigue at this time. Then, Orochimaru stretched out his palm, and a cloud of smoke appeared in his hand. He threw a sealing scroll to Akihara Kagura. I wish us a happy cooperation. The third update. Today's daily 10,000 are completed. Tomorrow we have to start making arrangements for Lord Orochimaru. After all, he doesn't know about the Akatsuki organization yet. Chapter 214 The Quarreling Hokage, Kagura trying to mediate, and Danzo taking the blame. On the empty land. 2 white Zetsu that had just been transplanted with Hashirame's cells were lying there. In order to prevent problems in the relationship between himself and White Zetsuari, Akihara Kagura sent White Zetsuari to meet Nagato early, so that White Zetsuari would not feel uncomfortable after seeing this scene. Ninjutsu, Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Akihara Kagura used the materials obtained from Orochimaru and directly used the Impure World Reincarnation Technique to revive the second Hokage Senju Tobirama and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. The white Zetsu on the ground was suddenly wrapped in ashes and confetti. A silver-haired man and a blonde man stood up from the ashes and confetti. The second Hokage Senju Tobirama and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. System prompt: you have a new superior, Namikaze Minato, rewarding new employees with a gift package and unlocking new features. Golden Flash, can transform into golden light, and when using Flying Thunder God technique and Instant Body technique, the speed is extremely fast as the speed of light, so that the enemy cannot react at all. Akihara Kagura feels a little weird about this characteristic. Although the characteristic of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze is indeed Golden Flash, should the effect of this characteristic belong to this world? Huh? Is it that Orochimaru guy who did it again? The second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, the old boss, saw the group of people present as soon as he was resurrected. Monkey, are you here too? I remember that you used the Shiki Fujin to seal us and the guy called Orochimaru before you died. Second generation Hokage. The third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had some helplessness on his face, and explained in a deep voice, that happened in the afternoon. Now it's evening, and our Shiki Fujin has been released. This speed was a bit unexpected. In the afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just sacrificed himself to seal everyone, and in the evening everyone was unsealed and resurrected, and even knew some extraordinary truths. This time, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze was also involved. Huh? That seal can actually be broken. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, the new boss, was obviously a little different. He looked at them in shock. How did they do that? Theoretically, the most powerful seal of the Uzumaki clan is the Shiki Fujin, which uses the illusory god of death in this world, and there is no possibility of it being broken. It was actually broken by someone? Huh? I'm curious too. Orochimaru looked at all the 4 resurrected Hokage, and felt a little unwilling in his heart. These are the most powerful ones among the impure world reincarnation. Kagura-kun. Orochimaru did not spare his words and put on eye drops at this time. When did you research the solution to the Shiki Fujin? Even Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and continued slowly. You had prepared the means to remove the Shiki Fujin in advance when the old man hadn't used it yet. Did you expect that the old man would use the Shiki Fujin when fighting me? This is the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise, and asked curiously, a newcomer in the village? Why haven't I seen you? Was it you who removed the Shiki Fujin? It was also the impure world reincarnation technique he used on you. Orochimaru chuckled, with a hint of sarcasm on the corners of his mouth, because they were worried that I would use the impure world reincarnation technique to resurrect you. They took the lead to resurrect the successive Hokage and control him in their own hands. The strongest fighting force of Konoha in this era, Akihara Kagura. Let me tell you, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Orochimaru. The old man knew Orochimaru's thoughts very well. He didn't want to see Orochimaru induce a conflict between the previous Hokage and Akihara Kagura, so he wanted to take the initiative to explain the previous situation. I'll do it myself. Akihara Kagura looked at the 4 Hokage present and continued, all the actions in the Chunin exam were planned by me in secret. I used Orochimaru and Danzo to launch the actions. The purpose was to catch the 4 previous Hokage present at this moment and make them my pawns to control the power of Konoha in the future. Orochimaru's expression was a little intriguing. He also wanted to use words to provoke a conflict between Akihara Kagura and the 4 Hokage. Now it seems that his instigating words are much milder than those said by Akihara Kagura. This kid can even say such extreme words as controlling the power of Konoha. Kid, the Hokage carries more than just power. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, expressed his views clearly, but reacted instantly. Wait, this is all a conspiracy planned by you, doesn't it mean? You evil kid. How dare you have such a treasonous idea? The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, interrupted his eldest brother, but continued rationally, but you actually want to use our reputation to control the power of Konoha? It's because there are people in the village who will not obey your orders and will not obey you to become Hokage, right? Kagura. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, thought that the situation had already fallen to the bottom, but at this moment he felt that the situation was gradually rebounding. Have you finally realized that power cannot make people recognized? Only those who are recognized by everyone can become Hokage. You need to change that. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato touched the back of his head and felt that his mind was full of question marks. Excuse me, what exactly happened? The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato had never experienced this before, and was confused like an outsider. Why did the other 3 Hokage know what happened? How come I, the Hokage, don't know anything? Aren't we all Hokage? Did the first and second Hokage die earlier than him? Why do they know something? Where is Danzo? Senju Tobirama mentioned Shimura Danzo and said in a cold voice, Danzo teamed up with you, the little brat, and Orochimaru to deceive me and my brother. Don't you dare to come out. That Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a while, and explained with a complicated look. Second Hokage, the sacrifice for my resurrection by Kagura's impure world reincarnation is Danzo. This little brat used Danzo to resurrect you. Senju Tobirama was silent when he heard this. This little guy named Akihara Kagura is playing a bit fancy. Danzo Shimura died so miserably. Tobirama Senju could imagine Danzo Shimura's mood before his death, which made him feel embarrassed to find trouble with Danzo Shimura. Tobirama. Hashirama Senju immediately blamed his younger brother. If you hadn't invented the impure world reincarnation, today's incident would never have happened. I warned you a long time ago not to study these weird techniques. Brother. Tobirama Senju looked at his elder brother coldly and explained in a deep voice, this matter has nothing to do with the technique. The real evil is not the technique, but the evil human heart. Hiruzen Sarutobi still remembered his original intention and helped explain. Second Hokage, Kagura may have been too deeply influenced by Danzo and acted too unscrupulously. Monkey, I almost forgot. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju immediately looked at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and talked about the problem they had not finished in the afternoon. Monkey, what is the situation with the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha are companions in the village, and you are the Hokage of the village. That's because the Uchiha clan is born evil. Senju Tobirama defended Sarutobi Hiruzen in a cold voice. Is the Uchiha clan extinct? Namikaze Minato's face was even more stunned. The news he heard today was more shocking than the last. When I was alive, I didn't have time to deal with the Uchiha affairs. Orochimaru looked at Namikaze Minato, the man who took the position of the fourth Hokage, and chuckled, Minato, you died too early, and you really have to take a lot of responsibility. And you should be familiar with the people who destroyed the Uchiha clan. This. Namikaze Minato suddenly felt embarrassed, and continued embarrassedly, I said that I would protect Kushina wholeheartedly, and if I didn't use the Shikigami Fuijin, I would not be able to split the Nine Tails chakra, and my power would not be enough to seal the complete Nine Tails. The Nine Tails is indeed very strong. Senju Hashirama nodded seriously. This. Minato Namikaze became even more embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, who destroyed the Uchiha? Was it someone I am familiar with? Kakashi? Sensei Jiraiya? They don't look like the kind of people who would do such a thing. It was Uchiha Obito. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and simply brought up this matter that Minato Namikaze would know sooner or later. Minato, one of the people who destroyed the Uchiha was your former student, Uchiha Obito. Obito. Minato Namake's expression immediately dimmed, and he thought of the dead student. He's still alive. More than that, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Minato Namake and continued, he was also the one who started the Nine Tails Rebellion in the village and killed Biwako and Uzumaki Kushina. In the Nine Tails Rebellion, the people who died were not only Minato Namake and his wife, but also Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife Sarutobi Biwako. Uchiha Obito almost killed your child Uzumaki Naruto. Fortunately, Kagura and Kakashi arrived in time and saved Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this and acknowledged Kagura's contribution. If Kagura hadn't happened to meet Uchiha Obito and wanted to kill Naruto, we wouldn't even know that Uchiha Obito, who was buried in the monument, is still alive in this world. Thank you very much. Namake's Minato sincerely thanked Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura was stunned for a second, and said with a nonchalant look on his face, it doesn't matter, that guy also killed Aburame Ryoma and wanted to frame me for defecting to Konoha. Lord Danzo was affected by this incident, otherwise, I wouldn't have had such a life and death fight with Lord Danzo, so that's how it is. Senju Hashirima's face suddenly understood, and he summed up himself, in that case, all the problems are caused by that traitor named Uchiha Obito, right? The IQs of the others are not low, and they looked at Akihara Kagura with something hard to say. No. Senju Tobirama supported his forehead, worried about his elder brother's IQ and EQ. Although everything originated from Uchiha Obito, the mistakes made by others cannot be easily forgiven. We are still controlled by others. This little guy wants to use us to manipulate Konoha's politics. The second Hokage is the one who made the most mistakes, right? Orochimaru was merciless to his idol and pointed out his mistakes with a smile. If it weren't for the second Hokage who separated the Uchiha clan from Konoha and made the Uchiha clan independent of Konoha, the Uchiha clan would not have perished. If it weren't for the second Hokage who invented so many forbidden techniques and even left us the cells of the first Hokage, things wouldn't have come to this day. It's all the fault of the second Hokage. What did you say? Senju Tobirama was immediately furious. Tonight's discussion seemed to be a blame-shifting meeting. Every Hokage present made mistakes in the discussion, let alone Orochimaru and Akihara Kagura next to them, and as they talked, they all started to become bad people. Orochimaru is right. Akihara Kagura nodded. Knowing a little more about the situation of the Uchiha clan, he said, 9.5 out of 10 Uchiha will blame the mistakes left behind by the second Hokage. There are so many Uchiha in Konoha, but only a few mentally ill guys think that the second Hokage did not make any mistakes. Tobirama, the policy you left behind. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but blame his younger brother. The Uchiha are born evil. Senju Tobirama once again put forward his own arguments and continued in a deep voice, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan who have awakened the main Gekiyo Sharingan are rebels who may endanger Konoha. Stop arguing. Akihara Kagura rubbed her forehead, feeling a little headache because of their quarreling, and simply took the initiative to help them share the blame. The first one to make a mistake was the first Hokage. If the first Hokage had not chosen to give up unifying the ninja world, and even divided the tailed beasts to other ninja villages, allowing other ninja villages to possess the power of the tailed beasts, those ninja villages would not have had other thoughts, and there would not be so many wars in the ninja world. I am for peace. What you said is alright. Akihara Kagura simply did not refute, and pointed at Senju Tobirama, but your peace triggered the war and killed the second Hokage. It also forced the second Hokage to designate the third Hokage during the war, making it impossible for Danzo to run for the position of Hokage through normal channels, and making Danzo jealous. He hurt others everywhere and even wanted to hurt me, which led to the situation today. A group of impure world reincarnation people and Orochimaru's foreheads jumped. At this time, there is no need to put the blame on Danzo, right? As for the mistakes of the second Hokage, Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru mentioned it just now. The most important mistake was to hand over the position of Hokage to the third Hokage, which led to Danzo's jealousy and created a series of internal conflicts for his own power. A group of people looked at each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a second, then took the initiative to take over the conversation. My mistake was that I was too indecisive and overly indulged Danzo's darkness, which led to the demise of Uchiha and the situation today. The eyes of a group of people immediately moved to Minato Namake's. My mistake was that I died too early. Minato Namake carefully looked at everyone present, and added, I was unable to stop Lord Danzo from acting in the dark, right? The others nodded silently. Okay, let's talk about business, don't talk about these useless things. Senju Tobirama looked at Akihara Kagura coldly. He had long understood the current situation and was clearly aware that the way to break the impasse lies in Akihara Kagura. He simply wanted to use Akihara Kagura at first. Kid, you want to use our identity and power to control Konoha, which means that we are on the same line at least in some aspects. First we must eliminate the threat to Konoha, right? Well said. Akihara Kagura nodded. A dangerous smile of success appeared on Senju Tobirama's lips, and he looked at Orochimaru fiercely. Then it's okay to get rid of this guy named Orochimaru first, right? You should also have acknowledged that he is a threat to Konoha, right? Orochimaru's face suddenly changed. The second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, this bastard, actually wanted to use a strategy of alienation. There is no need for that. Akihara Kagura calmed Orochimaru with a word, and did not listen to Senju Tobirama's meaning at all. Although Lord Orochimaru did not send a suitable birthday gift this year, he used to send gifts every year on my birthday in the past, and even the people who really raised me grew up. If you put aside the fact that Lord Orochimaru wanted to take over my body and once used me as an experimental consumable, I actually still respect Lord Orochimaru very much. Akihara Kagura, this guy always says respect. Thinking of the way Akihara Kagura respects Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru feels a little uneasy. Orochimaru took a deep breath, and forced a smile on his stern face. Kagura-kun, you just used me to lift the Shikigami Fujin. The past grudges between us should be completely settled, right? Of course. Akihara Kagura nodded immediately and continued, then in the past, I secretly guided Jiraiya to destroy Lord Orochimaru's experimental base, used senior brother Nagato to persecute Lord Orochimaru, colluded with a Red Sand Scorpion to drive Lord Orochimaru out of the Akatsuki organization, and revealed Lord Orochimaru's information to the Akatsuki organization. All these grudges are also written off today. Orochimaru didn't want to end their grudges a little bit. During the days in the Akatsuki organization, he always encountered various troubles. Even after escaping from the Akatsuki organization, he was still hunted by the Akatsuki organization. Unexpectedly, it was the information leaked by Akihara Kagura. Behind those painful experiences, it turned out that Akihara Kagura was secretly controlling it. Isn't it too unfair to write off such grudges? Akatsuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered the organization that Uchiha Itachi had mentioned before, frowned and said, I remember that this organization seems to be Uchiha Obito's organization, and it is full of dangerous S-level rebels. That's right. It's the organization founded by Uchiha Obito. Akihara Kagura nodded and continued, but it doesn't matter. Uchiha Obito introduced me to the Akatsuki organization a long time ago. As long as the Hokages are willing to cooperate, we can clean up Uchiha Obito and the top leaders of the Akatsuki organization, and make that organization full of S-level rebels a pawn of Konoha and a weapon to secretly threaten other enemy countries. The people present looked sideways. You have a wide range of business scope. Senju Tobirama looked at Akihara Kagura with a very complicated expression. It must be said that this little guy named Akihara Kagura is a master of political struggle. If this little guy Akihara Kagura is really willing to protect Konoha by any means, even if he just wants to grasp the power of Konoha, it will be more beneficial than harmful to Konoha. Kid, tell me. Senju Tobirama sighed in his heart and looked at Akihara Kagura. How do you want to use us to help you control the power of Konoha? Just letting us show up in Konoha is not an easy thing, right? I don't think Jiraiya will agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen also raised his opinion, and took the initiative to say, even if my body disappeared at the funeral and Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation appeared to revive the dead, with Jiraiya's character he would not agree with you doing this. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he began to introduce the first and second Hokage. Jiraiya is my disciple and the teacher of Minato and Kagura. I had a premonition that I might die in the Chunin exam, so I ordered him to return to Konoha. Yuta Tenkaharu and Madakato N would support him to become Hokage. What if teacher Jiraiya doesn't want to be Hokage? Akihara Kagura chuckled and took the initiative to say, in addition to teacher Jiraiya, Konoha has another person who may become Hokage. Another one of the three ninjas of Konoha who has been walking far away in the outside world may support the impure world reincarnation technique. Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen still had a different opinion on this. Tsunade is a medical ninja. She would not agree with the idea of reviving the dead, and she is unlikely to want Konoha to play with the dead. I know my disciples very well. Tsunade. Senju Hashirama thought of the little girl he loved the most, and shook his head repeatedly and said, wait, Tsunade can't become Hokage. If she becomes Hokage, she will lose everything in Konoha. Akihiro Kagura's words made everyone present frown. How can a Hokage without power, who is always under the surveillance of others, have the power to lose everything in Konoha? Senju Hashiramas forejumped. I think she will definitely support the impure world reincarnation. Akihiro Kagura raised her head and looked in one direction, and continued to herself, if someone resurrected the person she wanted to see most through the impure world reincarnation technique and made her realize that the crisis of the impure world reincarnation technique is imminent, will she still oppose it? As far as I know, she is not a person who sticks to rules and regulations. First update. It's a little early today. Here is a chapter of 6,000 words. Chapter 215, Danzo is dead, and you still want to use him. Most of the people present knew Tsunade. Except for Akihiro Kagura, who is secretly plotting against Tsunade. Orochimaru pondered over Akihiro Kagura's words, and suddenly realized something. He had witnessed all the pain that Tsunade had experienced, and knew very well where Tsunade's weaknesses were. Kagura-kun, who did you resurrect? Not me. Akihiro Kagura shook her head and denied it. I just asked Kabuto Yakashi to resurrect a senior ninja named Kato Dan in the village. Dan. Orochimaru recalled the person who had died long ago. Kato Dan, Tsunade's former lover. Kato Dan was the first person to support Tsunade in establishing a medical ninja system, and also worked hard for the goal of becoming Hokage, but he still died on the battlefield, which made Tsunade completely lose her spirit. Broken. Sarutobi Hiruzen also remembered the Jonin, but he still insisted on his own judgment. Kagura, you don't understand Tsunade. Tsunade will not agree. Akihiro Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and continued, if it is a medical ninja, Tsunade may not agree, but Tsunade, who became the 5th Hokage, may not refuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Akihiro Kagura in disbelief. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly realized his mistake, and even Senju Tobirama noticed it. This little guy named Akihiro Kagura made a lot of sense. If Tsunade was just a medical ninja, she would not choose the evil technique of impure world reincarnation no matter how troublesome it was. If Tsunade was a Hokage, then her idea might not be like this, because once it came to an emergency moment that endangered Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama would never refuse the impure world reincarnation technique. As long as it can protect the safety of Konoha, no matter what means are reasonable for the Hokage. 3rd Hokage, I still need you to write a suicide note. Akihiro Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and took the initiative to suggest, the content of the suicide note should allow me to perform the impure world reincarnation and resurrect all previous Hokage, including you, to prevent your souls from being used by Orochimaru in advance. As for Lord Orochimaru, please help me dig up the remains of the 3rd Hokage first and let the village leaders know that you are in danger. After Akihiro Kagura finished speaking, she looked at Orochimaru. Then I will trouble you and Kabuto Yakashi to create some trouble for our future Hokage. What if Jiraiya succeeded as Hokage? Orochimaru frowned and put forward a hypothesis. He won't. Akihiro Kagura shook her head, and her eyes fell on the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. 4th Hokage, please let the 9 tails in your body be honest, and don't leak any information casually, lest its other half encounter any bad situation. Minato Namikaze hesitated for a while, but suddenly remembered his son with Kushina Uzumaki. Then can I meet Naruto? If our plan goes well. Akihiro Kagura shrugged, and continued, but don't worry too much, because Captain Kakashi is his teacher. I guess Lord Jiraiya should also want to accept him as a disciple. It seems a little more worried. Minato Namikaze remembered the instructions of Kushina Uzumaki before her death. However, there will be a chance to meet his and Kushina Uzumaki's children in the future. Orochimaru glanced at Minato Namikaze, and he was actually thinking about all the actions of Akihiro Kagura's plan. Suddenly he grinned and chuckled. It doesn't seem as bad as I imagined. If we look at it carefully, apart from Akihiro Kagura, who has an extreme way of thinking, this plan to collapse Konoha is actually more beneficial to Konoha. Shimura Danzo is really dead. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, he has also been resurrected, and even with other Hokage who died in the past, he can openly protect the safety of Konoha. If it can protect Konoha, the 4 Hokage may not be unable to accept the impure world reincarnation technique. It can even make up for the regret of Namikaze Minato. The upper echelons of Konoha all know that when Namikaze Minato and his wife died, only Uzumaki Naruto was left behind. Now Namikaze Minato has the opportunity to see his grown-up child. Wait, Orochimaru suddenly realized something. So, What did he get from this plan? Kagura-kun. Orochimaru realized that he seemed to have gained nothing. He lost his ally Shimura Danzo and lost two powerful impure world reincarnation bodies, the first and second Hokage. What did he get? Did he know the information about Akihara Kagura? Did he know that the bastard Akihara Kagura had been secretly colluding with the Akatsuki organization to persecute him? Why did he seem to be used by Akihara Kagura all the time? Isn't this a bit wrong? Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura and asked, "What you said before we started the Konoha collapse plan should still count, right? About the experimental funding, right?" Akihara Kagura seemed to have just remembered it and nodded repeatedly. "Except for not being able to provide you with Konoha's organization, I can help you find a way to deal with everything else." But Lord Orochimaru, Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and added, "If your experiment has any results, Konoha will also share your experimental results. No matter which world it is, advanced technology is the path that mankind must take in the future." "You're right." Orochimaru smiled and stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Akihara Kagura shrugged. As a modern person, it is impossible to ignore the progress of science and technology, especially since the ninja world also has energy, such as chakra, that can develop in parallel with technology. After Orochimaru left, Akihara Kagura raised her finger and communicated with her Tendo puppet Shisu, ordering him to lurk in Orochimaru's shadow and monitor his actions, lest Orochimaru have any tricks. Because Tendo Shisu can use Akihara Kagura's chakra and has the blessing of Akihara Kagura's curse seal, once Orochimaru makes any move, Tendo Shisu can quickly control Orochimaru with a curse seal. Late at night. Root Base. Akihara Kagura returned here with a group of reincarnated Hokage and a group of root ninjas. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju noticed these dual bloodline ninjas with Sharingan and wood release on the way, and immediately noticed the abnormality of their chakra. Little brat Senju Tobirama stared at a root ninja, and suddenly looked at Akihara Kagura. "There seems to be something wrong with these experiments." "Oh." Akihara Kagura seemed to just react, and explained, "These are the survivors I rescued on the night of the Uchiha genocide. However, according to the orders of the founder of the root, Danzo, they have no names and no past, and are no longer considered Uchiha survivors." Senju Tobirama frowned and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Monkey, didn't they say that the Uchiha clan has been wiped out? There's only a little guy named Uchiha Sasuke left. They are not Uchiha." Akihara Kagura sighed, with a hint of innocence in his eyes. "Although they have the blood of the Uchiha clan, they are no longer surnamed Uchiha. Danzo-sama liked the Uchiha clan's Sharingan very much at the beginning. I thought he would like the Uchiha clan, so I kicked out the trash that Danzo-sama recruited, and stuffed all the survivors into the root founded by Danzo-sama." Senju Tobirama clenched his fists suddenly. This bastard, if his surname is not Uchiha, he is not a member of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, how did that guy Shimura Danzo do things? Not only did the Uchiha clan not perish, but he was also used as a sacrifice, and even his department was filled with Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little stunned. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know where to start. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Akihara Kagura's actions tonight were enough to make him feel a little uncomfortable. When he heard that the root founded by Danzo was filled with Uchiha, he instantly felt an extremely absurd sense of disharmony in his brain. Shimura Danzo must have been very uneasy when he died, right? After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew his old friend's mind. Danzo Shimura was determined to destroy the Uchiha clan, but it turned out that the root was made up of Uchiha people. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a complicated expression and looked at Akihara Kagura hesitantly. "I remember that the people of the Konoha police force were slaughtered by Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi killed the people in the Uchiha clan's territory, and even used the tailed beast ball to clean up the Uchiha clan's territory. Did Itachi collude with Uchiha Obito?" Akihara Kagura shrugged and continued, "Didn't the village send away the 4th Mizukaji Agura Kuruda on the eve of the genocide night? I gave the information about the 4th Mizukaji Agura Kuruda to Uchiha Obito, and asked Uchiha Obito to capture the 3 tails Jinchuriki and hand it over to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi couldn't find these survivors on the night of the genocide. He thought someone was hiding, so he directly used the tailed beast ball to cleanse the Uchiha clan's territory. Everyone thought that the bodies of these survivors were destroyed by the tailed beast ball." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his cognition was overturned again. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his cognition was refreshed again and again. Every time he thought that it was all over, a new surprise would pop up. But maybe this is also a good thing. At least there is still the blood of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village. not just Uchiha Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered that Akihara Kagura asked him for Uchiha Sasuke. No wonder you always said that you would let Uchiha Sasuke join your route and let Uchiha Sasuke meet his people. I thought the route would not accept him. Akihara Kagura shook his head and continued indifferently, I am just continuing the ideas of Lord Danzo. Uchiha Sasuke is just a kid whose fate is controlled by his brother. The survivors of the route are the real Avengers. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while and took the initiative to speak. Kagura, Itachi is also a poor man. Everything he did was out of helplessness. Don't worry, third Hokage. Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and chuckled, I won't let his life be too easy. At the beginning, he even refused to save Captain Hatake Kakashi. I didn't take the initiative to kill him. I have been very kind to him, isn't it? Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, I was also thinking about solving the Uchiha problem. I didn't expect that you could do what I, the Hokage, couldn't do. Maybe my choice was biased. I have always been confused by your extremeness. You have inherited that kindness in your heart. You are the most suitable candidate to become the fifth Hokage. Senju Tobirama disagreed with this. However, Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato thought that Akihara Kagura did a good job. Although the method of using Uchiha Itachi seemed a bit shady, it successfully solved the problem between Konoha and Uchiha and preserved the bloodline of the Uchiha clan for Konoha, even though these Uchiha were loyal to Akihara Kagura. It's just that the Konoha high level must have taken the blame. The dead Shimura Danzo died a really aggrieved and unjust death. However, Shimura Danzo's value of use has not yet ended. It's just right. We can take the opportunity to expand the routes. Akihara Kagura glanced at Karin and ordered, Karin, select 15 teams from the remaining survivors. I will help them transplant the first-generation cells and claim to the outside world that Lord Danzo has handed over all his dual bloodline ninjas to me. Isn't the number of people a little inconsistent? Karin was an extremely cautious assistant. She reminded, Lord Kagura, the shortage of Sharingan recognized by Lord Danzo was 143. Theoretically, there should be 59 people. There are 60 people in 15 teams. Can the 60th person only use one Sharingan? Why bother about these now? Senju Tobirama muttered somewhat dissatisfied and interrupted Karin, this kid has become the strongest candidate in Konoha. Is there still anyone who doubts it? I want to see how you gave birth to ninjas with both Sharingan and would release dual bloodline, and see how powerful they are. No, we still have to be rigorous. Akihara Kagura shook his head, rejecting the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama's behavior of ignoring details, and ordered, why not just select them directly? I remember that they have all awakened the Sharingan, right? Anyone under the age of 40 can be directly added to the route. That's a lot of people. Karin pushed her glasses and thought about the Uchiha who were rescued by Akihara Kagura. Some of the children have grown up, Kagura-sama. If you conduct the assessment regardless of gender, you can select more than 70 people. If the number of Sharingans doesn't match, will anyone guess that there are other Uchiha living in this world? Few people know about these things. Akihara Kagura already had a solution, and continued, then forge a document from Danzo-sama, claiming that Danzo-sama has been secretly collecting Sharingan, and these experiments were made by Danzo-sama, and the root is just a receiver. When someone questions it in the future, we will have evidence. The eyelids of several Hokage present twitched. Senju Tobirama's expression was particularly ugly, and he looked at Akihara Kagura with a gloomy face. Danzo is already dead. Do you still want to use them? Second update. There is one more chapter. Chapter 216. Sarutobi Hiruzen visits his own funeral. Root base. Senju Tobirama's doubts are a bit unreasonable. It is not a special thing for the ninja world to use the dead. Aren't these Hokage also dead, and are they still used by Akihara Kagura? However, Akihara Kagura is really busy tonight. In the laboratory of the root base, Akihara Kagura was busy. Senju Tobirama took the initiative to serve as Akihara Kagura's assistant, wanting to observe the experiment of creating a dual bloodline ninja. As a result, Senju Tobirama saw Akihara Kagura ordering an Uchiha to lie on the table in the laboratory, and directly took out a syringe and injected Hashirama's cells into the body of an Uchiha. Senju Tobirama's forehead jumped, feeling that this experiment was really ridiculous. What a joke, the experiment is not that simple. If you follow your experimental method, the nurses in Konoha Hospital can conduct this experiment. Crack. Wooden thorns grew on the body of the Uchiha on the laboratory table. Senju Tobirama's eyes suddenly solidified. Why didn't this Uchiha show any rejection reaction, and even directly awakened his elder brother's wood release? Senju Tobirama immediately realized something, and a guess came to his mind. Is there some kind of blood connection between Senju and Uchiha? This matter made Senju Tobirama a little frightened. Senju Tobirama was not unaware of how powerful the cells in his elder brother's body were. He never thought that someone could transplant his elder brother's cells so easily. Sharingan and would release Uchiha and Senju according to the basic principles of biology. Unless there is a possibility of blood closeness between the two, it is impossible to succeed in the experiment so easily. Of course. This is also the science and technology of Akihara Kagura. After this experiment, there are a total of 84 dual bloodline ninjas in the root, which is exactly the establishment of the entire Anbu, plus Yamanakafu, Aburame Tajin, and Karin. The root has a serious overstaffing problem. Theoretically, the root is at most equivalent to an Anbu team, but the number of members now has exceeded the number of Anbu. Take them to get their equipment. Akihara Kagura instructed Karin and said, "It's estimated that soon, Orochimaru-sama will have caused trouble at the memorial, and someone from the Hokage building will call me over to discuss matters." Yes. Karin nodded. Where is the suicide note of the third Hokage-sama? Akihara Kagura asked another key question. They are back. Karin nodded and continued to report. The third Hokage-sama and the fourth Hokage-sama secretly put the suicide note in his home, and the Anbu who are cleaning up should find it soon. In the Hokage building. In fact, the two Hokage advisors did not sleep all night. Even though they were old men, they still did not sleep all night, and they had been trying to persuade Jiraiya to agree to succeed the position of Hokage. However, Jiraiya was not willing to agree at all. He first recommended his disciple Akihara Kagura, but this name was directly rejected by the two Hokage advisors. No matter how Jiraiya persuaded, the two Hokage advisors rejected his proposal because Akihara Kagura was too young and had an extreme personality and needed more training. Jiraiya had to mention Tsunade's name. Tsunade. Yuta Tenkaharu and Mito Kato and approved of this candidate. If you can find Tsunade, she is also a suitable successor. If you can't find Tsunade, you must succeed the position of the fifth Hokage. Konoha is in chaos now, and there must be someone to take charge of the overall situation. Yuta Tenkaharu looked at Jiraiya and persuaded him softly. Although Akihara Kagura is the assistant Hokage, you know his character. He is not a candidate to take charge of the overall situation at this time. Kagura may not be impossible. Jiraiya recognized his disciples very much, and reminded them with a chuckle, at least if Kagura is here, the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sands Village will not dare to make any big moves, right? Power can only bring obedience, not convince the people. Yuta Tenkaharu shook his head and sighed. If Kagura can be a little more mature, we are willing to go against Sarutobi's will and push him to become the fifth Hokage. Let's talk about it after the old man's funeral. Jiraiya waved his hand, very impatient with their persuasion. However, before they could finish their discussion, the Anbu ninjas who went to the memorial to continue arranging the funeral came to report a bad news. Jiraiya-sama, Orochimaru suddenly appeared, dug up the grave of the third Hokage, and stole the third Hokage's body. We couldn't catch up with him at all. What? Jiraiya and the two Hokage advisors' faces suddenly changed. Because they knew why Orochimaru stole the third Hokage's body. He must want to revive the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to deal with Konoha. Orochimaru Yuta Tenkaharu was so angry that she was not feeling well. She tried to calm her chest. If Orochimaru resurrects Sarutobi to fight Konoha. Advisors. An Anbu ninja took a letter and handed it to the two Hokage advisors. We found a suicide note in the home of the third Hokage. Suicide note. Yuta Tenkaharu took it and frowned. Has Sarutobi thought about his own death? It seems that we can see his last words in this suicide note. This suicide note is actually quite brief. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen explained in detail in his suicide note that when he learned about Orochimaru, he had already prepared to die in battle in advance, so he made two arrangements in this suicide note to avoid problems in Konoha. First, the position of Hokage will be succeeded by Jiraiya. If Jiraiya is unwilling to succeed the position of the fifth Hokage of Konoha, let Jiraiya bring Tsunade back to succeed, and Akihara Kagura will still serve as the Hokage assistant and the leader of the root. Second, if he encountered an accident in the battle with Orochimaru and failed to kill Orochimaru, He would allow Akihara Kagura to use the Impure World Reincarnation technique to resurrect some powerful ninjas to avoid being used by Orochimaru, because Kagura had the strongest learning talent and the strongest strength, and was the most suitable candidate to learn the Impure World Reincarnation technique. He had already let Akihara Kagura learn the Impure World Reincarnation technique and handed some resurrection materials to Akihara Kagura. The monkey really knows you. Yuta Tenkaharu sighed, handed the suicide note in his hand to Jiraiya, and sighed. It seems that he had guessed that you might not succeed to the position of Hokage, and told us in the suicide note that if you are unwilling to succeed, bring Tsunade back to succeed as the 5th Hokage. Old man Jiraiya sighed in his heart. This teacher really knows him very well, and he can even predict such a thing, and he also predicted that Orochimaru might continue to use the Impure World Reincarnation. Sarutobi Hiruzen really knows his disciple very well. Let's call Kagura over first. Mizuto Kato-en glanced at them and suggested, he should be informed about this. If what Sarutobi said is true, the responsibility of stopping Orochimaru will fall on him. The old man shouldn't have let Kagura learn the Impure World Reincarnation technique. Jiraiya put away the suicide note and said softly, Kagura's strength is already strong enough. I'm worried that he will be addicted to the evil technique and let his mind. Jiraiya. Yuta Tenkaharu asked a question that caught Jiraiya off guard. If Kagura can't use the Impure World Reincarnation technique to deal with the Impure World Reincarnation technique practitioners resurrected by Orochimaru, does he have to use the Shiki Fujin to seal the dead like a monkey? Jiraiya was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, don't worry about this. It's not that little guy's turn yet. Can't I learn the Shiki Fujin? But Yuta Tenkaharu looked at Jiraiya and didn't agree with his idea. Now we obviously have a solution that doesn't require you to sacrifice, not to mention that Sarutobi stated in his suicide note that Kagura has learned to use the Impure World Reincarnation technique and even gave him some materials for resurrecting powerful ninjas. Kagura is my disciple. Jiraiya shook his head and still didn't agree with this. That child can obviously have a better future, and he shouldn't be exposed to this technique. Kagura's heart is dark. Mito Kato-en disagreed with Jiraiya's opinion and continued in a deep voice, he's the leader of the root. You should know what the root means. We will inform Kagura about this. Yuta Tenkaharu's attitude was very firm. If there is no way to solve Orochimaru, perhaps Sarutobi's last words are the best solution. At least we should take precautions and let him reincarnate some powerful ninjas as soon as possible. In the early morning, when the Anbu ninja notified Akihara Kagura to come to the Hokage building, the two Hokage advisors were still arguing with Jiraiya about this matter, discussing whether Akihara Kagura should use the Impure World Reincarnation technique. Kagura, have you learned the Impure World Reincarnation technique? This was the first thing Jiraiya asked when he saw his disciple. Yes, Akihara Kagura nodded and looked at her teacher in surprise. How did the teacher know this? The third Hokage also gave me some materials for the resurrection of the successive Hokage, saying that he would have a way to seal the souls of the first and second Hokage, but Orochimaru may have a way to remove the seal, so that I can resurrect the successive Hokage when necessary, to prevent Orochimaru from resurrecting the successive Hokage and attacking Konoha first. The old man is really restless. By the way, where's Danzo? Yuta Tenkaharu asked a question of concern. Danzo-sama. Akihara Kagura hesitated for a moment, and said softly, Danzo-sama is still under house arrest in the root base. After learning the news of the death of the third Hokage, Danzo-sama seemed to be disheartened and didn't want to see anyone. He handed over all his dual bloodline ninjas to me. Danzo-sama. Miro Kato-en sighed faintly. If it weren't for his collusion with Orochimaru, he grew up with a monkey and quarreled all his life. Maybe he thought he would feel good if he killed the monkey, but in the end he would be in pain. Okay. Jiraiya threw down the suicide note in his hand somewhat dejectedly. He didn't want to mention Shimura Danzo, and said in a deep voice, forget it, let's go to the old man's funeral first. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's body had disappeared, this matter could not be known by the ninjas of Konoha to avoid causing greater panic in the village. The back mountain of Konoha. The funeral scene was rearranged in front of the memorial stone. Many Konoha ninjas came to see off the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in black clothes. Everyone had a sad look on their faces, because Sarutobi Hiruzen was like a kind old grandfather who had communicated with every child in the village. Under a big tree. 4 Hokage stood under the big tree to visit the funeral. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the scenes at the funeral, looked at the crowd at the funeral, and sighed softly. This feeling made him feel a little uncomfortable. Third Hokage, please accept my condolences. Namikaze Minato stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen and comforted him softly. Senju Hashirama nodded and sighed. Monkey, being loved by so many people is no less than the title of Hokage. Not bad. Senju Tobirama also nodded and encouraged Sarutobi Hiruzen softly. There's still a long time in the future. When Tsunade comes back, there will be a chance to see them again. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only nod, with a complicated smile on his face. Perhaps there's nothing to regret about human death. The only regret is that I didn't spread the will of fire that the first Hokage and the second Hokage passed on to me to more people. Especially not to Akihara Kagura. You've done very well. Senju Tobirama reached out and gently patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder. Is that Naruto? Namikaze Minato saw a little guy with yellow hair and recognized his son at a glance. Naruto is so big already. Namikaze Minato's face actually showed a hint of joy. He looked at the mourning figures at the funeral, looking for people he knew. Kakashi has become an adult and there are many people I know here. Maybe it's because it's my funeral. Sarutobi Hiruzen said these words and felt more and more weird. Fortunately, he was very open-minded and couldn't help laughing. What is it like to visit your own funeral? It feels like an interesting experience now. Yes. Namikaze Minato nodded and even felt a little regretful. If I had the opportunity to see my own funeral, that would have been great. Minato, don't say that. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sighed. I'm an old man already, and my death won't affect anything. You were still young then. Senju Hashirama looked at the crowd at the funeral, but didn't find anyone he knew. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he said in surprise, Monkey, that kid named Akihara Kagura was very sad at your funeral. In fact, he was also mourning your departure. Brother. Senju Tobirama supported his forehead and explained helplessly, that kid has used the impure world reincarnation technique to revive Monkey. Do you think that kid is really sad? He is just performing for others. These Hokage were watching from afar. Akihara Kagura had to wear a black dress and stand in front of the memorial tablet. She gently held a white flower and placed it in front of the portrait of the third Hokage. Kagura. Hatake Kakashi glanced at Akihara Kagura. What's wrong? Akihara Kagura raised her eyes and looked at Hatake Kakashi. It's okay. Hatake Kakashi looked up at the sky, and he was thinking something in his heart. After the funeral, let's find a time to talk. Don't be sad. Akihara Kagura shook her head, as if she didn't understand Hatake Kakashi's thoughts, thinking that he was sad about the funeral of the third Hokage, and took the initiative to comfort him. For the third Hokage, death is not the end of life. That's right. Yumino Iruka agreed with what Akihara Kagura said, and whispered, death is not the end of life, never. The will of the third Hokage is still with us, like a red line. It will shine more and more brightly as time goes by. Akihara Kagura looked at Yumino Iruka and didn't take the initiative to speak. In fact, what he said was literal. Not only the will of fire passed down by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen himself will also be with you. There may be opportunities to meet. He is even staring at the people at the funeral now to see who is not sad enough. The third update. Today's update is 15,000. Good night everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame sneak into Konoha. The funeral of the third Hokage is over. However, the chaos in Konoha village has just begun. The first thing is that the village needs a new Hokage. This is a problem that must be solved as soon as possible. Only a new Hokage can appease the people. This matter was handed over to Jiraiya to deal with. The second thing is the problem of Kirigakure and Sand village. The ninjas who caused riots in these two villages are still in prison. During the Chunin exam, Sand village, Kirigakure and other small and medium-sized ninja villages caused unrest in Konoha. Should Konoha go to war with them, or negotiate peace with them immediately, so as not to cause Rock Village and Cloud Village to join and trigger a ninja war? However, the people of Sand Village soon sent a message requesting peace. Because the ninjas of Sand Village found the body of the fourth Kazekage Raza, their Kazekage was killed by Orochimaru, and even his face was melted. The people of Kirigakure also sent a message soon. Because they were deceived by Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, The Kurigakure ninjas also found the body of the Elder Master, hoping that Konoha can forgive them for being used. Inside the Hokage building, the two Hokage advisors intend to agree to negotiate. However, Akihara Kagura firmly disagrees with peaceful negotiations. This opportunity was originally created by him. He can use it as an excuse to attack the Sand Village and the Kurigakure village and use wood release to absorb the chakra of the ninjas of the two villages. We must teach them a lesson. Akihara Kagura, like Comrade Danzo, has a very tough attitude to the outside world. If even this matter can be forgiven, the death of the third Hokage is too cheap. This time is not an opportunity to start a war. I am the Hokage assistant. Akihara Kagura directly interrupted the two Hokage advisors and looked at them. Before the village elects a new Hokage, it should be decided by me, right? But War Mirokado and hurriedly tried to stop Akihara Kagura. Ninjas must not be afraid of sacrifice. Akihara Kagura looked at Mirokado and with a smile, and continued to ask, are the two advisors afraid of sacrificing their lives for Konoha? I'm not afraid of sacrifice. Mirokado and stood up suddenly and said in a deep voice, I'm worried that if we start a war against the two ninja villages at this time, other enemy countries will use it. No need to worry about this problem, right? Akihara Kagura looked at him in surprise and said, as long as I lead the route alone, I can solve them and force them to surrender to Konoha completely. If it can be resolved through negotiations, let's try to resolve it through negotiations. Yuta Tenkaharu's side and took the initiative to explain, if they can agree to our harsh conditions, they don't need to go any further, right? Starting a fight for no reason will only bring more hatred. Then we have to teach them a lesson. Akihara Kagura would never want to give up this opportunity, and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. This will also deter other major countries and prevent them from coming because they think something happened to Konoha. Kagura, advisor. A senior ninja who was in charge of post-war patrols in the village hurried over to report, a small team from the Hidden Rock village sneaked into the village and was repelled by us. Killing a chicken can scare the monkey. Akihara Kagura looked at the two Hokage advisors. Lord Kagura, Lord Advisor. An Anbu who was patrolling the village also came to report the emergency. With a grim look on his face, an unknown enemy has sneaked into the village, and the ninja stationed in the village has been hit by an illusion. Go down. Akihara Kagura waved her hand, slowly stood up and ordered, you continue to strengthen patrols and continue to explore whether there are other enemies sneaking in. By the way, where's Jiraiya-sensei? Akihara Kagura looked at the two Hokage advisors. He should be on the rooftop, right? Mirokado hesitated and thought. On the rooftop of the Hokage building. Jiraiya and Hatake Kakashi are here. Because Jiraiya and Hatake Kakashi happen to have something to talk to each other about. What a trouble. Jiraiya stood here and looked at the whole village, sighing. The two stubborn old guys still refused to let him succeed to the position of Hokage, and many problems cannot be solved. Didn't they let him succeed to the position of Hokage? Hatake Kakashi lowered his head and suddenly talked about something. Jiraiya-sama, only the third Hokage sacrificed in this Chunin exam. Thanks to Kagura, right? Jiraiya nodded and continued, I know everything. If he hadn't arrived in time, more people would have died. But Hatake Kakashi witnessed a battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru, and continued softly, on the day of the Chunin exam, Orochimaru mentioned something. Shimura Danzo was captured and everything was within their plan. Danzo would persuade Kagura to do something. When Hatake Kakashi said this, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. I'm worried that Kagura might be influenced by Danzo. The third Hokage had always forbidden Danzo from contacting Kagura because he was worried that his personality would become more extreme. Jiraiya fell silent. The tall man sighed, shook his head and said, don't worry about this problem. I believe Kagura knows what's going on. I have taken him to train outside for 2 years. Except for his extreme behavior and way of thinking, most of the time he is a child who listens to advice. Okay. Jiraiya skipped the topic of Akihara Kagura and talked about his own affairs. Leave Naruto to me. Although it is a good choice for the old man to ask you to monitor Naruto, the situation is now complicated to the point where even you can't cope with it. I have been monitoring Orochimaru. I know he once joined an organization. That organization has a very dangerous way of doing things and has recruited many S-level rebel ninjas. They have a very ambitious goal. When Jiraiya said this, he remembered the exchanges between his disciples and sighed again. Maybe their goals are not as dangerous as Akihara Kagura's ideas. Hatake Kakashi's eyes twitched. and he took the initiative to ask, will they hurt Naruto? Maybe, maybe not. Jiraiya shook his head and continued, but sooner or later, Naruto will definitely have a conflict with him, and it will be very dangerous at that time. Because Naruto signed the summoning contract of Myaboku Mountain. In a sense, Uzumaki Naruto is also his disciple. Jiraiya is very clear about his disciples. Nagato leads the dangerous Akatsuki organization. Maybe he is the child of destiny, or maybe not, but he aims to change the ninja world, but he uses dangerous methods. Uzumaki Naruto was born in Konoha, and the strongest tailed beast Nine Tails is sealed in his body. Maybe he is the child of destiny. This little guy also has excellent ninja potential and is likely to change the ninja world. According to the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage and Jiraiya's judgment, the two people who want to change the ninja world will collide sooner or later. Jiraiya can't let Uzumaki Naruto continue to stay with Hatake Kakashi. He wants to teach Uzumaki Naruto in his own way and let the little guy grow up as soon as possible. Hatake Kakashi frowned and continued to ask, however, Kagura is in the village should be safer, right? Kagura can't protect him forever. Jiraiya shook his head, his expression very serious. Kagura does have the responsibility to protect Konoha, but putting all the responsibilities on him, for him. That's not what I meant. Hatake Kakashi waved his hands again and again, indicating that he didn't think so. You also have to work hard to practice, and your students Uchiha Sasuke, you must let Uchiha Sasuke grow up as soon as possible. Jiraiya glanced at Hatake Kakashi, and persuaded him seriously, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito seem to be in that organization. Don't hold out hope for those who defected and left. When you meet them again, you must immediately do everything you can to kill them. Hatake Kakashi's face suddenly changed. I'll take Naruto out of Konoha first. Jiraiya stood up straight and continued, that kid who always clamors to become Hokage should be able to help this time. Jiraiya planned to take Uzumaki Naruto to see Tsunade, because he had agreed with the two Hokage advisors to bring Tsunade back to serve as the fifth Hokage. However, Tsunade might not agree. Jiraiya believed that Uzumaki Naruto had the potential to be recognized by Tsunade, and wanted to take Uzumaki Naruto out with him, so that it would be convenient to teach him how to practice. Hatake Kakashi did not respond. Because Hatake Kakashi was still thinking about Jiraiya's words. If Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi were both in that organization, he and his students Uchiha Sasuke would sooner or later have a conflict with that organization. But Hatake Kakashi stretched out his palm and slowly clenched it into a fist. Could he really kill Uchiha Obito as Jiraiya said? Forget it. Hatake Kakashi sighed, thinking of another person in the organization. If Uchiha Itachi is also in that organization, Sasuke must grow up as soon as possible. Hatake Kakashi plans to make an appointment with Uchiha Sasuke to have a good chat with his disciples about how to use the Sharingan in practice. In Konoha village, two figures wearing bamboo hats on their heads sat in a store. The two people were wearing black robes with auspicious clouds on their bodies, enjoying their lunch calmly, although the lunch was just a plate of natto, a few strings of three-color meatballs and a cup of sweet soup. One of them ate very seriously, gently picked up a string of three-color meatballs and put it in his mouth, chewing the sweetness of the three-color meatballs. Does the food in my hometown still taste the same as before? The other person asked with a grin, slowly raised his head, revealing a hideous and terrifying shark face. It was the member of the Akatsuki organization, the S-level rebel ninja of the Hidden Mist village, Hoshigaki Kisame. The person being questioned did not answer, but stared at the plate with the three-colored meatballs, chewing the food seriously. However, under the bamboo hat, there was a face that the Konoha ninjas hated very much. Uchiha Itachi, a member of the Akatsuki organization and an S-rank rebel ninja of Konoha. It's very dangerous here. Uchiha Itachi did not answer Hoshigaki Kisame's words, but just reminded him softly, once we are discovered, we may be killed at any time. Are you worried about Akihara Kagura who defeated you before? Hoshigaki Kisame didn't care about Uchiha Itachi's reminder, and even said with some interest, if there's a chance, I really want to have a good fight with him once. It's better not to say such big words. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. His eyes saw that some Konoha ninjas also came to this small restaurant for dinner, and even the very familiar Hatake Kakashi, and Kakashi's disciple Uchiha Sasuke, and whispered, Kisame, we should go. Okay then. Hoshigaki Kisame picked up the bandaged sword beside him. When they left, Hatake Kakashi noticed them, and quietly told his companions Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhikiro Nai beside him, indicating that they should intercept the two figures wearing auspicious cloud-black robes. What's wrong? Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Hatake Kakashi curiously, and saw the three-color meatballs and natto on the table in the shop from the corner of his eye. A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. I hate natto and sweet things the most. You go practice first. Hatake Kakashi sent his students away. After Uchiha Sasuke left, Hatake Kakashi's eyes were slightly solemn, and he flew in the direction where Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai left. On the other side, on the small road beside the Nan River, Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi were still chatting. The leader of the organization doesn't seem to have sent us here to perform the mission. Hoshigaki Kisame held the Samehoda sword and chuckled and said, however, since we are here, we might as well take this opportunity to take away Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuuriki. Akatsuki also needs the tailed beasts anyway. It's too hasty now. Uchiha Itachi did not agree with Hoshigaki Kisame's idea. Because of the riots during the Konoha Chunin exam, Uchiha Itachi came to his hometown in the name of intelligence reconnaissance. He was a little worried that the death of the third Hokage would invalidate the agreement between him and the third Hokage, and worried that his brother Uchiha Sasuke would be in danger. At this time, Uchiha Itachi wanted to talk to Akihara Kagura, hoping that Akihara Kagura would continue to abide by the agreement and would not give up the agreement because of the death of the third Hokage. To be honest, this negotiation is a bit dangerous. Uchiha Itachi was a little uncertain in his heart. Because Uchiha Itachi was very worried that after the death of the third Hokage, Akihara Kagura would completely lose control and kill him when he saw him. This possibility was a bit too great. However, Uchiha Itachi soon lost the mood to think. Because their whereabouts had been discovered, Konoha's senior ninja Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai got the signal from Hatake Kakashi and kept tracking their traces. Finally, they stopped in front of them, as if they wanted to find out their true identities. Take off your hats. With a cigarette in his mouth, Asuma Sarutobi said slowly, you appear in Konoha at this time with a hidden identity. It seems that you have bad intentions. Mr. Asuma, Miss Hong. Uchiha Itachi stretched out his arm to unbutton his black robe, revealing a hand to take off the hat on his head. The breeze from his hometown blew his hair. Uchiha Itachi. Asuma Sarutobi's eyes gradually became heavy. Because on the night of the genocide, Uchiha Itachi controlled Susanoo and the three-tailed beast to make too much noise, and brazenly used the tailed beast J to kill his own family. This cruel and terrifying method is still deeply engraved in the hearts of the Konoha ninjas. Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame took off his hat and introduced himself. His smile was very ferocious. Mr. Itachi, I thought the only acquaintance you had in Konoha was that guy named Akihara Kagura. The first update. Kisame is the most suitable for the Hungry Ghost path, but I like Kisame very much. Chapter 218 Battle of Revenge, Uchiha Itachi vs Akihara Kagura. Hoshigaki Kisame is a very courageous man. Because his target has always been Konoha's strongest fighter, Akihara Kagura, any powerful ninja in the ninja world will definitely target Akihara Kagura. Mr. Asuma, Miss Kurenai. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai calmly. Make way, I don't want to kill you here. This is not something you would say. Sarutobi Asuma smiled, waving the chakra short swords in his hands, ready to start fighting with them. You have created such a serious incident in the village, almost causing a new tailed beast rebellion, so let me kill you here. Really? Hoshigaki Kisame took the lead in moving, and the Samehoda sword in his hand swept a gust of wind, and Samehoda slashed towards Sarutobi Asuma's shoulder. The bandage that had been wrapped around the Samehoda sword burst instantly, and the sharp thorns of Samehoda instantly pierced Sarutobi Asuma's shoulder, bringing a string of blood flowers. However, the next second, vines emerged from the ground, and a big tree grew up to wrap around Hoshigaki Kisame's body. The vines even didn't let go of Uchiha Itachi, who was next to him. Is this wood release? Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the scene with some surprise. No. Uchiha Itachi let his body be entangled by the vines of the tree, and raised his head calmly. It's just an illusion. This level of illusion has no effect on me. In an instant, the illusion was broken by Uchiha Itachi. Even Kurenai was countered by his own illusion. A sharp kunai flashed from Uchiha Itachi's sleeve, and he rushed towards Kurenai. He broke Kurenai's defense with 2 moves and kicked Kurenai into the river with 1 foot. Sarutobi Asuma was shocked. However, Hoshigaki Kisame also exerted his strength suddenly, waving the Samehoda sword in his hand to force him to retreat step by step, catching Sarutobi Asuma off guard. Fortunately, Hatake Kakashi arrived in time. Hatake Kakashi released his shadow clone to rescue Sarutobi Asuma in a hurry, and his real body flew into the river, blocking Yuhi and facing Uchiha Itachi in front of him. Uchiha Itachi. Hatake Kakashi put his hands in his pockets and looked at this former subordinate. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to Konoha? To find something. Uchiha Itachi looked at Hatake Kakashi calmly, thinking about his purpose, and continued in a cold voice, by the way, I came to find someone to experiment with my power again. Akihara Kagura. Hatake Kakashi frowned. There is no one more suitable than Konoha's strongest fighter, right? Hoshigaki Kisame carried his Samehoda sword and flew to Uchiha Itachi's side. I thought Mr. Itachi would disagree with my opinion. Before leaving Konoha, I was defeated by him. Uchiha Itachi's expression remained calm, as if what he said was from his own heart. Killing your former opponent to test the power you have gained from years of training is also a matter of course, right? Are you serious? Hatake Kakashi's pupils changed slightly. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi really got new power outside? Otherwise, why would he dare to challenge Akihara Kagura with confidence? Uchiha Itachi was defeated by Akihara Kagura 3 times, and even each time he was powerless to resist. Interesting. A voice floated down from the sky. Everyone who heard this voice couldn't help but look up at the sky. It's actually flying in the sky. Even though Asuma, Sarutobi and Yuhi are Konoha ninjas, they couldn't help but be shocked by Akihara Kagura's ability to fly. Yugai Hatake Kakashi had expected this. Because this flying ability comes from the super light and heavy rock technique of the 3rd generation Tsuchikage of the Hidden Rock Village, Hatake Kakashi had seen it a long time ago. Is this the strongest fighting force of Konoha? Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes trembled slightly, but his palms quickly formed hand seals and grinned. Come down first. Water style, Mizusame bullet technique. A wave of water rushed up to the sky and flew towards Akihara Kagura, turning into a huge shark's water bullet and biting towards Akihara Kagura. Fire style, great flame technique. Akihara Kagura released a ball of fire. Even if it was just the most ordinary sea-level fire style, it instantly wrapped up the entire shark water bullet and melted it into steam. Akihara Kagura's body slowly fell down. Standing beside Hatake Kakashi, gently waved his hand and said, "You go and continue to patrol other places, leave them to me." Kagura Hatake Kakashi frowned, and whispered to advise, "Don't be careless, Itachi hasn't been for a long time. Take Asuma to heal his wounds first." Akihara Kagura waved her hand, signaling Hatake Kakashi and his group to leave immediately. "You are here, I will be a little restrained. If there are only enemies left, I can have fun with them. Be careful." Hatake Kakashi could only give a reminder, and immediately took Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi away from here. He was still a little worried. In the middle of the river, only 3 people were left standing on the water. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, waving his Samehoda sword and rushed towards Akihara Kagura at first. "Samehoda likes your chakra very much?" As Hoshigaki Kisame moved, the bandages wrapped around Samehoda broke apart, revealing the true face of the Samehoda sword. A Samehoda showed its fangs and bit Akihara Kagura. Lavender release, vacuum fire blade. A kunai appeared in Akihara Kagura's hand, and he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of chakra, which landed on the kunai. A ninja sword composed of molten chakra appeared in his hand. This is a composite ninjutsu of wind release, vacuum blade and molten chakra. Akihara Kagura waved the ninja sword in his hand, which was constantly splashing with magma, and chopped at the Samehoda sword. The contact with the scorching magma immediately made Hoshigaki Kisame's Samehoda scream in pain. Even with the ability to devour chakra, Samehoda couldn't stand the high temperature of the magma, and wanted to shrink in fear. Is Samehoda scared too? Hoshigaki Kisame reached out and held down his ninja sword, making the Samehoda sword quiet. His body flew back a few steps, wanting to use ninjutsu to fight Akihara Kagura. Kisame. Uchiha Itachi reached out to stop Hoshigaki Kisame. Mr. Itachi. You are not his opponent. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, his expression became extremely serious and solemn, and his arrogant attitude just now disappeared at all. "Let me do it, Tsukuyomi." The next moment, Uchiha Itachi looked straight at Akihara Kagura, and the Sharingan in his eye socket suddenly turned into a main Gekyo Sharingan, and the Tsukuyomi illusion was activated instantly. Akihara Kagura seemed not to care, and fell directly into the Tsukuyomi illusion, and his spirit also appeared in Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi illusion. Under the blood moon. in the black and white world of Tsukuyomi. After Uchiha Itachi's spirit appeared in this world, he subconsciously felt a continuous pain, because he felt that his brain was a little overwhelmed. Uchiha Itachi, your illusion is very interesting. A deafening voice entered Uchiha Itachi's ears. What? Uchiha Itachi frowned, looked up from the source of the voice, and saw a tall figure like a mountain standing in the world of Tsukuyomi. This is Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank sharply. What a joke. This giant like Akihara Kagura, is this the spiritual power of this guy Akihara Kagura? Can this level of spiritual power really be controlled by the Tsukuyomi illusion? Uchiha Itachi finally realized why his brain felt overwhelmed, because Akihara Kagura's spiritual power was too terrifying. Letting Akihara Kagura enter the world of Tsukuyomi illusion cost him spiritual power and pupil power that made him feel painful. If he wanted to control the time of Akihara Kagura in the Tsukuyomi world, it would even be easy to make his main Gekyo Sharingan completely blind. He couldn't do that. Uchiha Itachi immediately made a clear judgment. Now, while it was only him and Akihara Kagura, it was an opportunity to have a good negotiation with Akihara Kagura. He had to make sure that Uchiha Sasuke would not have any problems. It's really interesting. Akihara Kagura stretched out her palm and grabbed Uchiha Itachi's body like grabbing an ant, and placed him in front of her. Uchiha Itachi, what is your purpose of sneaking into Konoha again? Did Akatsuki give you an order? No. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said softly, I heard that there was a riot in Konoha, and I just wanted to come to Konoha to confirm Sasuke's safety. Don't worry. Akihara Kagura chuckled and responded indifferently, before you brothers kill each other, I have no interest in attacking him. That's great. Uchiha Itachi relaxed, but the body of his spiritual will that appeared in the Tsukuyomi world was slightly broken, but he forced himself to continue. I have already taught Orochimaru a lesson for you. I know. Akihara Kagura nodded with satisfaction and continued, you did a good job on this, so I didn't kill your brother either. I hope our agreement can continue to exist. After Uchiha Itachi made his request, he simply sold out the information of Akatsuki to make his existence more valuable, hoping to have more bargaining chips to ensure Sasuke's safety. There are many people in Akatsuki who are hostile to you. Scorpion, Deidara and Kokuzu are all very dissatisfied with you and have always wanted to kill you. They are very ambitious. Akihara Kagura praised. Uchiha Itachi was a little speechless. In this regard, Deidara and Kokuzu are indeed very ambitious. Uchiha Itachi thought for a while and continued to sell out the information of Akatsuki. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain, was also defeated by you and is very hostile to you. Oh, I see. Akihara Kagura didn't care. Uchiha Itachi didn't know what relationship he had with the leader of Akatsuki, and this information was worthless to him. Uchiha Itachi immediately realized that Akihara Kagura had no interest in the information of Akatsuki. Is this guy strong enough to ignore enemies of Pain's level? How about this? Akihara Kagura seemed to understand Uchiha's thoughts very well, and chuckled and said, find an opportunity, help me kill Uchiha Obito in the future, and I will guarantee Uchiha Sasuke's safety. Even if you die, I will not kill him. After that, Akihara Kagura continued to add, don't worry, Sasuke is Captain Kakashi's student, and I have to give Captain Kakashi a face. As long as you can help me get rid of Uchiha Obito, Captain Kakashi will not always be sad for his defected companions. Okay. Uchiha Itachi's expression moved. Uchiha Itachi had no psychological pressure on betraying Uchiha Obito. In order to ensure that Uchiha Sasuke could survive, he even killed all his own people, not to mention a defected Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito's ability is very strange. Uchiha Itachi immediately planned their deal and continued, I will find a way to find out Uchiha Obito's main Gekyo Sharingan ability as soon as possible. Then I'll wait for your news. Akihara Kagura nodded directly. Because his spiritual power seemed too huge in the Tsukuyomi world, this nodding action seemed a bit slow to Uchiha Itachi. In fact, Uchiha Itachi always wanted to cover his ears, because Akihara Kagura's body was too huge, and the sound of his voice made Uchiha Itachi feel deafening. Uchiha Itachi really didn't want to have this experience again. If possible, it would be better for them to communicate in reality. However, Uchiha Itachi also got a piece of information. That is, illusions are ineffective against Akihara Kagura. At least before the pupil power and spiritual power are strong enough, ordinary illusions may not be effective against Akihara Kagura. Perhaps this is the reason why Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, never used illusions when fighting with the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama. Remove your illusion. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Itachi, whose expression was gradually becoming painful, and asked in a low voice, "If you continue to stay here, your spirit may collapse, right?" He saw through it. Uchiha Itachi did not speak, but quickly removed his Tsukuyomi illusion. In the real world, it was still the turbulent Nanga River. Hoshigaki Kisame, who had been standing next to it, knew nothing about it. Everything that happened in the Tsukuyomi world was just a moment. Hoshigaki Kisame only saw that after Uchiha Itachi used an illusion on Akihara Kagura still stood there without moving, as if he didn't care about the illusion at all. Instead, Uchiha Itachi, who used the illusion, covered his eyes and fell down with a painful face. Mr. Itachi. Hoshigaki Kisame hurriedly helped Uchiha Itachi up. Go quickly. Uchiha Itachi tried his best to maintain his will and wanted to make himself stand up, but the mental pain made him feel a splitting headache. In the distance, Hatake Kakashi was still secretly observing this scene. Because Hatake Kakashi was still worried that Akihara Kagura would fall into the trap, he asked Kurenayuhi to take Saratopia Suma away, and stayed behind to observe the situation. After all, who knew what kind of power Uchiha Itachi had gained in the ninja world 4 years after he exterminated his clan and left Konoha, and what kind of power he would burst out when he took revenge? In the end, he just used an illusion on Akihara Kagura, and the caster himself fell down? Hatake Kakashi felt a little confused, and he even subconsciously thought, is this the look of revenge after years of training? Second update. There will be another update in the evening. Chapter 219 Uchiha Sasuke. I knew Uchiha Itachi lost again, he has never won. Sometimes, people should not be too confident. People of the Uchiha clan have this problem to some extent. Uchiha Itachi is like this, and even Uchiha Sasuke sometimes appears to be too confident. Hatake Kakashi hid nearby and calculated carefully. If he was not mistaken, this was the 4th time that Uchiha Itachi lost to Akihara Kagura, right? Perhaps this matter could be told to Uchiha Sasuke. Should he ask Akihara Kagura to help train Uchiha Sasuke? Hatake Kakashi always believed that he could teach Uchiha Sasuke a lot of abilities, but Akihara Kagura could undoubtedly teach Uchiha Sasuke more. In the middle of the river, Uchiha Itachi could not move. Hoshigaki Kisame could only hurriedly act to find a way to leave. Water style, water array wall. Hoshigaki Kisame quickly closed his palms to form a seal, opened his mouth and gushed out a wave of water, which turned into a wall to block Akihara Kagura's sight. However, this water wall only lasted for less than a second. Akihara Kagura raised his hand and dropped it on the water wall. A ball of magma drilled out of his hand, drilling a big hole in the water wall, and the magma quickly burned the water wall clean. Rain food shark. Hoshigaki Kisame put his hands together again, and 4 small sharks jumped into the air from the surrounding water surface, and turned into thousands of densely packed small sharks in the air, rushing towards Akihara Kagura. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Akihara Kagura raised his fingers, opened his mouth and spit out countless densely packed small flames, instantly burning thousands of small sharks clean. This level of Phoenix fire technique Uchiha Itachi realized how ridiculously strong Akihara Kagura's fire style was, and hurriedly persuaded, Kisame, you are not his opponent. It's not so easy for us to leave like this. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp shark teeth. Although it was only a moment ago, Hoshigaki Kisame also sensed the horror of the chakra in Akihara Kagura's body. Hoshigaki Kisame raised his hand and quickly formed a hand seal, chuckled and continued, his chakra is quite abundant. However, the more abundant the chakra, the more suitable it is for me. I just happen to have a technique suitable for dealing with him. Water style, Great Samadin technique. A huge shark water bullet emerged from the water. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hoshigaki Kisame did not even look at the result, but instead helped Uchiha Itachi to quickly flee the scene, grinning and whispering to comfort him. Hold on a little, Mr. Itachi, don't worry. Uchiha Itachi comforted Hoshigaki Kisame. Akihara Kagura would not easily kill him before seeing the most tragic end of his life. Killing is far less enjoyable than killing someone. In the middle of the river, a huge shark water bullet bit Akihara Kagura. This shark water bullet has a very special ability. It can swallow the target's chakra to become larger. Ninjutsu attacks will only make it swallow the chakra of the ninjutsu. The more people who want to deal with this shark water bullet, the more difficult it is to deal with it. Is it a technique left behind because you want to escape? Akihara Kagura calmly watched the 2 people run away, without any intention of chasing them, because Hatake Kakashi was hiding next to them. It was not a good opportunity to attack Hoshigaki Kisame. This is the disadvantage of a friend. Hatake Kakashi is worried that he will be hurt by Uchiha Itachi, and hiding next to him will also hinder him from doing something inhuman to Hoshigaki Kisame. Would release Wood Dragon Jutsu. Akihara Kagura raised her palm, and a vine emerged from the water and turned into a huge wooden dragon. The wooden dragon instantly wrapped up the huge shark water bullet and sucked the chakra out of the shark water bullet. Come out. Akihara Kagura looked at Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake's figure jumped out of the forest and landed beside Akihara Kagura. I thought you would catch them. That guy called Hoshigaki Kisame has very strange abilities. Akihara Kagura glanced at Kakashi Hatake and continued, the more chakra I have, the easier it is for him to fight. He is a very interesting guy. Now is not a good opportunity to kill Uchiha Itachi. It would be too easy for him to let him die at this time. I want to see the drama of brothers killing each other. Kakashi Hatake sighed helplessly. As for how much hatred Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi, two former subordinates, had, Kakashi Hatake was a bystander and knew it clearly in his heart. Let's go. Akihara Kagura called Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake was his friend, and there was no need to tell Kakashi Hatake about using Uchiha Itachi to hurt Uchiha Obito for the time being. By the way, I have a favor to do. Kakashi Hatake suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Let's have a barbecue. Akihara Kagura didn't even ask what kind of favor this guy wanted. If people have a good relationship with each other and want to help this person directly, and don't care about so-called favors, they can use some small favors as a trade when the other party asks for help, so that the other party has a way out and doesn't feel embarrassed to ask for help. Okay. Hatake Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, subconsciously searched his pocket, turned to look at Akihara Kagura, squinted his eyes and smiled. How about the ramen? It seems like we haven't eaten ramen together for a long time. Okay. Akihara Kagura's eyes twitched. That's great. Hatake Kakashi nodded and talked about Uchiha Sasuke. Master Jiraiya asked me to teach Uchiha Sasuke's training well, but you also know. Want me to help train that little guy well? Akihara Kagura knew the difficulty of asking for help very well, and took the initiative to say, I can agree to it. I will go there if I am free. Thank you very much. I will go back to the root base first. Akihara Kagura sensed the return of White Zetsuoi and whispered, I will go to the training ground to find you after I finish my official business. Root base. Akihara Kagura just entered the base. The figure of White Zetsuoi emerged from the ground. White Zetsuoi rushed back from the rain country and reported to Akihara Kagura the answer given by Nagato. He did not reveal that there were still survivors of the Uchiha clan, but only told Akihara Kagura that Akihara Kagura had mastered the impure world reincarnation. Nagato was very satisfied with the result of Akihara Kagura toying with Shimura Danzo, especially the White Zetsuoi who slightly exaggerated the pain and regret of Shimura Danzo when being toyed with. Nagato is very satisfied. After White Zetsuoi reported Nagato to Akihara Kagura, he mentioned another thing. The main body and Black Zetsu learned that you learned the impure world reincarnation technique, and they are very interested in this matter. They want to ask one thing. If the deceased is an old man, can he be resurrected by the impure world reincarnation to his strongest state? Akihara Kagura's eyes flashed slightly, staring at White Zetsuoi and asked, do they also want to resurrect someone? Then who is this person? It should be Lord Madara. White Zetsuoi leaked this matter to Akihara Kagura without a care, and continued, the only old man they want to resurrect should be Lord Madara. When White Zetsuoi said this, he explained nonchalantly, young man, if you can resurrect Lord Madara, it will be a great thing for us. Lord Madara is very powerful. No matter what we want to do, Lord Madara can help you do it. Uchiha Madara. Akihara Kagura was very satisfied with White Zetsuoi's honesty, and planned to tell Oi some things in the future to gradually deepen the trust between them. I'm not sure yet. Akihara Kagura shook her head, not intending to say anything final. Because she hadn't yet connected with Black Zetsu at this time, once Uchiha Madara was resurrected, Uchiha Madara would become her boss, and Black Zetsu would definitely conceal it more thoroughly. Uchiha Madara was not the most ideal boss in her mind. Tell it, there's no need to rush about this. Akihara Kagura smiled and said softly, if they need it, I can study the impure world reincarnation technique. If they have suitable experimental materials, I can also do more experiments. Okay. White Zetsuoi nodded. Akihara Kagura said goodbye to White Zetsuoi, checked the rewards she received from Nagato, and gradually grasped the true meaning of mining. System prompt: let Shimura Danzo feel the pain of this world. The task has been completed, and the reward is the descendant of the whirlpool. Descendant of Uzumaki, one of the bloodlines left by Ashura, the second son of the Sixth Path Sage clan, possesses powerful active chakra, greatly enhanced perception ability, and can use powerful innate sealing techniques such as diamond seal. System prompt: descendant of Uzumaki has been merged into the characteristics of the god of ninja. If a boss's mine is about to be emptied, will he even reward this strange power? However, I can learn diamond seal myself. In Konoha village. A training ground. Lightning release, Chidori. Uchiha Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, and a ball of lightning suddenly appeared in his palm. He controlled the lightning in his hand and suddenly attacked the trees next to him. A large tree was instantly pierced by Chidori. Hatake Kakashi sat next to him, staring at this disciple, as if he had something to say, but didn't know how to start. Hiruno Sakura stood next to Hatake Kakashi, watching Uchiha Sasuke's actions, and covered her mouth in surprise. Sasuke is so powerful. Uchiha Sasuke ignored Hiruno Sakura's flattery, just looked down at his palm and said coldly, "Is this power enough to kill that man? How should I put it?" Hatake Kakashi scratched his cheek and looked up at the sky. "Now I can't judge the difference in strength between you and Itachi, but I should not be his opponent. One technique cannot decide the outcome." Although Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi have never fought, but Uchiha Sasuke is still far behind the Susanoo displayed by Uchiha Itachi on the night of the genocide and the Tailed Beast Rebellion that almost happened. So far, the person in Konoha who has fought with Uchiha Itachi the most is Akihara Kagura, and he is also the most qualified person to judge Uchiha Itachi's strength. It's far from enough. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hatake Kakashi suddenly, and continued in a deep voice, "Is there any other way to make me stronger? Before that, I have something to tell you." Hatake Kakashi crossed his legs and said softly, "At noon today, the S-rank rebel ninja Uchiha Itachi sneaked into the village." "Where is he?" Uchiha Sasuke's forehead swelled. Uchiha Sasuke had an urge to kill the other party immediately. Even though Uchiha Sasuke knew that his strength might not be enough, he also wanted to risk his life to give it a try. If his strength was not enough, risking his life would be enough. Anyway, he was not afraid of death. Sasuke's brother Hiruno Sakura looked at Uchiha Sasuke worriedly. She knew Uchiha Sasuke's past very well. He ran away. When Hatake Kakashi said this, he also felt strange. Uchiha Itachi happened to meet Kagura. You should know the result of their fight, huh? That guy lost again, right? Uchiha Sasuke laughed very happily, and said a little crazy, "I knew that guy lost to Akihara Kagura again." When Uchiha Sasuke said this, there was even some pride on his face, as if he was the one who defeated Uchiha Itachi. "Ha ha 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 ha, I knew it would be like this." Uchiha Sasuke laughed and mocked his brother. "That guy has always been a loser facing Akihara Kagura. Since he met Akihara Kagura when he took the Chunin exam at the age of 10, he has never won once." Uchiha Sasuke laughed and thought of his family's past. When he was in the audience of the Chunin exam, a group of people didn't think Uchiha Itachi would win, but he still insisted on cheering for his brother Uchiha Itachi. "Ho ha ho ha, that guy will never win." Uchiha Sasuke recalled the naive self in the past and laughed even louder, and even laughed to tears in the end. "It's normal to lose to Kagura." Hatake Kakashi felt that Uchiha Sasuke's laughter was a bit loud. When Akihara Kagura was still in the Anbu, Hatake Kakashi often sparred with Akihara Kagura, but he never won once seriously. No matter how hard he tried, he could not win. After Uchiha Sasuke laughed for a while, he asked about what he cared about most. "Where did that guy escape to? I'm going to kill him. We'll meet sooner or later." Hatake Kakashi remembered that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito were in the same organization, and felt that he and Uchiha Sasuke were really in the same boat. He sighed and said, "Now the most important thing for you is to practice well. Then teach me more powerful ninjutsu." Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Only when I learn more powerful ninjutsu can I completely kill that guy. I'm not letting you learn powerful ninjutsu for revenge." Hatake Kakashi sighed helplessly, but he knew that it would be difficult to change Uchiha Sasuke's mentality, so he took the initiative to say, "However, I found another teacher for you. Maybe he can teach you something else." "Teacher Kakashi, who is he?" Hiruno Sakura asked Kakashi curiously. "Sasuke should like him very much?" Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Sasuke. Could it be? Uchiha Sasuke was stunned immediately, remembering the mysterious department he wanted to enter the most, and the person he wanted to rely on the most. Yes, it's Kagura. Hatake Kakashi nodded. Let Akihara Kagura teach Uchiha Sasuke. At least let Uchiha Sasuke remember that Uchiha Itachi is not that powerful. Let Uchiha Sasuke not be completely blinded by hatred, and let Uchiha Sasuke know that his life is not just about Uchiha Itachi. Akihara Kagura. Hiruno Sakura looked at Hatake Kakashi in disbelief. Teacher Kakashi can actually ask the big man in that village to help Sasuke. Hatake Kakashi rolled his eyes. How bad is he in the eyes of these students? It seems that you don't know your teacher well enough. Akihara Kagura appeared beside Hatake Kakashi, glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, and said indifferently, Uchiha Itachi and I were once his subordinates. The third update. I'm sure you all know that I'm a fan of Sasuke. Chapter 220, Sasuke, I have the impure world reincarnation technique, which can allow you to bring your entire dead clan to seek revenge together. Hatake Kakashi has a rich resume. Hiruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hatake Kakashi in surprise. They really never thought that their teacher had such a brilliant past. Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi were both his subordinates. Is this still their teacher who always seems to be useless? Don't mention the past, okay? Hatake Kakashi held his forehead. He didn't think those days were good. The two subordinates were fighting for the position of the future leader of the route, which gave him, the boss, a headache. Uchiha Sasuke reacted immediately. He didn't care about Hatake Kakashi's past, but only cared about how to take revenge in the future. He stared at Akihara Kagura and said in a deep voice, I want to learn how to kill Uchiha Itachi, no matter what method is used. This is easy. Akihara Kagura had a lot of experience in this, and chuckled and said, if you are determined to die with Uchiha Itachi, I can teach you a technique called Shiki Fujin. Akihara Kagura smiled at the corner of her mouth. This technique can definitely kill Uchiha Itachi, and in the future, when Uchiha Itachi sees you use Shiki Fujin to die with him, he can only face his own death with despair on his face. Yes. Uchiha Itachi will definitely be full of despair on his face. In order to prevent Uchiha Sasuke from not believing it, Akihara Kagura also gave a ready-made example. During the Chunin exam, the third Hokage defeated Orochimaru in the two previous Hokages by using this technique. Uchiha Sasuke's heart suddenly became excited. As expected of Akihara Kagura, she agreed to teach him a technique to kill Uchiha Itachi, which is much stronger than Hatake Kakashi. Hey, Hatake Kakashi was shocked by Akihara Kagura's operation, and quickly waved his hand to stop her. Kagura, this technique is a forbidden technique, and Sasuke must not learn this technique. This technique will kill Sasuke as well. I'm not afraid of death. Uchiha Sasuke's attitude was very firm. Change to another technique. Hatake Kakashi sighed helplessly. Hatake Kakashi felt that Akihara Kagura wanted Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, the two brothers, to die together. Fortunately, he was watching from the side. Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke looked at his teacher with dissatisfaction. Hatake Kakashi refused to teach him more things, and even wanted to stop Akihara Kagura from teaching him a powerful technique. Doesn't this teacher know that the purpose of his life is revenge? Since Kakashi disagrees, forget it. He was my former boss and your current boss. I must listen to his advice. Akihara Kagura could only sigh helplessly and continued, then I can teach you a more powerful technique. This technique is the technique that the third Hokage allowed me to learn before he died, the impure world reincarnation technique. This technique can resurrect all your dead clansmen and family members, and you can take them to revenge on Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke's expression gradually became complicated. Because this technique will certainly desecrate the dead, but for a child who lost both parents and all his clansmen at the age of 8, it has an extremely fatal temptation. The impure world reincarnation technique is even more exciting to Uchiha Sasuke than the demonic Funjutsu. Hatake Kakashi was frowning when he heard this. Uchiha Itachi killed the entire Uchiha clan. For revenge, Uchiha Sasuke resurrected all his clansmen and took his dead clansmen to take revenge on Uchiha Itachi. Isn't Akihara Kagura's idea a bit too weird? Moreover, the impure world reincarnation technique is such an evil technique. Uchiha Sasuke, a child who is obsessed with gaining power, must not be allowed to learn it. Kagura, can you be serious? The instructor of Team 7 looked at Akihara Kagura helplessly. The forbidden technique you mentioned is too evil. It is not something a little guy can learn. Uchiha Sasuke's face turned slightly ugly. Then what can I teach him? Akihara Kagura glanced at Hatake Kakashi, and then looked at Uchiha Sasuke. How about Izanagi? This is a forbidden technique of your Uchiha clan. It can turn all unfavorable factors in the battle into dreams in a short period of time, even including death. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes immediately lit up. Hatake Kakashi also looked at Akihara Kagura with some surprise. He had never heard that the Uchiha clan had such a terrifying forbidden technique. Sure enough, did the Konoha high-level officials master a lot of interesting things? Akihara Kagura continued to talk about the advantages of this technique. In addition, Izanagi can also retain all the favorable factors in the battle. You can attack the enemy, but the enemy can't hurt you. The only price is to blind a Sharingan. After Akihara Kagura finished speaking, she added, and Uchiha Itachi must have mastered this technique. This is one of the reasons why I am sure that I can't kill him every time. Uchiha Sasuke was tempted again. Akihara Kagura is worthy of being the most powerful ninja in the village. Just based on the effect of this technique and the information about Uchiha Itachi, his time this afternoon was not wasted. If Uchiha Itachi suddenly used Izanagi when he was about to kill him in the future, he might be killed by Uchiha Itachi. Is it a little more normal? Hatake Kakashi was more concerned about the cost of this technique, and couldn't help but start to give his own opinions. These techniques are too advanced for Sasuke. Now Sasuke should practice step by step, instead of just teaching him these techniques that require a huge price. No matter what the price, I am willing to bear it. Uchiha Sasuke didn't care about the so-called price. He only cared about the power he could get. As long as I can kill that man, I can do anything. Life is not just about hatred. Hatake Kakashi shook his head, not wanting Sasuke's life to be ruined by hatred. Even though Hatake Kakashi knew the darkness and hatred that Uchiha Sasuke carried, he still wanted Uchiha Sasuke to live a normal ninja life. However, for Uchiha Sasuke, hatred is his life. Okay. Akihara Kagura respected Hatake Kakashi's opinion very much. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, he took the initiative to say, since your mentor, the Jonin, has a different opinion, then I can only teach you some step-by-step techniques. Let me teach you some techniques that Uchiha Itachi also knows. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and nodded. To be honest, Uchiha Sasuke really wanted to join Akihara Kagura's team. This was an idea that Uchiha Sasuke had always had since the night of the genocide. Now after communicating with Akihara Kagura, this wish has become even stronger in his heart. At least Akihara Kagura supports his revenge. All the techniques taught to him are for dealing with Uchiha Itachi. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A shuriken flashed in Akihara Kagura's hand, and he explained aloud, this is the technique that the third Hokage taught Uchiha Itachi when he followed Captain Kakashi and me to the Hidden Mist Village to capture the fourth Mizukaji Agiraka. The voice fell. Akihara Kagura raised his hand and threw out the shuriken. His fingers closed up in an instant, and he quickly completed the hand seal. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The next moment, the shuriken instantly split into countless shurikens, which almost covered the sky like a flock of migrating birds, and densely stuck on the big trees. Hiruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke showed a touch of shock on their faces. Even Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but watch this scene with some surprise. I can also teach you a stronger shuriken giant body technique. Akihara Kagura took out another shuriken, and the shuriken instantly expanded in his hand. This was the shuriken giant body technique he got from the third generation Hokage. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Sasuke, handed him the giant shuriken, and continued softly, the shuriken giant body technique and the shuriken shadow clone technique can be used together, and your brother Uchiha Itachi can only use the shuriken shadow clone technique. That is to say, Uchiha Sasuke took the huge shuriken with a gloomy and confident smile on his face. As long as I learn these two techniques, at least I will surpass Uchiha Itachi in shuriken throwing, right? Not bad. Akihara Kagura knew how to teach Uchiha Sasuke. As long as she brought up Uchiha Itachi from time to time when teaching this little guy, so that Uchiha Sasuke could see the direction of revenge, this little guy would slowly become more and more obedient. Practice well, Akihara Kagura taught Uchiha Sasuke the hand seal technique, patted Uchiha Sasuke's little head, chuckled and continued, if you have any questions in the future, you can always come to me. Thank you. Uchiha Sasuke thanked him very sincerely, and made his request, Kagura-sama, can I join the route? Of course. Forget it. Hatake Kakashi interrupted Akihara Kagura directly, Fearing that his disciple would fall into the tiger's mouth, you and Sakura continue to practice here. Kagura and I have something to say. I think he is quite suitable. Akihara Kagura and Hatake Kakashi discussed, let alone, Uchiha Itachi entered the Anbu in the route directly when he was 11 years old. These two departments are still very challenging. Uchiha Sasuke is already behind Uchiha Itachi in age. Let's go. Hatake Kakashi pushed Akihara Kagura and muttered to him in a low voice, don't lead Sasuke astray. I feel that your way of teaching is not right. Akihara Kagura believed that there was a problem with Hatake Kakashi's educational method, and took the initiative to advise, Uchiha Sasuke carries the darkness on his body. Kids of this age are more stubborn. You can't always stop his ideas. You must learn to guide him. But I feel that you will make him more extreme. Hatake Kakashi did not agree with Akihara Kagura's statement, and continued, I still hope to correct his ideas first. Even if he wants to take revenge on Uchiha Itachi, don't waste his life. Do you think this little guy can think so much? Akihara Kagura looked back at Uchiha Sasuke, who was studying the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique seriously, shook his head and said, now his mind is filled with revenge, and there is no room for anything else. You have been unwilling to let him learn the power of revenge. Sooner or later, this little guy will go astray in order to get the power of revenge. Akihara Kagura said it quite accurately. Once Uchiha Sasuke cannot get the power of revenge in Konoha, he will definitely set his sights outside of Konoha. As long as someone beckons him and tells him that he can get the power of revenge, he will immediately defect from Konoha and join them. For example, now Uchiha Sasuke cannot get power from Hatake Kakashi, but can get power from Akihara Kagura. He is eager to leave Hatake Kakashi and join the route. When Hatake Kakashi and Akihara Kagura left the training ground, Uchiha Sasuke looked at their backs, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. I must join Akihara Kagura's route. Uchiha Itachi became stronger when he was in the route. Sasuke Haruno Sakura looked at Uchiha Sasuke with some concern. Sakura, don't tell Kakashi-sensei. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Sakura, raised his hand and threw a shuriken, and said in a deep voice, Kakashi-sensei always refuses my revenge. Only by joining the route of Akihara Kagura, without Kakashi-sensei's obstruction, can I get more powerful power. Yes, Haruno Sakura could only nod and agree. Night. Ichiriko Ramen. Hatake Kakashi and Akihara Kagura went back after dinner. When Akihara Kagura walked slowly towards the route base, a figure suddenly flashed out, knelt on one knee in front of Akihara Kagura, and looked at Akihara Kagura with a firm look. I want to join the route and get the power to avenge Uchiha Itachi. Please help me, Kagura-sama. It was Uchiha Sasuke. The little guy jumped out impatiently. Because Uchiha Sasuke thought that Akihara Kagura agreed with him to join the route, but he didn't agree because of Hatake Kakashi's face, so he contacted Akihara Kagura privately. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Sasuke. At the beginning, Uchiha Itachi joined the route in order to so-called save the Uchiha clan, and knelt in front of the previous generation route leader Shimura Danzo. Now, in order to kill Uchiha Itachi and avenge the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke knelt in front of him, the current route leader. Fate is really interesting. Akihara Kagura sighed, and his eyes fell on Uchiha Sasuke. Unfortunately, Captain Kakashi disagrees with me to do this. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly dimmed. Don't think of the route as so beautiful, the route is more cruel than you think. Akihara Kagura stared at Uchiha Sasuke, and continued softly, once the personnel of the route disobey orders and disclose their identities privately, they will immediately encounter a fatal disaster. Uchiha Itachi was tempered in this cruel environment and became stronger and stronger. I can do it too. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes immediately became very cold. Akihara Kagura nodded with satisfaction and continued, if you must join the route, you can only become a secret intelligence officer of the route. You cannot reveal the identity of the route to anyone and hide your secrets in the dark. As a member of the route, you will perform the most dangerous tasks. I will randomly assign you some dangerous tasks, even some tasks to assassinate S-level rebel ninjas like Orochimaru. Do you really think you can do it? A drop of cold sweat appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's forehead. Because during the Chunin exam, Uchiha Sasuke really came into contact with Orochimaru in person. He knew how terrifying Orochimaru was. Was he really capable of completing the task of killing the other party? By the way, Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Sasuke and continued softly, according to the information I have, Orochimaru was once defeated by Uchiha Itachi. If you want to defeat Uchiha Itachi in the future, you must at least be able to kill Orochimaru. I can. Uchiha Sasuke immediately felt a fighting spirit in his heart. No matter how deep the fear that Orochimaru brought to Uchiha Sasuke was, it was far less than the hatred that Uchiha Sasuke had for Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, if he couldn't even kill Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi's defeated opponent, how could he kill Uchiha Itachi? Then let's go back first. Akihara Kagura walked towards the root base without looking back, practiced the techniques I taught you well. From today on, you are a secret member of the root. First update. Danzo, Uchiha Itachi. Kagura, Uchiha Sasuke. These are 2 generations. This is off fate. Chapter 221. Your injury could have been healed in a month, but I delayed it for 3 months. I finally joined the root. Uchiha Sasuke's face relaxed when he heard Akihara Kagura's approval. He finally found the right way to revenge. Remember, never reveal your identity. Akihara Kagura looked back at Uchiha Sasuke and continued, in the future, you may part ways with Uzumaki Naruto and others to carry out the top secret mission of the root. I understand. Uchiha Sasuke quickly lowered his head. Although his days in Team 7 were warm, this was not what Uchiha Sasuke wanted. In his heart, he always wanted to leave the comfortable environment of Team 7. Although this kind of warmth is indeed difficult to give up. However, in the face of overwhelming hatred, all ties and feelings are not important. I'm leaving first. Akihara Kagura's figure disappeared into the darkness. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke watched Akihara Kagura's back disappear. That's it. After seeing Akihara Kagura leave, Uchiha Sasuke still clenched his fists, unable to hide his excitement. That's it, Uchiha Itachi. I will surpass your past step by step until I kill you. Now, he can follow Uchiha Itachi's footsteps and surpass the past Uchiha Itachi step by step until he becomes stronger than Uchiha Itachi, and then kill Uchiha Itachi to avenge the whole clan. The hope of revenge finally appeared in his life. Uchiha Sasuke thought of his companions in Team 7 and Akihara Kagura's instructions, and clenched his fists and smashed them on the ground. I'm sorry, Naruto, we will no longer be people from the same world in the future. The Land of Fire. In a small town. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know about Uchiha Sasuke's experience. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya were still looking for Tsunade's traces, and trying to learn the new ninjutsu Rasengan that Jiraiya taught him. Compared to teaching Akihara Kagura, teaching Uzumaki Naruto is much easier for Jiraiya. It takes a lot of time to teach one ninjutsu, because Uzumaki Naruto's learning progress is not fast, unlike Akihara Kagura, who can learn it with just a little introduction. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Uzumaki Naruto is still using the most standard way to learn Rasengan, and is still trying to rub the rubber ball, and master the trick of using Rasengan by rubbing the rubber ball. Really hard working. Jiraiya held a popsicle in his hand, tore off one of the popsicles and handed it to Uzumaki Naruto, smiling and saying, but you should also pay attention to rest. Thank you, lecherous sage. Uzumaki Naruto took the popsicle in his hand, and the little guy's palms were already burned. This is a manifestation of high chakra density, but he didn't care at all. You are really persistent. Jiraiya's eyes flashed with admiration. Among so many disciples, Uzumaki Naruto might be the dumbest one, but he is the most diligent one, and he has never relaxed in order to become stronger. Uzumaki Naruto bit his popsicle and asked curiously, Sexy sage, when you and Kagura were practicing outside, did you let him learn ninjutsu like this? That guy. Jiraiya rolled his eyes and thought about what happened when he taught Akihara Kagura. It seems that he learned it with just one look. Akihara Kagura learns very quickly. No matter how complicated the technique is, Akihara Kagura does not need to be taught a second time, and can even introduce changes in the nature of chakra. She can be said to be a unique genius in the ninja world. So strong. Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes. That guy's talent is so strong that it makes people jealous. Jiraiya shook his head, wanting Uzumaki Naruto to follow Akihara Kagura's example, and continued, and Kagura works harder than you when she practices. I'll practice right away. Uzumaki Naruto finished the popsicle in a few bites and quickly picked up the rubber ball. Is Tsunade coming soon? Jiraiya bit his popsicle while thinking about the target he was looking for. There is a very famous casino here, she should not let me go here, just as Jiraiya expected. At noon, 2 women walked into the town. One woman had long light golden hair and her long ponytail combed at the back of her head. Her skin was very fair and her figure was very plump. There was a blue-purple mark on her forehead. She was wearing a green long gown and looked young and beautiful. Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. She was also known as the legendary Fat Sheep, because Tsunade once played an important role in the equipment of the ninja team, thus changing the situation. She was deeply respected by the medical ninjas of the major ninja villages in the ninja world, allowing her to travel freely in the ninja world. Also because of her poor gambling skills, she often lost miserably and owed gambling debts for a long time, so she dared not stay in one place for too long when traveling in the ninja world. The woman next to Tsunade was her disciple Shizune. Usually, Shizune always has short black hair, which makes her look very young. She holds a pig in her arms and follows Tsunade, who walks with a big horse. Shizune is a member of the tribe of Kato Dan, Tsunade's former lover. She was accepted as a disciple because of her extraordinary medical talent. She has been following Tsunade in the ninja world. Tsunade-sama, please don't borrow new gambling debts. Shizune persuaded her teacher a little uneasily. We owe too much gambling debts, and many places are forbidden to enter. It's okay, didn't I win once? Tsunade chuckled, and laughed very proudly. In the last town, I won a lot of money, have you forgotten? But I lost it very quickly. Shizune complained with a headache. But after winning that game, they received a message. A big event happened in Konoha village. Sand Village and Mist Village colluded with Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru to start a riot during the Chunin exam. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed. Let's go gamble first. Tsunade planned to go to the nearest casino. However, this time, Tsunade's gambling luck was surprisingly good. The first game of dice size competition made her win directly. Big. Tsunade picked one casually. You win. The dealer of the casino opened a dice cup. What a joke. Isn't this the legendary Fat Sheep? A group of gamblers who saw Tsunade appear in the casino and wanted to take the opportunity to make a fortune from the Fat Sheep covered their heads in despair and looked at the dice in disbelief. So lucky. Tsunade was a little curious. However, after playing a few games in a row, Tsunade's gambling luck improved strangely, and she won continuously, which made Shizune happy. I'll try something else. Tsunade frowned. The result is still the same. Even though the odds of winning were only 1 in 36, Tsunade actually won the bet. Although she had great luck in gambling today, Tsunade gradually developed a bad feeling in her heart, feeling that some extremely terrible misfortune might appear around her at any time. Shizune, let's go. Tsunade immediately told Shizune to pack up and leave immediately. On the other side, two people were also in this town. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakashi had been hiding in this town waiting for Tsunade to appear. As an old friend of Tsunade, Orochimaru also knew Tsunade very well. Orochimaru had been staying in the hotel doing his own little experiments, and Kabuto Yakashi would go out from time to time to inquire about the news, but the relationship between the two seemed to have become a little strange. Kabuto Yakashi collected information very quickly, and even found Tsunade's whereabouts within less than half an hour after Tsunade appeared in this town. I found out about Lady Tsunade. Sitting in his room, Kabuto Yakashi looked down at the shadow under the light, but Lord Orochimaru doesn't seem to trust me anymore. After hearing what Kabuto Yakashi said, Shisu's figure emerged from the shadow. He was originally the person sent by Akihara Kagura to monitor Orochimaru and protect Kabuto Yakashi. It doesn't matter if we make it clear. Shisu's body half lurked in the shadow, and half appeared in the room. Akihara Kagura's voice came out from Shisu's body. Be straightforward and tell him directly that I sent you to monitor him. Everything in the past was directed by me behind the scenes, whether it was you saving him from the hands of the Red Sand Scorpion or the fact that he has not been able to recover. Is this really okay? Kabuto Yakashi held his glasses, with a trace of worry on his face. I'm worried that Lord Orochimaru will not be able to withstand this blow. Believe me, Lord Orochimaru has a strong psychological quality. Akihara Kagura's voice was very sincere, as if she knew Orochimaru very well. Let Lord Orochimaru understand that some things cannot be resisted, and it is better to bear it silently. I will soon send another spy to monitor Lord Orochimaru. Okay, I know. Kabuto Yakashi nodded and took the initiative to take responsibility for his mistakes. Sorry, Kagura, it was my negligence that aroused his suspicion. In fact, it's not Kabuto Yakashi's fault. As long as Akihara Kagura has not done anything to hurt Nono and Kabuto Yakashi, Orochimaru will sooner or later discover the tricks and flaws between them. However, Kabuto Yakashi would not think that it was Kagura Akihara's fault. It's not your fault either. Kagura Akihara's voice still came from Shisu, and he continued to say to himself, if you want to blame someone, you should blame Lord Orochimaru. Life is to be confused, so that you can live happily. You have to care about the truth in everything. Lord Orochimaru is a bit too stingy. I am the mastermind behind everything. It is unreasonable to blame you. Don't worry. Lord Orochimaru doesn't dare to resist now. And Orochimaru and I have already talked about it. The past grievances are written off. This time, let's just talk it out and let these things go. Shisa will be responsible for monitoring Lord Orochimaru and protecting your safety. Don't worry, and don't blame yourself. I will immediately clean up all the people Orochimaru trusts and arrange new spies next to Lord Orochimaru. After that, Kagura Akihira's voice disappeared, and Shisa Tendo's body slowly sank back into the shadows. Kabuto Yakashi watched Shisa's body sink into the shadow. His eyes were a little strange. He was a little doubtful whether Orochimaru could really wipe out all the grudges. And didn't you say that all the grudges would be wiped out? Why do you still need to send spies around Orochimaru at this time? Let's do as Kagura said. Kabuto Yakashi sighed in his heart. Now he has just found out that Tsunade appeared in this town, and he can just use this excuse to have a good chat with Orochimaru. In Orochimaru's room, Kabuto Yakashi gently pushed open the door, but saw Orochimaru inside without raising his head. He reported softly, Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade's whereabouts have appeared, and she is currently in the casino in the town. Hehe, she is still the same. Orochimaru was still looking at his scroll slowly, not caring at all, and even talked about Kabuto Yakashi and Akihira Kagura. Kabuto, by the way, do you still want to kill Kagura? Kabuto Yakashi fell silent strangely. I'm thinking about a question. Orochimaru raised his head, squinted his eyes and stared at Kabuto Yakashi, chuckled and continued, Kagura-kun colluded with many people in the Akatsuki organization to assassinate me. Fortunately, you saved me from danger. Kagura-kun may have known these things. Did he punish you? Orochimaru's fingers gently closed the scroll, and his voice gradually became colder. You wanted to use me to get rid of Kagura-kun, and even saved me when Kagura-kun colluded with Scorpion to kill me. He must have known about this, but why didn't he kill you? Because Kabuto Yakashi adjusted his glasses and whispered, I was sent by Kagura to monitor Orochimaru, to prevent Orochimaru from leaking news about Kagura. So Orochimaru pressed his fingers on the scroll, his eyes as sharp as a snake, making people dare not look directly at him. When Scorpion was chasing me, it was my plan. Kabuto Yakashi still held his glasses, hiding his eyes behind the lenses. It was me who contacted Scorpion of the Red Sand to hunt down Lord Orochimaru, and even the fact that Orochimaru was injured and unable to recover from Uchiha Itachi's illusion was also my doing. Kabuto Yakashi thought for a while and decided to be honest with Orochimaru. I have come into contact with a wounded due to Uchiha Itachi's illusion. Normally, the injury can be healed within a month. I tried my best to make Lord Orochimaru's injury take 3 months to heal. You really grew up in an orphanage. There was a hint of smile on the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, as if he was praising Kabuto Yakashi's behavior. The next moment, Orochimaru suddenly swept everything on the table to the ground. Please calm down, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakashi ignored this and continued to talk to himself, because Lord Orochimaru has always coveted Kagura's body. I originally suggested that Kagura kill Lord Orochimaru. But Kagura believes that Lord Orochimaru is still very valuable, so I had to lurk around Lord Orochimaru and use lies to prevent Lord Orochimaru from taking any extreme actions. Second update. I like both Kabuto Yakashi and Orochimaru. Chapter 222. Only the Hokage can order the Hokage to assist in stopping the war. Kagura told me he and Lord Orochimaru have already written off their grudges. He thinks these things should not be hidden from you anymore, so I told you the truth about the past today. After Kabuto Yakashi finished speaking, he seemed to really think so. Can this be written off? The anger in Orochimaru's chest kept surging. When Akihira Kagura told Orochimaru part of the truth, Orochimaru wanted to fight Akihira Kagura to the death, but he had to retreat because he was not strong enough. At that time, Orochimaru could barely maintain his composure and demeanor. Even when Akihira Kagura took the initiative to undertake all the expenses of his experiments, Orochimaru decided to temporarily suppress the anger in his heart, but now he suffered this kind of blow again. How can he write it off? Who can write off this monster's hatred of having his life controlled by others? Whenever he slowly expelled his anger from his chest like cultivating his mind and cultivating his character, Akihira Kagura always came up with some new stories to give rise to new hatred in his heart. These days, when Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakashi acted together, he felt that something was not right. Why did Kabuto Yakushi seem to be fine? Akihara Kagura did not seem to be a very generous person. According to Akihara Kagura's performance during the Chunin exam, she must have known about Kabuto Yakushi's operation in secret. Not only did she generously let Kabuto Yakushi go, but she also let Kabuto Yakushi use the impure world reincarnation to revive Kato Dan, a strong Jonin? Is it because Kabuto Yakushi was born in an orphanage? This is unlikely, right? Akihara Kagura rescued Kabuto Yakushi wholeheartedly, but Kabuto Yakushi had the idea of betraying him. With Akihara Kagura's stinginess, Kabuto Yakushi would definitely feel the pain of this world. Orochimaru had some doubts in his heart, but he still missed the fact that Kabuto Yakushi had saved him at all costs. He was still helping Kabuto Yakushi find reasons, and Kabuto Yakushi was also a qualified assistant and a medical ninja with excellent talent. As a result, Kabuto Yakushi directly pointed out the truth. This bastard. He actually suggested that Akihara Kagura kill him. This bastard. My injury could have been healed within a month, but that bastard Kabuto Yakushi used medical treatment for 3 months, leaving me paralyzed for 3 months. At that time, I thought that Kabuto Yakushi had done his best. Kabuto. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto Yakushi standing at the door, his anger rising rapidly. He almost laughed out of anger. Should I thank Kagura-kun? He didn't follow your advice to kill me, but just sent you to play with my life? Should I thank you for only paralyzing me for 3 months instead of having to lie in bed for the rest of my life? Please forgive me. Kabuto Yakushi bowed his head and said humbly, then continued, I did think so, but after all these years of helping Lord Orochimaru, I realized that Kagura was right. Lord Orochimaru's value is unique in the ninja world, and perhaps there will never be another scientist like Orochimaru in the ninja world in the future. This is what Kabuto Yakushi really thinks. Although Orochimaru has always been a threat to them, his value is indeed huge. The huge knowledge base and wild ideas in Orochimaru's mind are far beyond the reach of other people in the ninja world. As for your illness. A flash of apology flashed across Kabuto Yakushi's face, and he apologized sincerely. My medical skills are limited. I am worried that Lord Orochimaru will find out the flaws, so I can only delay it for 3 months. Orochimaru took a deep breath. Akihara Kagura and Kabuto Yakushi, 2 guys from the Konoha orphanage, really made him feel love and hate. These 2 guys are not like other people in the ninja world who are afraid of science and technology. Instead, they have great respect for science and technology. But it's too much? If I continue to cooperate with them, I can't vent my hatred in my heart, and I want to eat them immediately. If I give up cooperating with them, I feel a little unwilling in my heart, whether in terms of interests or emotions. You and Scorpion. Orochimaru said something but paused. He sat back on the tatami and ordered in a deep voice, tell me everything exactly as it happened. You'd better tell me what else Kagura has done to me, so that we don't have any misunderstandings in the future. Kabuto Yakushi hesitated. First of all, Akihara Kagura was about to deal with the people Orochimaru trusted around him, and the fact that he would send spies to Orochimaru again must not be told. At the beginning, it was me who forced Mr. Scorpion into a desperate situation, because only then would Orochimaru trust me more. I know. Orochimaru nodded, and he didn't care about it anymore. Because Orochimaru had already thrown away his trust in Kabuto Yakushi, he didn't need to care too much about these things. At most, he could just curse in his heart for a while. There shouldn't be anything else, right? Kabuto Yakushi frowned, thought for a while, and then continued, at that time, I was poisoned by Mr. Scorpion in order to save Lord Orochimaru. In fact, Mr. Scorpion had already given me his antidote in advance, although Lord Orochimaru also instructed me to prepare the antidote in time. No wonder you dared to help me block the poison needle. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, forced himself to suppress his anger, and smiled as if he didn't care, but his smile was not very good looking. It seems that I was really meddling in other people's business at the beginning. This is the genius of Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and took the opportunity to praise Orochimaru. Even if I knew the antidote a long time ago, I might not be able to analyze all the materials quickly, but Orochimaru guided me to prepare the antidote without the antidote. Orochimaru really felt that he couldn't be happy. Even if Kabuto Yakushi praised him so much, Orochimaru really couldn't be happy. As for the rest. After pretending to think for a while, Kabuto Yakushi shook his head again. There should be nothing else. This little thing should be enough to explain to Orochimaru. If I don't say something, Orochimaru will definitely suspect that I am hiding something. As long as I explain something that sounds a bit excessive, Orochimaru should not be so suspicious. You gave me the information about Konoha. Orochimaru's eyes were still grim. That's true. Kabuto Yakushi lowered his head and continued, all the information given to Lord Orochimaru is true, and Kagura doesn't mind Lord Orochimaru knowing this information. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. At least this guy Kabuto Yakushi has helped him. But Kabuto Yakushi looked at Orochimaru and brought up the real business. Kagura plans to send me to stay by Lord Orochimaru's side to assist Lord Orochimaru in continuing the experiment, to prevent Lord Orochimaru from not sharing your results and betraying the covenant between you. You. Orochimaru's mouth suddenly smiled. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi nodded, and continued very sincerely, although my strength is not that strong, it should be no problem to escape from Lord Orochimaru. Kato Dan, who was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, can report the whole thing to Kagura when something happens to me. Of course. In fact, Akihara Kagura also arranged a backup plan. But there is no need to tell Orochimaru these. Orochimaru snorted coldly and said no more. Let's go find Tsunade. Orochimaru said no more, and said in a cold voice, once Tsunade finds out that you have become a traitor, when she returns to Konoha, will she really not suspect Akihara Kagura? No. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and continued nonchalantly, because I will be behind the scenes manipulating Kato Dan to help Lord Orochimaru, and I will not take the initiative to show up. These two bastards are quite thoughtful. But even if Tsunade is suspicious, it's useless. Once the other Hokage get permission to resurrect and appear directly in Konoha, Akihara Kagura will immediately use the influence of these Hokage to take over the political situation in Konoha. No matter what Tsunade wants to do, she can't bypass Akihara Kagura. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Orochimaru and took the initiative to remind him, according to the plan we have made, Lord Orochimaru may fight with Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade at the same time, and will use Kato Dan at the critical moment. If you fight 1 against 2, will you really not be in danger? Huh? Orochimaru stood up with a sneer on his lips. No one knows Tsunade better than me. Although I may fight with both of them at the same time, if I don't let them go, I may not even have the chance to use Kato Dan. On the other side, Tsunade and Shizune had just left the casino when they heard a hoarse and familiar voice. Tsunade, did you lose all again? Asshole. Tsunade cursed, turned around to look at the person who spoke, and even raised the person her hand. This time I won a big victory. Orochimaru. Shizune saw the person who was speaking, and was about to stand in front of Tsunade in panic, and said coldly, didn't you just cause a riot in Konoha and kill the third Hokage? Don't worry. Orochimaru chuckled, waved his hand and said, I'm not here to kill you, Tsunade, I'm here to negotiate a condition for me to borrow your slug. What do you want to do? Tsunade frowned. I have mastered a special technique. Orochimaru grinned and continued, this technique needs to borrow the power of the slug sage to be more powerful. What technique? A technique you have always dreamed of. Orochimaru's smile suddenly became playful, and he said with interest, this technique can let you see the person you want to see most. Tsunade couldn't help but widen her eyes. Orochimaru spread out his palms and continued, as long as we borrow the slug sage, we can make them exactly the same as they were in life. This is what Orochimaru really thinks. This is also what Orochimaru learned when Akihara Kagura performed the impure world reincarnation technique. Because among the 3 great sages in the ninja world, only the slug sage is the most likely to be used, and it may also be the one with the strongest vitality. Akihara Kagura was able to bring the first Hokage's power to almost a peak by sacrificing only 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru believes that he can definitely let the impure world reincarnation have the power he had in his lifetime by sacrificing the slug sage. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. It was no secret that Orochimaru resurrected the first and second Hokage. This guy might really be able to resurrect the 2 people who were most important to her. Tsunade has been living in pain and confusion over the years. She doesn't know what to do. Now that she has the opportunity to see the 2 people who are most important to her again, Tsunade's heart is vaguely wavering. Tsunade, don't you want to see them? Don't you want to see both of them? Orochimaru knew Tsunade's past very well. When he saw those 2 people die in front of her, Tsunade was almost on the verge of collapse. Lady Tsunade. Shizune was very sober and rational, and hurriedly persuaded, don't be fooled by him. This guy is a traitor in the village, and his sweet words must have bad intentions. What do you want to use the slug for? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, as if she had been tempted, and just asked his purpose coldly. Slugs have strong vitality. Orochimaru did not hide his purpose, and chuckled, as long as I can use the slug as a sacrifice, I will be able to resurrect the dead and regain the terrifying power they had before. Only in this way can I have the chance to defeat Akihara Kagura. Tsunade wanted to refuse. Because the slug was a companion who had accompanied her for most of her life and saved her life countless times, she would never want to betray the slug. Although Tsunade wanted to see those two people. Tsunade, you can take your time to think about it. Orochimaru interrupted Tsunade's refusal, and smiled and used his own example. By the way, the 10,000 snakes have become sacrifices. We are human beings, and there is no need to regret the lives of these summoned beasts. Although he was not the one who used the 10,000 snakes as sacrifices, when Orochimaru saw the 10,000 snakes become sacrifices, he did not take the initiative to stop it, and even wanted to see the effect of the experiment. After that, Orochimaru left here in an instant. Lady Tsunade. Shizune looked at the silent Tsunade and persuaded her repeatedly, that is Orochimaru who endangered the village, not to mention that he wanted to use Lord Slug as a sacrifice. This must not be agreed to. I know. Tsunade frowned. That guy sacrificed all the 10,000 snakes. Another familiar voice appeared in their ears. Jiraiya sat on a wall, staring at Tsunade and Shizune below, and continued in a heavy voice, even Mandrake can't achieve the effect he wants. That guy may want to use the slug to revive the first-generation Hokage, who is truly at the peak of his powers. Jiraiya. Tsunade's brows frowned even tighter. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, and took the initiative to greet her with a smile. We really haven't seen each other for many years, right, Tsunade? Who wants to see you? Tsunade turned her head away unhappily and looked to the side. Did you win so much? Jiraiya flew down from the wall, glanced at the money that Shizune and Tsunade could hardly take, chuckled and continued, would you consider treating me to a sumptuous dinner? Just help me comfort a kid who has been training very hard in the evening. In a restaurant. Tsunade and Shizune met the kid who was training very hard. Jiraiya stroked Uzumaki Naruto's head and said seriously, Tsunade, the two Hokage advisors, let me take you back to succeed a fifth Hokage. Isn't there a more suitable candidate in the village? Tsunade didn't care about the position of Hokage and laughed. There are many people in the ninja world who call a guy in the village the new generation of ninja god. Kagura. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh and shook his head. Before the old man died, the two Hokage advisors disagreed with him to succeed the position of Hokage. They all thought that Kagura's personality was too extreme and he was too deeply influenced by Danzo. I'm not interested in something like Hokage. Tsunade sneered nonchalantly, picked up a bottle of wine, and drank it all in one gulp. A blush appeared on her face. I am more interested in Orochimaru's mastery of the technique to resurrect the dead. Don't believe him. Jiraiya immediately warned Tsunade in a cold voice, and said in a deep voice, once Orochimaru used the slug to revive the first Hokage who was at his peak, you should know what he would control the first Hokage to do, right? The first Hokage sacrificed himself to protect the peace in the village. Once he is controlled to do things that endanger the ninja world in Konoha, the soul of the first Hokage will not be at peace. What's more, you are the descendant of the first Hokage. Shut up, it's so annoying. Tsunade raised her head impatiently and glanced at Jiraiya, sneered, I won't let him use the slug, it's none of your business. As for the so-called fifth Hokage, I'm not interested either. The Hokage's village may be to solve the dangers encountered in the village, but it seems that all the Hokage have sacrificed themselves for this goal, and the turmoil in Konoha has never calmed down. The first Hokage was like this. The second Hokage is the same. The fourth Hokage is the same. Sarutobi-sensei is no different. He's already old, but he still insisted on being stubborn and died as a result. When Tsunade said this, she chuckled. They all sacrificed themselves for the position of Hokage, and many people died on the way to become Hokage to protect Konoha. They didn't do what they wanted to do. Hokage is rubbish. Only idiots would want to do it. What did you say? Uzumaki Naruto was immediately furious. He looked at the woman in front of him who spoke ill of the previous Hokage in disbelief, and jumped onto the dining table wanting to fight. Jiraiya quickly grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's clothes, and seeing that the little brat was still dancing, he hurriedly tried to take him down from the dining table. Let me go. Uzumaki Naruto stood at the dining table, looking at Tsunade with anger on his face. Unforgivable, how dare you laugh at the success of Hokage, I will beat you up. Little brat, how dare you say that to me? Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Naruto who opened his mouth to defend the success of Hokage, and chuckled, Then come with me outside, let me see what right you have to talk nonsense here. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist stubbornly. As a result, the little guy was defeated by Tsunade with just one finger. Uzumaki Naruto was still stubborn and refused to admit defeat. He also wanted to use the Rasengan that he had not yet learned. Tsunade raised her hand and slapped him away again. Rasengan. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and laughed at him without hesitation. Only you and the 4th Hokage have learned this technique. Is this kid also learning it? In fact, another disciple has also learned it. Jiraiya supported his forehead and took the initiative to say, that guy has even mastered the nature change that Minato has not mastered. The kid named Akihara Kagura. Tsunade waved her hand and said casually, since he has surpassed the 4th Hokage, why not let him become the Hokage? I think so too. Jiraiya seemed quite helpless. He sighed and said, in terms of strength, Kagura may have surpassed all the previous Hokage, but his character is too dangerous. I think after you return to the village to take over, you will understand why that guy was not allowed by the 2 advisors to become Hokage. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and took the initiative to say, if there is no 5th Hokage in the village, Kagura will immediately start a war against the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village, and maybe start a new round of Ninja World War. Shizune was shocked. Even Tsunade felt a little uneasy. As a witness of the 2 Ninja World Wars, Tsunade knows very well how cruel the Ninja World Wars were. Her brother and lover died in the Ninja World Wars one after another. In fact, Kagura also fantasized about peace in the ninja world. Jiraiya thought of that troublesome disciple, but the way that guy thought of peace in the ninja world was to clean up everyone in the ninja world. Jiraiya Tsunade's brows were wrinkled into a river shape, as if she heard something incomprehensible. Why does your disciple sound more dangerous than Orochimaru? Only the birth of a new Hokage can prevent the outbreak of war. After Jiraiya took the opportunity to persuade Tsunade, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Tsunade's face. Tsunade, you are the only suitable candidate. Only the 5th generation Hokage can order the Hokage to assist in stopping all war operations. The 3rd update. Today's daily 10,000 completed. Chapter 223. No matter what happens in the future, let's kill Orochimaru now. Konoha seems to be getting a little weird. Tsunade never thought that the duties of the Hokage would become like this. If she didn't succeed the 5th Hokage, the village's Hokage assistant Akihara Kagura would become lawless and start a new round of Ninja World War. In the past, the village's Hokage dealt with external dangers. Now the purpose of letting her succeed the Hokage is to suppress the village's Hokage assistant? Are you kidding? Tsunade's mouth curled up into a sarcastic smile, and she looked at Jiraiya and said, there is no need to tell such a lie. Do you think I will believe it? Will other people in the village listen to his orders to start the Ninja World War? I'm not kidding. Jiraiya shook his head and continued seriously, Tsunade, you should still remember Danzo, right? Kagura inherited Danzo's roots. He has been used as a killing tool by Danzo since he was a child. He acts decisively and tough. The old man and I have taught him for several years before he has improved a little, but it is still difficult to change his tough attitude towards the outside world. One more thing. Kagura's power is extremely strong. Jiraiya looked into Tsunade's eyes and continued to explain in a deep voice, from childhood to adulthood, Kagura has never lost to any enemy, which has given him infinite confidence. Facing any enemy, he has a strong belief that he can definitely kill the enemy. But war is a field he has never touched before, and it has made him curious about how far he can go in war. This time, the Sand Village and the Mist Village started a riot in Konoha, which is a great opportunity for Kagura. Even though the Mist Village and the Sand Village have proposed peace talks, Kagura still does not allow it and is determined to use this opportunity to start a war. The advice of the 2 Hokage advisors cannot shake his will at all. This is actually an extremely embarrassing point in Konoha's politics. If Akihara Kagura was the Hokage, perhaps he should respect the advice of the 2 Hokage advisors, so as not to leave a reputation of being autocratic. However, Akihara Kagura is only the Hokage's assistant, not the highest leader of Konoha. In name, he only has the same or slightly higher status as the 2 Hokage advisors. At this point in time, Akihara Kagura can be autocratic, but he does not need to bear the reputation of being autocratic, not to mention that Akihara Kagura should not care about this. Tsunade immediately felt the trouble. If she really succeeded the Hokage, the first thing she would do was to engage in internal strife. What's the point of taking over like this? If I don't take over as Hokage, the brutal Ninja World War may come again. I don't know how many people will have to sacrifice. The position of Hokage feels like a hot potato. Kagura is not that kind of person. Uzumaki Naruto interrupted their communication, very dissatisfied with Jiraiya's slander of Akihara Kagura. Kagura doesn't want war or anything, shut up. Jiraiya glanced at Uzumaki Naruto coldly, and said in a deep voice, "You are just a Jonin. How can you understand the affairs of the top? Even if Kagura doesn't want to start a war, no one has taken the initiative to resolve the conflict between the village and other ninja villages. The enemy country will never miss this opportunity to attack Konoha. I will protect Konoha." Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his palm and slapped it heavily on his chest. "I will work hard to become Hokage, and then resolve the conflict between Konoha and the enemy country, so that there will be no more war in the ninja world." Jiraiya's eyes became a little weird. At this moment, the words of the Great Toad Sage echoed in his mind again. "But now is not the time. You idiot." Jiraiya punched Uzumaki Naruto on the head and scolded him coldly, "Even if you want to become Hokage, you have to wait until you grow up. By the time you grow up and become Hokage, the Ninja World War will have broken out, and you might even have to go to the battlefield." When Jiraiya said this, he looked at Tsunade again with some unfinished meaning in his eyes. "Tsunade, if a war breaks out, you should know the probability of a kid who only wants to become Hokage surviving the war." Tsunade's heart ached. Because her younger brother Naoki also wanted to become Hokage, but was eventually killed by an explosive tag in the war, and even her lover Kato-dan also died in the war, then let him die. Tsunade closed her eyes and pretended not to care. "Won't these kids who only think about becoming Hokage die in the end?" Tsunade closed her eyes, raised her head, and continued to herself, "Maybe they know how to retreat a little, hide behind others in the war, and don't rush to the front, then they can survive. I won't die." Uzumaki Naruto looked at Tsunade with anger on his face, and declared loudly, "I will not die before I become Hokage. I will not hide behind others. In order to protect the village, I will rush to the front, absolutely. Absolutely. Won't retreat." Tsunade suddenly fell silent. "Learn the Rasengan technique first," Tsunade said coldly, took off a pendant from her neck, and suddenly threw it to Uzumaki Naruto. "Let's make a bet. If you can learn that technique within a week, I believe you will become Hokage, and I believe you will not die." "Tsunade-sama." Shizune looked at Tsunade in surprise. "What is that?" Uzumaki Naruto was still looking at the pendant in his hand with some curiosity. It seemed that he didn't find anything magical, so he wanted to throw it away. "That is the treasure left by the first Hokage." Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto, chuckled and said, "It is said to be the only gem in the world. The money from selling it can be exchanged for 3 mountains." Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth in surprise. Shizune looked at Uzumaki Naruto with some worry. Tsunade didn't pay much attention to it, but turned around and left with a heavy heart. Her eyes opened slightly, and there were some wet tears in her eyes. At that moment, she was reminded of her brother, Naoki. Her brother, Naoki, was the one who would never retreat in order to protect Konoha. He even rushed to the front in the war, but died in the enemy's detonating trap. If she hadn't become Hokage and stopped the Hokage named Akihara Kagura from assisting, the kid named Uzumaki Naruto would have died in the war, right? And that jewelry. Tsunade closed her eyes again, leaned against a wall, lowered her head, and recalled the person she missed, the person she had given jewelry to. "This jewelry." Shizune stared at the jewelry and continued, "This is the most important thing to Lady Tsunade. No matter what difficulties she faced, she never gave up." "Is that so?" Uzumaki Naruto frowned, but raised his fist. "But, she insisted on making a bet with me, right?" "That's not what I wanted to say." Shizune looked at Uzumaki Naruto wearing the jewelry and couldn't help wanting to tell him the truth. "This is a jewelry with bad luck. Lady Tsunade once gave it to the people who were most important to her, but they all died without exception." Shizune talked about the story of the past. "Lady Tsunade's younger brother wanted to become a Hokage like you. On his 12th birthday, Lady Tsunade personally put this jewelry on him, hoping that he could realize his dream. As a result, Lady Tsunade's younger brother died in the Ninja World War." Lady Tsunade's lover, Kato-dan Jonin. When Shizune said this, she paused for a moment. Kato-dan Jonin also aimed to become Hokage. Lady Tsunade gave him this jewelry, hoping that he could become Hokage, but Kato-dan also died in the war. This is an ominous item. Lady Tsunade hoped that this jewelry would bless them to survive and realize their dream of becoming Hokage, but they still suffered bad luck and died in the war. "I see." Uzumaki Naruto nodded, not frightened by Shizune's words at all, and walked out of the town on his own. "Then I will go to practice first." "What?" Shizune looked at Uzumaki Naruto in some surprise. I don't want to lose. Uzumaki Naruto showed a bright and confident smile, and said seriously, I will learn the Rasengan, I will survive, and I will become Hokage. Shizune looked at Uzumaki Naruto in shock, and looked at the little guy running out of the city, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Don't worry about that brat Naruto. Jiraiya watched Uzumaki Naruto's leaving back, and continued softly, this brat is more tenacious than anyone I have ever seen. What we need to worry about more now. When Jiraiya said this, his eyes looked in the direction where Tsunade left. It's still the situation in the village. What if we go back too late? Lord Jiraiya. Shizune looked at Jiraiya and continued with a grim expression, is the situation in the village really as serious as you describe? The Hokage of the village assists Lord Akihara Kagura. Are they really going to start a ninja world war? Actually, the situation is more serious than I described. Jiraiya glanced at Shizune, and his eyes gradually became serious. Didn't you meet Orochimaru? The technique that Orochimaru wants to lure Tsunade to resurrect Rope Tree and Den is called the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. It is a technique that requires the sacrifice of life to use. Yes, Shizune nodded, a little puzzled. Kagura has also mastered this technique. Jiraiya looked at Shizune and continued, before he died, the old man was worried that he would not be able to defeat Orochimaru, so he asked Kagura to learn the Impure World Reincarnation Technique in advance to fight against Orochimaru. Shizune was frightened by Jiraiya's words. The two Hokage advisors in the village agree that Akihara Kagura should use the Impure World Reincarnation Technique to revive the dead in the village, so that Konoha will not encounter a greater crisis in the future. Jiraiya's expression gradually calmed down, and he continued, I hope that after Tsunade returns to the village, she will be able to ban Kagura from using the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. This technique is too evil, and it will make Kagura's already extreme ideas even darker. Can't Lord Jiraiya stop it? Shizune asked curiously, isn't Lord Jiraiya his teacher? He should be able to stop him, right? I can persuade Kagura. Jiraiya nodded, then shook his head and said, but the two Hokage advisors in the village will not listen to my opinion. Forget it. There's still some time anyway. Jiraiya felt that Tsunade had listened to his persuasion today, and might soon agree to succeed as Hokage. Just wait for her to figure it out. I'm going to tell Lady Tsunade about this news. Shizune thought of what happened to Orochimaru today and continued, if Tsunade-sama knew that someone in the village also mastered the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, she would not cooperate with Orochimaru. Hey. Jiraiya was a little uneasy and hurriedly followed Shizune. Don't let Tsunade think that Kagura will help her revive Dan and Naoki, it will be more troublesome. In fact, Tsunade acted quite calm. When Shizune told Tsunade that Akihara Kagura mastered the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, Tsunade was not moved at all, just drinking by herself. If Tsunade-sama really wants to see them, Shizune looked at Tsunade and continued, we cannot cooperate with Orochimaru. The village's Hokage assistant Akihara Kagura also mastered the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. I understand. Tsunade has never thought of cooperating with Orochimaru. Whether it is the conditions proposed by Orochimaru or the style of Orochimaru, Tsunade has never thought of cooperating with Orochimaru to revive Kato, Dan and Naoki. Because Orochimaru will continue to attack Konoha sooner or later, how could Tsunade reach a cooperation with him? Tsunade even planned to take this opportunity to kill Orochimaru. Konoha is the village that her two grandfathers, brother and lover, have sacrificed their lives to protect. Tsunade. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade hesitantly and persuaded her softly, if you want Kagura to use the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, it may cause unpredictable consequences. And the people resurrected by the Impure World Reincarnation Technique are just puppets of the caster. This technique also blasphemes the souls of the dead. Tsunade did not answer Jiraiya. Tsunade put down the wine pot in her hand and whispered, don't worry about my business, let me be alone and quiet for a while. Yes. Shizune could only suppress her doubts and leave Tsunade's side. Jiraiya could only leave Tsunade's side. He looked back at Tsunade's lonely figure and sighed faintly in his heart. Tsunade still sat there calmly. At this time, she had already decided in her heart that she must succeed the position of Hokage. She was just thinking about how to kill Orochimaru here by communicating with him. But she learned that Akihara Kagura also mastered the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. How could such a thing not make her feel uneasy? Anyway, Orochimaru is completely useless and harmful. Let's kill Orochimaru first. Tsunade raised her hand, and she had some concerns in her heart. If Orochimaru can be killed here, maybe there is no reason for the little guy in the village to use the impure world reincarnation technique. The first update. Kagura is really a master of dreams. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. Lord Orochimaru is very powerful and can definitely deal with two seinen. A week passed quickly. In fact, Tsunade had mixed feelings during this week. Because she had killed Orochimaru, she had no reason to let Akihara Kagura use the impure world reincarnation technique to revive the dead. If she didn't kill Orochimaru, Orochimaru would inevitably endanger Konoha. In the end, the responsibility of a Konoha ninja overcame her emotions. Tsunade knew clearly that she was not an ordinary Konoha ninja, but the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and she would even become the fifth Hokage who would continue to protect Konoha. Killing enemies who endanger Konoha is something a Hokage must do. Outside the town, Tsunade chose to meet with Orochimaru. When Orochimaru saw Tsunade, there seemed to be a smug smile on the corner of his mouth, but he still squinted his eyes, so sharp that it seemed to pierce people's hearts. Tsunade. I thought you wouldn't come. Orochimaru extended his hand in a friendly manner, and said with a smile, since you are here, give me the summoning contract of the Whetbone Forest, and our deal will be established. Don't you need me to summon the slug myself? Tsunade narrowed her eyes and stared at Orochimaru. You now. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade and suddenly smiled a little sinisterly, as if everything was within his expectations. Can you really summon a slug? What do you mean? Tsunade's expression changed slightly. Because what Orochimaru said obviously involved her most embarrassing thing. Did this guy already know? The summoning technique requires blood. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade's face and continued slowly. Tsunade, you now, can you really see blood? Have you forgotten? In the days when you were the saddest, I was always by your side. During that time, the relationship between the three ninjas of Konoha was very good. Whenever Tsunade's life was in a state of great change, Orochimaru was almost always by her side, and he knew Tsunade's condition very well. As the most respected medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade suffered from hemophobia, and would be so scared that she could not move when she saw blood. Naturally, she could not perform the summoning technique either. This was why Orochimaru dared to fight two people alone, because he knew that he only needed to deal with Jiraiya. So you knew it a long time ago. Tsunade's eyes narrowed suddenly, and she suddenly punched Orochimaru. Even if you know, what can you do? Are you my opponent again? What a troublesome snake hand. Orochimaru's figure retreated quickly, and a long snake suddenly jumped out of his sleeves, and the long snake opened its sharp teeth and bit Tsunade. Tsunade was about to smash the head of the long snake with one punch. However, the next second, she realized her problem. Once she killed the snake, blood would definitely splash all over her, and at that time she would definitely be unable to move because of hemophobia. But this was not something she could decide. Before Tsunade could think of how to deal with it, Orochimaru directly detonated the snake, and countless blood splashed out, instantly falling into Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade's body instantly stiffened, and the whole person collapsed to the ground. It's really a pity, Tsunade. Orochimaru sighed, with some unfinished regrets in his words. After seeing death, fear was born in your heart, but I chose to embrace eternal life. Tsunade was still trembling and slumped on the ground. Orochimaru walked towards Tsunade, stretched out his palm and was about to grab her collar. Tsunade, hand over the summoning contract of the Whetbone Forest, so that I can sign a blood contract with the slug sage. Bang! A shuriken forced Orochimaru back. The tall white-haired man instantly appeared in front of Tsunade and blocked Orochimaru. Long time no see, Orochimaru. Jiraiya. Orochimaru smiled lightly, and had expected Jiraiya to appear. Orochimaru couldn't help but think of their past and said with a smile, now that you are this age, do you still want to play a hero saving a beautiful girl? Life is really interesting. Everything in the past seemed to be vivid in his mind. When the three of them were still young, Jiraiya insisted that he help him play the murderer who robbed Tsunade, and he himself played the hero who saved Tsunade. As a result, he, who played the murderer, was almost beaten to death by Tsunade with one punch. Jiraiya's expression was serious, as if he was not affected by Orochimaru's words, and he continued to say to himself, Orochimaru, for Konoha, I will kill you here today, yes. For Konoha. And for his disciple Kagura. Jiraiya was determined to kill Orochimaru here. Just as Tsunade thought, Jiraiya also thought of a possibility. As long as Orochimaru was killed, Akihara Kagura would not have to use the impure world reincarnation technique to prevent Orochimaru. If you want, come and try it. Orochimaru slowly closed his palms and said with a smile, don't forget, when we were fighting each other, you never won. Huh. Jiraiya chuckled and retorted straightforwardly, that was just to make you happy, so that you wouldn't feel uncomfortable losing to me, the last one. If you believe what you said, then just take it as it is. Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head, not even angry at all, because he knew how serious Jiraiya was when he was young. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru's tolerant attitude, but felt angry. This time, I will never lose to you again. The next moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru put their hands together and made seals at the same time. The two of them released two different techniques almost at the same time. Fire style, big flame bomb. Wind style, big breakthrough. The flames were blown away by the strong wind in an instant. Before he could even burn Orochimaru, he burned towards Jiraiya. Earth style, earth flow wall. Jiraiya could only hurriedly form a seal, and instantly released an earth wall to block the flames and the strong wind, cursing himself in his heart. Still so stupid. Orochimaru's neck instantly extended, his head actually passed over the earth wall, opened his mouth and spit out a sharp blade at Jiraiya. This guy. Jiraiya's arm was instantly cut by the sharp blade. However, Jiraiya didn't care about so much, he could only grab Tsunade and throw her away first, so that Tsunade would not be affected by the battle between them. Fortunately, Shizune and Uzumaki Naruto rushed over at this time. Shizune and Uzumaki Naruto quickly took Tsunade away from the battlefield to prevent Tsunade from being affected. When Tsunade left, Jiraiya finally let go of his hands and feet and rushed directly to Orochimaru, his hands closing quickly. Random lion hair technique. Jiraiya's hair suddenly stretched out and wrapped around Orochimaru's body, and he wanted to take the opportunity to kill Orochimaru on the spot. This trick might work against other people, but it was useless against Orochimaru. Orochimaru's mouth opened instantly, and an arm drilled out of his body, and he directly used Orochimaru's substitution technique to shed his skin and escaped from the restraint of the random lion hair technique. Fire style, fire dragon flame bomb. Jiraiya opened his mouth and released a burst of flames. Water style, water array wall. Orochimaru's movements were also not slow. What greeted the fire dragon flame bomb was a huge wall of water, and the mist instantly spread across the battlefield. Two of the three ninjas of Konoha were completely caught in a fight, just like many years ago, and even more dangerous than the ninja battles many years ago. Is this a fight between the three ninjas? Shizune looked at the flying ninjutsu in the air with some astonishment. So strong. Uzumaki Naruto also kept nodding his head. Blood Tsunade was still horrified by the blood splattered on her body slumped weakly, and she didn't even look at the fight between the two old friends. Is Tsunade suffering from hemophobia? A voice appeared behind these people. This voice was a little strange to Uzumaki Naruto, but strangely familiar to Shizune and Tsunade, and even made Tsunade's head stiffly raised, looking at the source of the voice in disbelief. This is. Shizune's body trembled a little as she looked at the person who came. Tsunade's body trembled slightly, and she read out the name of the person who came. Yes. The person who came was Kato-dan. He had long silver hair draped over his body, and he wore a Konoha ninja sword protector on his head. He had a bright and warm smile on his face, but there were still cracks from the impure world reincarnation. His eyes were dim, and he was still wearing the green vest of Konoha ninja. How could you? Tsunade's body trembled violently, and her heart was beating faster and faster. Tsunade had imagined that she could see Kato-dan, but she had never thought that she would see Kato-dan directly at this moment. Immortal reincarnation technique. Shizune reacted immediately. Shizune had only heard of the impure world reincarnation technique, but had never seen the effect of this technique. This time she finally saw how much impact the impure world reincarnation technique would have on people. The resurrection of the dead. This temptation is too great. Tsunade's eyes were already faintly straight, and her body slowly stood up, and she couldn't help but stretch out her palm towards Kato-dan. Is it really you? It's me. Orochimaru helped me resurrect. Kato-dan smiled and nodded at them, and said, long time no see, Tsunade, I didn't expect you to be so useless, and you actually suffer from hemophobia that shames medical ninjas. Uncle Dan, what are you talking about? Shizune looked at Kato Dan in front of her in disbelief. Yet, tears slowly accumulated in Tsunade's eyes, flowing down her cheeks little by little, but she was still looking at Kato Dan persistently. Long time no see. Wait. Uzumaki Naruto held his head and thought, as if he was trying to think about his memory, this person is already dead. Lady Tsunade. Shizune grabbed Tsunade's arm with one hand, and persuaded in a deep voice, Lady Tsunade, wake up, he is a puppet controlled by Orochimaru. Tsunade ignored Shizune at all, her eyes were still looking at Kato Dan sadly. Kato Dan asked in a somewhat gentle voice, then, Lady Tsunade, can you give me the summoning contract of the Wet Bone Forest? Okay. Tsunade nodded repeatedly, as if her hemophobia was cured, and she instantly began to close her palms and form hand seals for summoning, because signing the summoning contract of the Wet Bone Forest requires the consent of the Slug Sage. Lady Tsunade, please wake up. Shizune grabbed Tsunade's arm, trying to stop her, but she was not as strong as Tsunade, so she could only hurriedly call out Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, please help stop Lady Tsunade. Don't let her hand over the summoning contract of the Wet Bone Forest. I see. Uzumaki Naruto nodded. However, his body was kicked away by Tsunade in an instant, and even Shizune was thrown aside by Tsunade. Tsunade insisted on making the hand seal of the summoning technique ninjutsu, summoning technique. Tsunade's palm quickly made the hand seal, and she was not even afraid of hemophobia. She bit her finger and directly raised her hand and pressed it on the ground. The black spell instantly lit up. A huge slug came out with smoke. This is. The slug's voice was a little childish. It noticed Kato Dan in front of it at the first time and couldn't believe its eyes. Lady Tsunade, is this Mr. Dan? Yes. Tsunade nodded, still looking at Kato Dan with deep affection. Tears kept flowing down her cheeks. Her fingers gently pointed at Kato Dan. A flash of pain flashed in her eyes, but she still clenched her teeth. Slug, help me kill him. Tsunade's face was no longer affectionate, only deep pain and resentment, and ordered in a deep voice, Dan has been controlled by someone, even whose soul has been controlled by someone. We can't let Dan become a tool to harm Konoha. The slug was shocked by Tsunade's decisiveness. Even Shizune and Uzumaki Naruto were scared. I know he's not the real Dan. Tsunade stared at Kato Dan's face, and saw that his eyes were full of pain, and the sadness was almost overflowing. I have always been thinking about when I can see Dan's smiling face, but I will not hurt Dan's will because of my own selfishness. At this moment, Tsunade has been satisfied a lot, because she at least saw the resurrected appearance of Kato Dan. This also strengthened Tsunade's determination to kill Orochimaru. She can't be weak in front of her former lover. All those experiences just now were just her efforts to overcome her hemophobia. At least thank you. Tsunade took a deep breath and looked at the blood on her body, but her face was no longer afraid. Thank you for helping me overcome my hemophobia. Now tell me, who are you? What a pity. Kato Dan shook his head, and the person who controlled his will in his body continued to say, I am just a lucky guy who was taught by Lord Orochimaru to control the reincarnation of the impure world. Originally, I just wanted to use Kato Dan to lure Lord Tsunade to hand over the slug's summoning contract, but now that Lady Tsunade has overcome her hemophobia, it seems that I have caused new trouble for Lord Orochimaru. Fortunately, Lord Orochimaru is very powerful, and he should be able to deal with his two classmates single-handedly. Second update. There's still one chapter. Kagura will finally have a new boss to be loyal to. Chapter 225. Akihara Kagura gives a big gift to her new boss Tsunade. In a small town. In a hotel. Kabuto Yakashi sat on the tatami, pointing his finger, with a strange smile on his lips, remotely controlling the communication between Kato Dan and Tsunade. Has Kagura's goal been achieved? Tsunade has seen the harm of Orochimaru's mastery of the impure world reincarnation technique. The next step is to let Orochimaru escape, which should not be a big problem. In fact, the problem is still a little big. The angry Tsunade is almost at full firepower. Orochimaru has no big problem dealing with Jiraiya, but he has to deal with the combination of Tsunade and Jiraiya in his prime. Even Tsunade's summoning beast slug has caused him great trouble, and his own 10,000 snakes have long been sacrificed by Akihara Kagura. Tsunade smashed Kato Dan's body with a punch, and while Kato Dan's body could not recover, she rushed directly to Orochimaru. Her forward speed was extremely fast, so fast that she could even block the enemy's brain from transmitting signals to the body. Orochimaru. Tsunade kicked Orochimaru hard, making him feel as if his internal organs were shattered by this kick. Before he could react, Tsunade's punch on his head broke 3 or 4 ribs. Puff! Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Orochimaru looked back at the battlefield, wanting to seek his own support, but found that Kato Dan, who had recovered in the distance, had directly fled the battlefield. Asshole blood was flowing between Orochimaru's teeth. Go to hell. Tsunade waved her fist and smashed it hard, not hiding the murderous intent on her face. How dare you play with the soul of the dead like this? Boom. The ground was cracked into a long gully by Tsunade's punch, and Orochimaru's body could only roll to the side in embarrassment, narrowly avoiding the punch. Jiraiya was sweating profusely. Don't even think about escaping. The slug opened its mouth and spat out more a ball of acid at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's body was immediately corroded and burned by the acid, causing him severe pain all over his body. He could only use the snake-style substitution technique to instantly shed his skin and heal his injuries. Jiraiya, Tsunade Orochimaru looked at his 2 classmates and gritted his teeth angrily. Don't be too arrogant. When I completely improve the impure world reincarnation, I will completely destroy Konoha. After that, Orochimaru's body instantly turned into a snake, drilled down along the crack opened by Tsunade's fist, and disappeared without a trace. He escaped. Jiraiya took a deep breath and felt the trouble with Orochimaru. Orochimaru is a guy. It's easy to defeat him, but it's hard to kill him. Go back to Konoha. Tsunade's fingers trembled slightly, and she ordered in a deep voice, go back immediately. We must solve the trouble with Orochimaru. This time he resurrected and stopped fighting with us. Who knows what kind of trouble this guy will cause next time? Have you finally agreed to succeed the position of the 5th Hokage? Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The purpose of his trip was finally achieved. Konoha Village. Inside the Hokage building. Since the 5th Hokage has not yet been chosen, Akihara Kagura and the 2 Hokage advisors are still discussing the important affairs of the village. During this period, the internal situation of Konoha has gradually stabilized, and only the external Kirigakure and Sand villages have not been resolved. Akihara Kagura added Iwagakure to the target of attack, on the grounds that Iwagakure sent ninjas to sneak into Konoha to spy on intelligence. The 2 Hokage advisors tried their best to object, but Akihara Kagura directly rejected them with one sentence. They could only hope that Jiraiya would bring Tsunade back quickly. The 5th Hokage of the village will be back soon, so let's wait until the Hokage takes over before making a decision. I heard that Jiraiya and the 2 advisors chose Tsunade-sama. Akihara Kagura half leaned back in the chair, tapping the table with his fingers. The intelligence received by the root shows that Tsunade-sama owes a lot of gambling debts. Will this affect the image of Konoha? The 2 Hokage advisors frowned. Is Akihara Kagura going to refuse Tsunade's succession to Hokage because of these things? Don't get me wrong. Akihara Kagura narrowed his eyes and continued seriously, in order to prevent the debt collectors from the casinos from affecting Konoha's image, I just plan to send the root to clean them up, so that their nonsense will not affect Konoha's status in the ninja world. These people related to the casinos are not good people either. Cleaning them up directly can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. The 2 Hokage advisors nodded. As long as Akihara Kagura did not oppose Tsunade's succession, they would not care about this matter. They just need to pay attention to Akihara Kagura, not to anger the nobles of the Land of Fire. However, Akihara Kagura was too lazy to pay attention to these. Root base. Akihara Kagura returned here. Akihara Kagura held a list in his hand and put it on the table. All the people in the route will go out immediately to clean up all the casinos in the Land of Fire, and then kill all the creditors on the list of debts of Lady Tsunade. Anyway, they are all those who force innocent people to break up their families. This is. Karin hesitated and didn't quite understand. Kill all her creditors as a gift to her new boss. Akihara Kagura glanced at Karin and ordered, it is estimated that the 5th Hokage will arrive soon. Karin, you take 3 squads to a small town near the village and clean up the casino in that town. When giving gifts, let the boss know who gave her the gift. Yes. Karin accepted the order immediately. The Land of Fire. In a small town. Tsunade and Jiraiya were on their way back to Konoha with Shizune and Uzumaki Naruto, and they happened to pass by this town. Tsunade wanted to pay off the gambling debts she owed in this town. As a result, a group of casino people were seen being chased. A group of masked root ninjas were still searching for casino personnel in the town. When they saw a casino thug, they ruthlessly rushed over and killed him with a knife. Lady Tsunade, the owner of the casino, was fleeing under the protection of a group of thugs. When the casino owner saw Tsunade, he knelt in front of her with tears streaming down his face. Lady Tsunade, we don't want the money you owe us. Get your people to stop. Stop. Tsunade quickly stopped the killing, blocked the group of root ninjas, and said in a deep voice, whose subordinates are you, and what is going on? This is. Jiraiya recognized the identities of these people. His expression became a little solemn. These are root ninjas, and they are all subordinates of Kagura. We have been ordered to kill the creditors of the 5th Hokage. A red-haired girl wearing a dog head mask coldly ordered, in order to avoid affecting the reputation of the 5th Hokage, all those who may hinder the reputation of the 5th Hokage must be eliminated. Please don't hinder us from carrying out our mission. I don't want it. I don't want it. The owner of the casino was so scared that he knelt down and kowtowed, as if he had reacted again. No, 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 Lady Tsunade never owed me money, I am talking nonsense. Shut up. The red-haired girl leaped up, wielding the ninja sword in her hand and slashing at them, but was stopped by Tsunade. Go back. Tsunade stared at the girl in front of her coldly and said in a deep voice, I will pay off my gambling debts, and I don't need the people in the village to meddle in my business. Karin stared at Tsunade and softly retorted, if Lady Tsunade had not succeeded the 5th Hokage of the village, we could naturally ignore it. But, Lady Tsunade has become the 5th Hokage. For the reputation of Konoha, all unfavorable factors must be cleared. Anyway, the existence of these people also endangers the lives of other villagers. Everything it's all for Konoha. When Karin said this, the chakra in her body suddenly burst out, and a series of diamond chains suddenly emerged from her back, suddenly binding their bodies and twisting their necks in an instant. All the people in the casino were killed. Karin Uzumaki Naruto seemed to be frightened. Vajra Blockade Tsunade looked at Karin in surprise. This red-haired girl wearing a mask turned out to be a member of the Uzumaki clan. However, Tsunade quickly reacted, frowning suddenly, looking at Karin in front of her. Little guy, didn't you hear what I said just now? This is for Konoha. Karin took back the diamond chain and continued in a deep voice, in order to maintain the reputation of Konoha, we will kill all the creditors of the 5th Hokage. Tsunade was shocked by Karin's words. Although this method did pay off the gambling debts she had owed, but in this way, what reputation would she still have in the ninja world? Those who lent her money in the past were all killed by Konoha ninjas, and she hadn't yet succeeded the position of Hokage, but her reputation was already stinking in the ninja world. Go back and report. Karin jumped up onto a house, and left the town with a few leaps. The other root ninjas immediately followed and left together. That little guy Tsunade stared at Karin's back, her face a little gloomy and uneasy. She looks about the same age as Naruto, right? She is so decisive when killing people. Most of the ninjas in the root are like this. Jiraiya nodded, thinking of his disciple. When I first met Kagura, he was also planning to kill people every day. When he said this, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and sighed. Now you can see how extreme they are when they act. That child is not suitable to stay in the root. Tsunade shook her head, but she had her own plan in mind. When Tsunade saw Karin using the diamond seal, she showed a huge amount of chakra and vitality. She felt that Karin might be very suitable to become a medical ninja. She planned to find an opportunity to transfer Karin to her side when she returned. She couldn't let an excellent medical ninja become a killing tool. Let's go back first. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade and continued to persuade. When Danzo was the leader of the root, he was unwilling to obey even the old man's orders. Perhaps it was because Danzo was still in the root that Kagura became more and more extreme. However, when they returned to Konoha, they realized that things were much more troublesome than they had imagined. Because Akihara Kagura sent people to deal with all the casinos in the Land of Fire, many nobles in the Land of Fire were also seriously damaged, and they all wanted to come to Konoha to ask for an explanation. Tsunade cannot succeed the position of Hokage. This has become the consensus of many nobles and ministers in the Land of Fire. There is no doubt. The person behind this action against the casino must be Tsunade, because only Tsunade has the biggest profit, and all her creditors have been killed. This behavior is undoubtedly against the rules of the ninja world. Debts must be paid, and murders must be paid with life, especially gambling debts must not be overdue. In the Hokage building, both Hokage advisors felt overwhelmed. Yuta Tenkaharu felt the Fire Nation's ill will towards Tsunade. Many ministers and nobles of the Fire Nation are questioning our candidate for the new Hokage, asking if we can propose a new candidate for Hokage. They refused Tsunade to succeed the 5th Hokage. The daimyo did not express his opinion. Midokado still found a good news from a pile of bad news. After all, Tsunade's status is noble and she is the most suitable candidate. The daimyo doesn't mind these trivial matters. He just persuades Tsunade to be more restrained and not to be too extreme and dishonest. This is an opportunity. Akihiro Kagura shrugged, as if everything had nothing to do with her. If we test out those nobles and ministers who are dissatisfied with the 5th Hokage and clean them up, then from now on no one in the Fire Nation will oppose any proposal of the 5th Hokage. Yuta Tenkaharu and Midokado looked at each other. Although Akihiro Kagura was indeed trying to consider Tsunade who had not yet completed the succession, this was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Midokado quickly stopped Akihiro Kagura from taking extreme actions. Forget it, the casino has been cleared out only because of opposition from the nobles and ministers. If nobles and ministers are killed wantonly, it will cause public outrage among all the nobles in the ninja world. Whoever opposes, will be cleared out. Akihiro Kagura chuckled, with a very tough attitude. Before the 5th Hokage succeeds, all those who oppose her will be cleared out. Even the daimyo can be killed. This will cause civil strife. Midokado was so scared that she quickly used other reasons to persuade Akihiro Kagura. Aren't you going to prepare for a war against the Sand Village and the Mist Village? If the political situation in the Land of Fire is in turmoil, it would not be good if it leads to a disadvantageous war during the war. Yuta Tenkaharu felt a little strange. At this time, the war they had always wanted to prevent actually became their reason to persuade Akihiro Kagura not to kill people in the Land of Fire. But they really couldn't oppose Akihiro Kagura, because Akihiro Kagura really wanted to kill people for Konoha. It was a bit like making things worse. At least Tsunade, the person involved, felt deeply about this. The 5th Hokage deeply felt that the trouble he encountered was more troublesome than being chased for debt. Akihiro Kagura and the root ninjas were willing to help him maintain his reputation. Maybe their purpose was good, but it might be better to do nothing. The 3rd update. A day when Akihiro Kagura worked hard to help her boss. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.